All right, L7, SW. Y'all can hear me, right? Give me a little second real quick. Let me share this on my other pages. 793rd. Oh man. Not the diabolical. The diabolical happened with the P-Funk smell goods. Man. NG. Everybody that's coming in through the Each One Teach One, hit the like button for me. Share this on your other pages. Oh man, what happened? Nah, that last live, that was savage. Listen, I learned a lesson yesterday. Don't ever come on without a topic again. Yeah, that was savage. That's the definition right there. Just couldn't stop going down the rabbit hole. But it did lead up to today's topic though. The fascination with Eastern philosophy and ancient wisdom. You know what I mean? I'll let y'all go ahead and put some input in. Carlos Clark. Oh man, Roger Rabbit Hole. You telling me that was some? Yeah, listen, I didn't even know it was people that think like that. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, man, if maybe y'all interested in Eastern philosophy, what is the what is it that draws you to Eastern philosophy? John Ireland. Anyone? No one here is interested in Western philosophy or has any ideas. But all right, 793rd said there's been a wave of people putting their own curriculum together and stamping themselves. I definitely observed that too. I think those who do feel it connects them to the ancestors or that train of thought. And see, that's the thing when I'm saying, what becomes the fascination with that? Like, it's certain people where I understand their fascination. You know what I mean? Like Rabon, he's fascinated with the African history for a particular reason. You understand what I'm saying? Where he's saying, okay, this is the stuff that my people was doing. Let me let me let me deal with that side. You know what I'm saying? Because people do work better with things that's kind of native to you and natural to you. You understand what I'm saying? Whatever environment that you grow up in, the environment that you develop in. You see what I'm saying? Like when you go, like for instance, I got family in Florida, right? And so, they might call me on a day and they like, man, is it cold up in New York? And I might say something like, nah, not really. It's like 45, 50. And to them, they like, what you mean it's not cold? 45, 50? Or certain places, you ever go someplace and the people got on like big winter coats and you like, dude, what you doing with that on? It's not even cold. Like dudes was rocking leather, it's like 70. Because that's what's natural to them. You know what I mean? You're gonna respond in a certain way to that. So, I can understand you saying that you want to deal with something native, but see, are we caught up in this Eastern philosophy kick, right? Are we caught up in this because of the colored man? Like now, all of a sudden, this science is exotic. And then do we give ourselves confirmation bias? Like there's some things in life, right, that a person could do one time and it's, they great. You know what I'm saying? Like look, and this is like a frivolous example. I didn't want to get silly today. We got silly enough yesterday for the year. You know what I'm saying? But take Tom Brady, right? Now Tom Brady, he won the championship what, 6 times? And that's great. But you was in the league for 20 years. All right, you had one season where you was injured, but then you lost the other 13 times. You lost twice as much as you won. It don't matter who it is. Michael Jordan, how long he was in the league? He lost more than he won, but that's not what you focus on. You only focus on the wins. You see what I'm saying? I gotta be live, Rob. And in fact though, I'm glad you came on though, because I wanted to tackle some of those topics today. You know what I'm saying? Of, what is the origin of some of these things? Some of these writings, including the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And let's analyze these people, right? So that we can kind of demystify some of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because there's just a tremendous fascination right now with all these different people and their teachings as if these people was infallible. You understand what I mean? Like if something comes, well, the ancient Chinese teach you about qi. Yeah, well, the ancient Chinese was also binding their women's feet, binding their toes up under their feet. So is this what I'm saying? You just want to lean on this certain thing that you think is exotic, but that's what I'm saying. Is it exotic because the colored man is always talking about these mysteries of the Orient? So you remember, this was a part of the whole fascination. This is what we doing over here. This is what Columbus is looking for. All of these mysteries of the Orient. All of these, these vast riches of ancient wisdom and gold and all these things. And sometimes when you look back at the origin of these things and say, okay, this is really how this got started right here. Like, do we really know the history? Like, here we go, we're always describing all of this high power, all this high powered stuff to, everything, it's always the fall of man. Man fell. Fell from where? All these ancient people, right, were so super wise. What happened to their civilizations? See, my point of view on everything is that, listen, that's the way those people chose to live at that time. This is the way they choosing to live, whatever the case may be. But why we saying man fell? Fell from where? What was they doing? See, because this is one of the core things that I left Christianity for, is because I couldn't understand why the people in the Bible, what was so special about them that God interacted with them like that? Like, why God don't never send me an angel and quote a whole book for me? Show me how to quote a whole book. Okay, I'm not holy enough. Why they don't do it to the brother from yesterday? Because clearly he believes in them. How come there's no one worthy right now, today, to deal with any of this, great ancient wisdom? If the way that all these people was worshiping God was so special, right? How come no God has ever saved his people at no time that we can document? Yeah, if you read everybody's holy books, then yeah, Allah saved Muhammad and guided him to Medina. You understand what I'm saying? And then from Medina, he did what he had to do, and he was guided on their entire mission of conquest. But we never see, Moses comes and splits the Red Sea, and save. But how come no African guys ain't save us when the Portuguese and the Dutch and the Spanish and the English and the French showed up? Why they ain't save us? Why they not coming to smite no people right now? Like, if the African guys was going to help them with anybody, right? Why they ain't helped them with what's my man name from Belgium? Leopold. Why they ain't helped them with Leopold? Why the Indian guys, the Native American, the indigenous guys, why they didn't save the Native Americans from the British and the Americans? Why the Australian Aborigine guys ain't saved them from the British? The Indian guys, the Hindu guys didn't save them from the British. The Jewish, Yahweh, however, whatever they Jehovah, they didn't save them from the Romans, didn't save them from the Germans. The European guys, the Catholic guys, it didn't save them from the plague. The ancient Chinese philosophy, it didn't save them from the Dutch, it didn't save them from the Portuguese, it didn't save them from the British. So where are we getting these ideas that what we need to do, right, in order to worship God correctly is to go back to those times? And why are we only looking at these things? That's what I'm saying. See, they become romanticized. This is why I say be aware of this, man. A lot of these things become romanticized in Hollywood. And see, one thing you got to realize about that too is just in terms of telling the history, that's one of the elements, that's one of the things that they do. They tell a great history of the people that they conquered because it makes them look all the better as a conqueror. See, they aggrandize places where they can place themselves in the history. See, like you hear them talking about Egypt, right? But there's cultures, right, that the culture of Egypt came from. Why they don't talk about those cultures? Because they can't place themselves in those places. See, they can act like the Ptolemies got anything to do with Egypt at all. So now all the science that they deal with got to be that much higher. See, why you think we hear about Carthage, but we don't hear about others? Because they can place themselves there. These people is the enemy, so now to make themselves seem all the more great. So when you hear the story about David and Goliath, it makes the Jews seem all the more great because of all these odds that they conquered. But this is an idea that we get from Hollywood. So you can't put something on a scale like that. You can't put something on a scale like that. See, that's when you begin to become religious. So you read the Bible and you would say, well, it says this right here, and then that really happened. Yeah, right. But what about all of the places that you don't even have to leave the book? You don't have to leave the Bible in order to see the discrepancies and the contradictions. Hold on 1 second. Peace. Peace. Take it right back. She said here, VC realm, you think some of them thought they were guys entering into their societies, meaning while other Aboriginals fought back, later converting, while only a short few still remain remote, not converted. I don't understand. Do you think some of who's them? See, there's a lot of things that we project onto these societies. But who you talking about right here? But has anybody else? Does anybody else, either you're fascinated with the Eastern philosophies, or the ancient wisdom on everything. See, because one thing that happens with that, right, is if all the ancient people, right, was the greatest of all time, then don't that contradict our science that the babies is the greatest? And how's the babies gonna be the greatest? And at the same time, the pinnacle of humanity has already passed. You see what I'm saying? I'm asking everybody native to whatever land they were on, do you think when colored men and original men that entered into their societies, they saw them as gods? Um, that's a little bit difficult to answer. You know what I'm saying? Because you did have, uh, you had kind of tricksters. You know what I'm saying? You had, when people show up, for instance, uh, they got guns. You know what I'm saying? They might have some other technology that people don't understand. And we know that lack of understanding can lead to that kind of thing. You understand what I'm saying? But did they necessarily, like, for instance, when you deal with the story of who is it? Is it Cortez? The guy that they claim that the Indians had a totem pole that that had a god on it that looked just like Cortez. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, speaking a different language, uh, you know, dress way different. But then, like I said, that's difficult to say because that's another thing I don't like about, when they talk about ancient people. Like they act like ancient people never traveled. Like if this person was in West Africa, you know what I'm saying? The person never went down to South Africa. Never was no expedition where we was like, yo, let's go see what's going on down there. Maybe we could do, some bartering with some other individuals. Like just for whatever reason. Just like right now, you got some people that just go outside, ride their bike. They're not going nowhere in particular. They're going to ride their bike. So that people, to say that people never traveled, they never encountered people that spoke a different language, et cetera, et cetera. That's difficult to say, how they judge that anyway. We do have some examples, right? You got the people, uh, is it the Jarawa people? There's some people down in the Andaman Islands that in modern times, no one has ever made contact with them. Like anybody who comes close to their island, they attack them. Like a couple of years ago, this might have been but maybe about 5, 6, 7 years ago. There was a European. He tried to go to the island. Like they tried to go to the island and make an offering. So they came to the beach. They left a pig and some like vegetables and fruits and stuff like that. And the people came out of the I guess it was a forest. It was like trees right there. Like a couple brothers came out. They killed a pig, buried it in the ground on the beach, threw all the fruits and vegetables that they left in the river, and then it looked like they took a dump. They took a dump right there to demonstrate to the dudes like this is how we feel about you. You know what I'm saying? Right. VC Rum, there was another dude that got killed over there. You understand what I'm saying? So we have that example that clearly they don't think these people is gods. You know what I'm saying? You got individuals that's down in the Amazon forest right now. You know what I'm saying? That they down there fighting with the loggers. They haven't, really like they've seen Europeans, but they've never really contacted with them. You know what I'm saying? Or perhaps they're still aware, maybe they did hear legends of these individuals, for hundreds of years now. And the things that they've been over there doing for hundreds of years. So we could say that. You know what I'm saying? And we do know, that it may have happened in some instances. You know what I'm saying? But that's not any of the stories that we hear. For instance, Thanksgiving just passed. We don't hear that the Indians came and gave food to the Europeans as an offering. You know what I'm saying? We hear that they interacted with them as people. So all of these things, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if this is you know, imagination or if this is, some type of justification, that's coming from Europeans to explain, why it was okay to do what they did. Jarrell Bourne said, in nearly every society, man has used religion and so-called ancient customs to keep the masses subservient to some governing body. I see this as equating to the 6th degree and the 1 of 14. And look, and that's another thing what I'm saying. People act like all of this stuff just got invented with Jimmy Swaggart or something. Like, nah, this is the way they've been doing things for thousands of years. See, that part is never looked at. That part is never looked at when we analyzing all this different, ancient wisdom. We never look at that aspect of things. are power born. Right, VC realm. They still got missions, to people who haven't, they haven't assimilated at all. You know what I'm saying? Into Western society. Who's this right here? The Grand Negus. All right. Welcome to the channel. Everybody do the each one teach one. Hit the like button. Share this out on your different pages so we could get so we can we need Mr. Spot. Yeah, law will manifest right here. We need Mr. Spot. But does anybody out there, is anyone well versed in these Eastern sciences? The ancient wisdom of the Orient. See, because what makes that science? What makes any science that anybody is dealing with around the world? What makes it exotic? What makes it exotic? You know what I'm saying? What makes it so that it's for whatever reason, right? We're saying that we don't believe these different legends and tales that the Europeans is giving us, right? In the Bible, in the Christian, the church, et cetera, et cetera. But then we'll go to some other land and believe all of their mystery stuff. Like, let's bring it to the lessons. When we look at the 10th degree in the 1 of 40, right? Who is it do we think are these original people who searched for trillions of years? Let's let's break that down. Who is the son of man that searched for trillions of years? If they search for trillions of years, then doesn't that have to be the people who dealt with all that ancient wisdom? So now you joining them in their search for trillions of years? To find that man can fly? To find what? That man can walk through walls? Now don't get me wrong. I understand that there's technology, but you still got to get there one thing at a time. So you can't invent the car before you invent the wheel. See, this is what's happening. Some people, you going from you walking on the street to a Lamborghini. You understand what I'm saying? You want to go see this. You're not dealing with the science like what we deal with when we say when we say who is the original man, and we go what degree by degree, build everything one building block at a time. You don't go from, you say hello to a woman, right? You just met her, and then the next thing, y'all got a baby. That's something that has to grow and develop step by step. Everybody's looking for the magical button. But let's look at the evidence. Let's look at the evidence. Where's the people that's really where's the people that's manifesting all the signs to the highest level? Like everybody right now, right? You 5%, wherever you from, where's places where you could go like, yo, yeah, the guys over there be building. Yeah, the guy over there, yeah, he did a lot of teaching right there. So where's the population of people? Like, why is this always a mysterious population that's hidden way in the mountains of Tibet and they can levitate above the clouds? Like, where's the evidence that any of this stuff is true? Like just any of it, like down the whole line, not esoterically. Because see, if we just want to deal with the symbolism, we got to come with our own symbolism right now. Like, you're going to go use the Masonic symbolism? What does the compass mean to you? What is the compass? I understand what it means to them, but what are we doing it for? Yeah, this ritual magic stuff that people is talking about. You know what I'm saying? Is so everybody here, we don't have anybody who is fascinated with this ancient wisdom, in Eastern philosophies. Was this the Grand Negus said, the more the truth is hidden from the masses, the more exotic that knowledge and wisdom is. Yeah, but you know, uh, see, and this is another thing when it comes to all of these, hidden secrets. A lot of this stuff, man, is BS, man. Like, let me tell you something. Even a lot of that kung fu stuff, that stuff is about slavery. It can be drawn up, culturally. It meant this, it meant that, but a lot of that stuff is about slavery, man. Like, a lot of these ancient people that you looking at, you know what I'm saying, as so righteous and so glorious. One of the reasons that they got subjugated by the Europeans because they wasn't doing the right thing. They was doing things to cause division and separation in their societies, going to war with each other, enslaving each other, etc., etc. A lot of these people, they defeated themselves. FGJB said, I'm not into saying ancient times are better, yet I acknowledge the ancestors' work. They did the knowledge. I mean, now, here's the thing. When we looking at the past to see the blueprint of what individuals did, and then you saying that, okay, we're gonna, come up with a practical plan. We're going to come up with a practical plan that'll enable us to accomplish these things in this day and time. That's saying one thing. But when you come in and tell me that, you know, if you massage your pituitary gland and your perineum at the same time, that's going to give you some type of special powers, because it says it right here on page 46 of this ancient manual. And now, whatever's in this ancient manual is no longer subject to the science of being shown and proven. That somehow now, right, everything else is subject to be shown and proven. But when we deal with this ancient wisdom, the only reason I don't see the truth of it is because I'm not pure enough in how I'm examining it. See, this is one of the master elements of religion, is that something is wrong with you, and this is why you can't experience the truth. This is why you can't experience heaven. This is why you can't experience the benefit, right, of all this labor that you're putting in to believing in and worshiping this concept or this deity, et cetera, et cetera. Would I put the art of war in that category? Yeah. Because this is what I'm saying. They got the art of war. That's all fine and good. But listen, you lost a lot too. Why was the Great Wall of China built? Anyone? FDJB said, I'm looking at one question I run into all the time as it relates to the degrees. What's that question? PC Realm says, so would you say it was more of them coming and usurping from infights, or them being the victor and takeover, or both? Uh, well, when you look at because see, both things is possible. See, you got divide and conquer, but you also got conquer and divide. You understand what I'm saying? So there's different instances. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, when I just mentioned Cortez, right? Now, for a long time, until I read up on it myself, you know, the what would you say? Um, what I accepted as the story is that Cortez and like 8 or 9 other medieval knights came and conquered the entire Mayan empire. You know what I'm saying? But in fact, what happened was the Mayans, uh, they controlled the empire, but a lot of the people that was the subjects of that empire didn't really appreciate the Mayans. And so what Cortez and them did is they came in and they agitated those other tribes to rebel against the Mayans. And this is something that we see happening throughout history where, when people want to take over an empire, right, they start going to people that are subjects within that empire and encouraging them to deal with different levels of rebellion. So we see that situation. We see in the takeover of Northern Africa by the Muslims was also, that was a part of it. Is that the people who was in Northern Africa until 700, or whenever the Muslim conquest is coming through, they were subjects of the Eastern Roman Empire. And so they didn't appreciate the amount of taxes that they had to pay, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of those societies in Northern Africa, they accepted the Muslims to get rid of the Christians. And then we see it going the other way, when you get to World War One, right? When they wanted to get rid of the Ottoman Empire, right? One of the groups of people that they went to rebel was the Saud family. And in return for that assistance in getting rid of the Ottoman Empire, right, they was given that part of the land that's called Saudi Arabia now. So you got a lot of different ways that played out. So wait, what is this? The Grand Nija says, put it this way. Being we are the original man, whatever hidden knowledge or so-called talents these people have is still no match to a large will. What we focus on and put our minds on happens. I mean, that's true. But see, here's the thing with that. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a problem that you're wrong, right? But the thing is, we got to continue that out. Like what you said is 100% right and exact, but what you dealt with right there was just the knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, where you focus your attention on, right? But you also have to, you got intention too. What is it that you intend to do? Like all that mind power still has to be backed up by some manpower. See, and that's where the religious aspect comes in with a lot of this, so-called ancient wisdom. Is that you try to absorb these ideas as if that's it. But the actions that go along with that, the way of life that you have to be a part of, the way of life, a lot of things, you can say, well, yeah, I got these drinks right here from Dr. Sabi, right? You got some Irish moss here, right? But you're using the Irish moss to wash down chicken McNuggets You're using the Irish moss to wash down chicken McNuggets 3 meals a day. Now you're not a part of the way of life. Just like I said, look, even with man, woman, and child, it's still the way of life. It's still how they treat each other. What's the way of life that they dealing with? What's the equality between them? Peace. Yo. Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with my phone. It just took a long time to dial. But yeah, I'm on live right now. So you you out here? Right, no doubt. But y'all, I'm gonna hit you up later though. All right, peace. Yeah, pardon me right there. Little quick call right there from the God. But that's something, because just having man, woman, and child, you know, but does everybody really know their role? See, because we live in a society right now where you got man, woman, and child, but they're not forming no cipher. It's still the other. You still got to go from knowledge to born and everything. You know what I'm saying? So now, like I said, you right exact in what you're saying. But this is the part, what I'm saying, that has to be added on. Like you can't just walking around all day saying "om," and that's whatever it is you're dealing with. See, a person who's Christian, if you just go there on Sunday and say "Praise Jesus," Amen, but you don't actually partake in the way of life. You know what I'm saying? Of somebody who is, they spreading freedom, justice, and equality amongst the people. This is not the life that you living. You're not creating the heaven around you, right? By how you dealing with freedom, justice, and equality with the people. Then no, Christianity ain't gonna work. If you just there waiting for Jesus to come back, nah, it's not gonna work. It says some brothers say this to observe the past Qurans, or they call it yugas in Indian culture. You got to know them stories. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, man. These are people, you know, knowledge is infinite. They got all types of stuff in them ancient books, man. That don't necessarily mean they know what they talking about. Right. The guy C said to slow the Mongol invasion, get back to what we was talking about, would I put the art of war in that category, right? Now, guy C said, which I agree with here, is that the Great Wall of China was built to keep the Mongols out, right? Now, here's the next question, guys. See, did it work? Players Ball. Welcome to the channel. Everybody do the each one teach one and hit the like button. We got a few more people that I'm waiting to see get in. Luke Cage. Krishan Bell said, believe it or not, Confucianism is responsible for a lot of this establishment. To understand this, we have to look at others who was opposed to these philosophies during these times, such as Mo D. Mosey. Who's Mo D. Mosey? And how is Confucianism responsible for the establishment? Oh, I see what you're saying here, FDJ Beast. You're saying that you said brothers when they talking about, you're saying in terms of when people was talking about these ancient books, they bring up the lessons. You see, that's what I'm saying. Even with the lessons, even with the lessons, man, this is this how you see, this how you see what is symbolism, what is esoteric, right? Because there's some things you can't live that out. Like we can't be religious about the lessons either. See, one thing, don't forget about these lessons. You got people that had these lessons for 30 years. Remember that the lessons existed for 30 years before Allah manifested science right here. And it didn't, it didn't lead people to the understanding that we have. So see, it's not something about those books. It's something about us and our ability to understand our environment and how to, what actions to take in our environment in order to be successful in our endeavors. It's not the books. You know what I'm saying? It's not, this is all, well, I'm not gonna say all, but we've been greatly affected being immersed in this mainstream society. See, that's one thing the brother was saying yesterday is that, yeah, sometimes we got to go all the way back, right? And look at a concept and see, like, all right, where did we get this from? And a lot of times these ideas is still coming from the dead world. These ideas that we got about what's supposed to happen in the universe, right? Uh, from our Christian backgrounds, whatever different religions that you was dealing with. And we bring, and that's something that is a known thing. It's not just us, one place that it always shows up, right? That we know about and we complain about, right? Is in history. Like if I go to a place, right, to do archaeology, but I'm already of the mindset that these people that I'm going to study is savages. See, everything I see is going to be affected by that. if I see something that appears to be more, from some people that I think is more advanced, right? Then that's gonna affect the conclusion I make about what these people had to do with that. See, this is how you get in these situations, right? Shout out to Mr. H for that cash app right there. La Illuminati and Mr. Spock as well. Shout out for those cash apps. What was I saying? Made me lose my mind right there, Mr. H. But Krishan Bell, you always have some rather. I don't know if I want to go because I said I wasn't gonna. I said I wasn't gonna go down the rabbit hole today. So I'm gonna give you a chance to explain what you're saying, but give me a minute. Natural Jew, Mr. Spot, still ain't making it. Krishan Bell says they was running code 2, but it bumped it down to code 1. Well, what? Oh man, I don't know if I'm asking for trouble, but what exactly was Brother Daniel holding up strongly? Right. Get back to the wall, the wall in China, right? So the Great Wall of China didn't stop the Mongolians from conquering China. Did you know that you know about the Dalai Lama and the science of China being in Tibet? That's what that got to do with. Is that China is saying that they still are the Mongolian Empire. And the Tibetans are saying, no, we was not conquered by the Chinese. We was conquered by the Mongolians. And the Chinese are saying, yeah, that's us. Like that's the I think it was Genghis Khan's grandson, Kublai Khan, after he expanded the empire out, you know what I'm saying, till he was satisfied and he wanted to retire, he went to sit on the throne in China. So I'm not saying that there's not truth in the art of war. I'm not saying it's not truth in it. But I'm just saying that we also got to look at the fact that they lost some battles. So we don't just take it word for word and deal with it ritualistically, where we just do what they did because they did it. Yeah, it's still in that same category of stuff where this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying everybody that existed way back in the time was a dunce. But what I'm saying is this stuff has to be put on the scale as well. The same way if you pass the corner and somebody's telling you about all this privacy that they seen, you wouldn't judge that on the scale, right? This person, let me cross over here because this person might be unstable. Or if you hear a brother building on the lessons, whatever it is. Oh, that's what I was getting ready to say. Dealing with the lessons, right? This is what I'm saying. when we look at the 10th degree and the 1 to 10, 10th degree and the 1 to 10, my fault. When we look at the 10th degree and the 1 to 14, what's this right here? I missed it. Krishan Bell. All right. Thanks for that. We call this again super chat. Uh, when you look at the 10th degree and the 1 to 14, right? You can't live that out. You can't go outside right now, and to tell the truth, let's keep it 100. You probably don't have to go outside to find 4 devils. 2 of us got 4 devils right around us, live in the same house. You ain't got to go to the downtown area and find no Europeans. You can find them right around your neighborhood. But if you try to live that out, you're not going to be successful in this day and time. So these is when okay, you got to weigh and judge these things. You can't just take them on face value. It don't matter where it comes from. It don't matter who it comes from. Players Board said people are too lazy to create and would rather be stuck in fascination. Yeah. And see, and you hit that on the head right there. It's that you can't copycat because you're not those people. You're not living in a time. You don't have the same resources that they have. You can't copycat. You have to be able to use the creative power that you say you have. You say you're the creator of all of this around you, right? But you can't be creative enough, right, to know what to renew and what to leave behind. To know, okay, these are the new factors that I have to add on to the signs based upon my environment, based upon my time that I'm in, based upon the abilities that I have, based upon the knowledge that I have. There might have been things that the ancient people did or whatever, but that was based on the lack of knowledge. The environment that we exist in now, we have other technology that we wouldn't go back and do things the way the ancient people did it. You know what I'm saying? Modern technology, I know, you hear technology, all of this. Listen, man, yeah, there's things that's bad, and then there's things that's good too. But we have to weigh and judge it and not just go into it and now all of a sudden no evidence is needed because it's written on papyrus, because is written on a clay tablet. Listen, those individuals, they felt like men and died like princes too. See, how about that part? See, everybody like to go for the ye are all gods and are all children of the Most High. But what about the part where it says, but ye shall fall like men and die like princes? What does that mean to everybody? See, I had to get that off before Don Bishop come in here. You don't want to get on that Bible stuff with Don Bishop. What he said, it's not a rabbit hole. I'm just saying you're on point. To prove your point, I pointed to Mazi. He was saying then what you're saying now. He was exposing a lot of the Asian, well, I don't want to call it BS, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, the stuff that people decided to take, you know what I'm saying? With everything, you know what I'm saying? You know, we see a lot of times the ritual. You see what I mean? So we go and see martial arts, you know what I'm saying? And what most people take from it, right, is the punches and the kicks. You understand what I'm saying? You know, but you don't see all of the other things that add on to that. See, just like some people think you a 5%er when you got the lessons. Like most people, you know, well, the people that I see, you know, a lot of times on the internet, that's what they mean. Because that's the part that they see. They don't see all the other elements of how we live it out. What they see is us quoting lessons. They hear us speaking to each other and they like, okay, this thing right here is what they got in common. But they don't see the whole science. You understand what I'm saying? Like when you saw Kobe on the court, right? You just saw him making shots. But you didn't see the practice. You didn't see the mental discipline that he had to have to practice like that. You didn't see him eating the right foods, you know what I'm saying? So that his body could withstand that type of activity. You just got an outside part that you see of the ritual and you don't know what it means a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's not necessary that every science that the Asians is dealing with is BS. But you picked up the part that appears to be sexy. And it happens with everything. See, look, when people get into a gang, the person get into crime, you know what I'm saying? You get into selling drugs. See, what you see is the people with the rims. You see the people with the chains. You don't see the 30 years. The 30 years in jail. You don't see getting stabbed. You don't see getting shot. You don't see getting run over by cars and shit and all these different things that go along with that life. See, a lot of times they not putting that part in the YouTube video about your life. They not, you know, you're not seeing the part where, you know, you locked up for this 25, 30 years and your whole family passed away while you in there. Moms, pops, grandma, little sister, etc., etc. You just see this part right here that you take on face value. Christopher Gooding. But who is Mozzie? Okay, Mr. Spot. Hold on, we need to take one quick break. We close to halfway through right now. We're gonna take a quick break. Mr. Spot, we have some new crew members aboard. We have some new crew members aboard right now. We got Queen Mecca. Queen Mecca is now a member of the Starship Enterprise. She's Uhura. Queen Mecca is Uhura now. Hold on one second, y'all. Queen Mecca is Uhura. And where is Allah will manifest? Allah will manifest is Scotty. Scotty, stay away from the dilithium crystals. We need those to get back. We need those to get back from the Klingon, the Klingon solar system over here. So you stay away. You stay away from the dilithium crystals, because that's how you're getting to where no man has gone before. You know what I'm saying? So, Mr. Spock, we almost ready. We just need Mr. Sulu. We need Mr. Sulu and Bones. We'll see what happens. Now you talking about that new stuff, VCR. We old school. We got Mr. Spock. You talking about data. Infinite. What's the deal? Yeah, I was just about to hit you too, but I had to go live. You know what I'm saying? But now that we got that down pat, let's get back to the topic at hand. You said what part of the Bible is that? Oh, when I was speaking, that's Psalms 82:6 and Psalms 82:6 and 82:7. See, you commonly hear brothers say, right? Ye are all gods and are all children of the Most High. See, just like you all the time hear people talking about St. Luke chapter 12, 47 verse. But you don't hear them talking about 48 verse. But see, what does that mean? Ye shall fall like men and die like princes.
It means you become mortal, so to speak, and go through regular shit, even though you're God. I've contemplated that shit all the time. It's funny you bring it up, because I always say, what does it say after that? Is that what God gives us? Well, it says you would die like men, fall upon the princes.
Yeah, I gotta get you're right. I get all my pictures together. Right now we on this new we on Zoom now. We testing this out. I'm starting to get the hang of it. You know what I mean? I'm starting to like it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Apparently y'all can hear me better on this one. But that's not a rhetorical question. How does everybody draw that up? And it says, ye shall die like men and fall like princes. His boy said instead of stand like gods and die like kings, sound like hate. I mean, it could be a degree of hate. That's possible. Has everybody hit the like button? We need, we get Don Bishop in here right now. So I tell y'all, when y'all hit the like button, then we got Mr. Spock. Right now, we're gonna stay docked. We're gonna stay docked today, Mr. Spock, because we just came back from a mission. Our power boy said, damn it, Darkim, I'm a scientist, not a magician. Kareem said it means the body we see is a shell. Okay, I can agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Anyone else? Anyone else draw that up? What is the sure we have some other views. We have some other views on that. What does it mean? After it says, ye are all gods and are all children of the Most High, but ye shall die like men and fall like princes. So a fly phrase from the Providence Plantation says, when the shell expires, we take our natural state of consciousness, whatever it may be. Players boss said everything goes back from which it came. Jarrell Bullen said, we all die. Princes being sons of kings means a return to infancy. Born Love Allah Supreme said, to die like men, I drew up as one will die in a normal fashion, as death takes everyone. Falls like princes is no matter the heights you rise in life, there's a decline. SW said, fall like men and die like princes, I see as being, no matter how great we may think we are, the inevitable is the inevitable physical death. Now, I'm going to tie these things together, you know what I'm saying, and add a little something more. You know what I mean? All together, right? What you're saying is, right, we still got to deal with the laws of the environment around us. You know what I'm saying? And the environment that is around us, right, is made of atoms. It's made of energy, right? And in every atom, you got protons and you got electrons. It's positive and negative and everything. So it means that, yeah, you could be wrong. It means that no, you're not a holy person. It means that positive elevation always corrects errors. That's what it's telling you. That you can't take nobody on face value. See, first of all, you can't take them on face value, right? That what you see with the naked eye is their entire existence. That in fact, they are God. But at the same time, right? We real people. We not the magical, mystical, uh, you know, God in the sky that predestines and preordains everything that's gonna happen. It means that when we predict history 25,000 years in advance, that we still got to go through the trials and tribulations to live that history out. So no matter who is the holy person that you're talking about, whether you're talking about Jesus, whether you're talking about Ibn Abdullah, whether you talking about Elijah, whether you talking about Fuad, whether you talking about Noju Ali, whether you talking about the pharaohs of Egypt, whether you talking about the yogis of India, whether you talking about the martial artists of China, that all of these people, just like they right, they could be wrong. That they not above us, right? And they not below us. See, this is what the COINTELPRO took advantage of. You see what I'm saying? See, they go amongst people and then they try to amplify a situation where you might feel like they wrong. Right? So now when they amplify that situation, now that's supposed to take away from how great they are. So you want to come and spread all these rumors about Martin Luther King, you want to spread all these rumors about Elijah Muhammad, et cetera, et cetera. See, that works on people who don't understand that we not holy people. Okay, now I'm gonna take a chance right now. I'm gonna take a chance. And don't make me cut you off. You know, I put that there. Krishan Bell. You had some things you said you wanted to explain. You know, anyone else that has any questions, you know, or maybe something they want to add on. Mr. Spock said, how do we get to the Starship Enterprise? Okay, Mr. Spock, I don't know. You start in trouble now. See, now you're gonna. I'm trying to be serious today, but listen. Right now, we gotta wait. We gotta wait for Fard. Fard. He took the starship out. You know what I mean? He had a little errand he had to run.
He's going to Andromeda Galaxy.
Is
for some moon rocks.
As soon as he get back, we out.
He's gonna come back soon. But I think we have our own ship. We don't have to on his.
Calm as Longley. You are, man, Alfonso Brown. Is, you know, why is it that every time we do a topic like this, Alfonso Brown comes in? The original Mythbuster. But we talking about Eastern philosophy and, you know, ancient wisdom and taking our Mythbusting to that level too. See, VC Realm, listen, I told you I got package deals now. Where is you said I'm putting you in what? Mr. Spock said you putting me in that, so obviously I said something you don't agree with. I don't know about that. Has everyone done the each one teach one and hit the like button? We still waiting on Don Bishop. I don't understand. Where's all our Eastern philosophers at today? Where's all of our Eastern philosophers? The people that's tuning up their chakras. Who? No. Daniel, he's not. He's not allowed on. He's not allowed on the starship. So Calm Islam, he said, "What's the deal with Eastern philosophy?" That's what we're. That's what we're looking at right now. Why is everyone fascinated with?
What's the last word?
I don't know.
You told me it before.
I don't know now. Why is why is Eastern philosophy, especially when it comes to mathematics, right? Why is Eastern philosophy, why are people so quick to try to mix this in? Why is Eastern philosophy seen as so exotic? What is it about these individuals? Why don't we ever see, right, that, when whatever philosophy you're dealing with, once you get that complex, there's just as much nonsense there, right, as it is, universal truth. Like, we talk about Qi Kong and all of these chakras and these energies, but why don't we mention that these are the same people that tie their women toes under their feet? You said Eastern and ancient philosophy is an extremely broad topic to discuss. It is. Because, it's not an attack on any particular philosophy or any particular way of life. But one source that I know exists, right, is that these things are exotic to the European. See, because the European was trapped in Europe, everything was a secret to them. Everything is, the mysteries of India, the mysteries of China, the ancient Egyptian mysteries. Everything is a mystery to them because they wasn't there. And then we pick up on these exotic sciences, and a lot of times for good reason. You know what I'm saying? We realize the damage that's been done to us through internalizing this Western science. But then a lot of times when we go looking for these other things, right? Now all of a sudden we lose our scientific minds. Now all of a sudden these things don't have to be shown and proven because it's ancient wisdom. You know, the scientific method should no longer apply. You know, we don't have to see any evidence of this. You know, whereas we'll go to the Catholic Church and ask for evidence of everything. So you see one thing in the Bible that's discrepancy. Oh, this is just fake. This is all fake. None of these people existed. But then you could go to China, right, and believe that a man flew down to the earth on a dragon. But if we tell you that Rome comes from two twin brothers that was two twin brothers that was raised by a wolf, right? We could say, yeah, that's ridiculous.
You always remember Romulus because that's where they got Rome from.
But if Swami whatever tells you, look, if you come to this retreat, pay me $2,000 and say these words right here, you can levitate, people will follow that.
People like levitating.
And see, one of the reasons that's happening, right, is because, at least for people that came from Christianity, this idea exists. That you have people in ancient times, right, that reacted directly with God.
But it happens in modern times as well.
So then it's something about those people. It's something about those people that was chosen. It's something about the 12 disciples that they got to rub elbows with Jesus. There's something about Job and Lot and all of these people where they get to be a part of the story of God. So you used to that. You used to going in the Bible, looking in the Bible, talking about all the stuff that's supposed to happen, 2000 BC and all this stuff. And because these people is chosen, that's what you used to. So it's good to look for a way out. It's good to look for a way out. But you still got to weigh and judge it, man. You can't just pick up everything. You can't just assume, because here's the deal. Whether you're talking about, Eastern philosophy, see right here, Carmen Sloan said Eastern philosophy doesn't really have mystery gods. They are either atheistic or consider worshiping a mystery god something for stupid people. Yeah, but many of the powers that they ascribe to people. See, you may not be saying that God in particular is a magical white man that lives in the sky, but you're telling me that he's a magical Indian man, who hasn't cut his hair in 50 years, and he's over here chanting these words and doing these stretches. You're going to tell me that he has all type of mystical powers. And now we eat that up because it's something other than the European model. But you still, listen, when it says the Son of Man searched for trillions of years, who is that? Who is that? That's the same people that you see following all that shit, son. See, I said in the beginning, I say it again. None of those gods, none of those entities, none of those philosophies or ideas has ever saved anyone. Like when we look at all the death, hell, and destruction that's been visited upon, every society. Never, not one time. The Native Americans and they totem poles didn't save them. The African guys, the voodoo practices, that didn't save them when the Portuguese and the Dutch rolled up. The religious Allah, he didn't save the Muslims when it's been 20 years. They've been over there wrecking shop. Never, not one time. We never look at these things. Look, another topic we went through, Carmen Islami, right? It's look, you need to tell me all this, art of war science. Listen, the Chinese lost plenty of wars. Plenty of wars. They lost to the Europeans, they lost to the Mongolians, they lost to the Japanese. That's in modern times. So when we read in this book, it's not religious. We don't just pick up these things and start doing everything in there ritualistically without no application from our time or environment included. Now you've just religiously gone on. Like, listen, man, you could worship the door. The door is real. But once you start worshiping it and you put all these powers in it, and now you've what they call that, anthropomorphized the door, where the door said unto thee, yeah, you still searching for something mysterious, even though the door is real. In Carmen Islam, he said people attracted to Eastern philosophy because it tells you to look in instead of up in the sky, but it tells you to look in for what? For, chakras and meridians and these types of things. Like, even if it's telling you to look in, that still has to be examined. What is a Kabbalion? I don't even know what that is.
That's not a medic book. Got a copy in the back. Sadie used to be on that shit.
FDJB said, I think people are fascinated with Eastern and ancient philosophy because of how so-called Eastern philosophy is marketed and sold. Right. This is what I'm telling you about Hollywood and the images that Hollywood has given us.
I'm going to the crazy chicks house. Or around the way. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get in the house or not. We'll see.
Alfonso Brown said, let's get more specific, maybe to facilitate a more pointed discussion, it sounds like we are building on metaphysics and spirituality. I mean, if that's what you want to call it. What I'm saying is all things. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I'm not just leaving. See, we attack Western philosophy all day. Yeah, I could have just said philosophy. But see, in that, I'm also including 120 lessons. I'm saying that all of these different things, sometimes, we analyze Christianity with a purely scientific mind. If this is the story that's in the Bible, we get purely scientific about it. Well, no, he couldn't have died and come back to life. There could be no transfiguration. But like I said, if somebody else tell us, yeah, the dude who started this country, he rode in here on a dragon.
We just stuck on the church and we've been lying.
See, we go for that. Why is that? On Love Allah said people are fascinated with Eastern philosophy because the colored man's fixation to painting white has many of our people chasing after that mystery God. Mrs. Fox said Eastern philosophy deals with teachings to master self, become a monk, but it's not for the hip hop culture. So Eastern philosophy is not for the hip hop culture. I mean, you got some people. I think that it's not like a huge movement, but you got some people that's, I don't know how deep into it they are. Alfonso Brown said claims of supernatural spiritual beliefs versus facts proven by science. More so just your analysis of things. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is something that I said before you came in, right? See, it's not the holy books, right? It's not these different scriptures, whatever you want to call them. It's not something about those books that give us the truth. It's something about us that makes us draw the truth up. Meaning, look, you could put that book in front of a giraffe, right? You could put that book, in front of somebody who don't know supreme mathematics, no matter what the book is. Why they not going to see the truth? Because it's not the book. It's something about us in the way that we draw these things up that we could make them smaller than they really supposed to be, or we can make them bigger than they really supposed to be. And see, this is what happens. We make things that's supposed to be from ancient times, right? We make these things huge. Yeah, right. Mr. Spot, if everybody with a yoga mat, you're supposed to be enlightened on this level. This is another thing that I was saying, Alfonso Brown, and this is where you get to a lot of the mysterious stuff that you're talking about. Is that, see, even when you see somebody, they doing the yoga positions. That's just what you're seeing with the naked eye. You're not seeing the whole way of life that those individuals live. The same thing, like I said, goes with the 5%. People see the lessons, they see us quoting lessons, and they think that's what it means to be a 5%. Like when a person said, most of the people that I seen, that's the, especially they coming from online, that's the first thing they want. Yo, how do I get the lessons? Wait a minute. How do you get the lessons? Go down to 127th Street and 6th Avenue to Temple number 7. If that's what you want, go down to Temple number 7 on 127th Street and 6th Avenue. Now, if you want to be a 5%, right, come down to 126th Street and 7th Avenue, right? And then we'll take it from there. We'll let you know about the lessons when it's time. But see, because most people, that's what they see on face value, that's what they think it is. That's all they see. That's what they see people talking about. That's why they think that's the foundation of everything we know. They think that that's the whole, this is our holy book, and these is all the things that we accept as true. And if it's not specifically mentioned in there, we don't take it as true, right? That we believe that 120 lessons is somehow divinely inspired. These are the type of things they think because they just see it on face value. But they don't see the whole way of life. Calm Islam, he said, there's a story about Buddha. He saw some cat meditating so he could gain the ability to walk on water. Buddha said, why are you doing that when the boat is right there? You see what I'm saying? But what's going to happen? Somebody else is going to see the picture, right? It's going to be a sculpture that tells this story. And in the sculpture, you see the cat meditating. Now, how many different ways can you take that on face value? You see the cat meditating. So now what? You get a little tiny mat for your cat to meditate next to you? Do you start thinking that you're going to meditate and become a cat when you reach the highest levels of meditation? See, these things can be taken on face value because you don't know the science behind it. See, like the cross. The cross is the same way. People walking around with this emblem of death. People walking around with this emblem of death on their chest as if it's an emblem of eternal life. Because you didn't really look at the science, what the story was about. Alfonso Brown said, these are legends and myths that inspire man throughout the ages and control the progress of individuals, communities, and thus our species as a whole. The most important aspect is the result they produce, not the validity of the input. Yeah, that's my point. Where's the results that all of these different things have produced, right? That leads us to believe that the people who practice this stuff is infallible. See, that's where people is getting caught up. I'm saying that you're not looking at these things with critical minds. Like when people start talking about these things, there's no difference between that and being religious. Calm Islami said you can't conflate the new age mass market stuff with the traditional Eastern ways. According to those systems, You had to get the knowledge from a guru or a qualified teacher. 120 got a lot of Eastern concepts if you do the knowledge. Nobody has a monopoly on concepts. Like when you're talking about things that come from our environment, every single baby that's born, right? They learn about gravity. From you falling down to, you dropping something that you like and it breaks. You learn about these things. You know what I'm saying? Now, you can coordinate this with that and say, this thing and this philosophy right here represents this thing and this other philosophy over here. But the thing is when you don't apply your mind scientifically to these things.
Mm-hmm.
This box says some of the older plus lessons: law of cause and effect, 7 planes of energy, 5 levels of consciousness, duality. Whoever made these lessons read the Kabbalion, a Hellenistic philosophy book. I mean, it's possible. But what is the essence of this Kabbalion book? Encyclopedia Brown.
Thank you.
You said Hermetic philosophy, which is really reverted Kemetic science, as above, so below. I mean, I don't know if that's really Eastern philosophy. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, in other times, before we had our cell phones, right, to just look the time up, right? We used to tell the time by the sky. See, like now we say these things are symbolic to this, that's symbolic to that, the moon is symbolic to this, but once upon a time, we really had to be observing these things. Like you watch the seasons, you observe the sky, you observe the environment, and then you say, okay, now's the time for me to plant my crops right now. Every time you come back.
I don't know. Well, what's the situation?
Let me be up.
All right, well, let's close the door behind me. She's locked. Go. Peace of law.
Supreme Divine said, but that's not how the Father started in the 60s. Now it's propaganda. That's on a different level. Our Power Born said the simplest explanation is that many original people associate the East with being our foundation. So then many of those schools of thought are taken on face value. I mean, I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? That's one reason that I think people is attracted to that. You know, but this is what I'm saying. We can't follow these people blindly, any more than we could follow the ancient Romans blindly. Like we look at Christianity, we look at the ancient Romans, we look at Constantine, we look at Dante, we look at all of the people and say, look, this is the way this really happened. This is where this story comes from. This is where this philosophy comes from. But when we look at other things, we just automatically assume because somebody put that word ancient on it. You said magnetic field is the truth behind the cross. Mr. Spock said, a friend of mine had an ankh on, called it a cross. I cut him off quick, fast. That's not a cross. The ignorance is rooted in the concept of a mystery God, lack of appreciation of the sciences, and transfer of responsibility to a supernatural force. Right? District 120 said, did we hear about Dr. Dre? Which Dr. Dre? The Dr. Dre with Ed Lover or the Dr. Dre from the Dr. Dre from Ed Lover or the Dr. Dre from NWA? Actually, we right at the part because that's a question that we had. You know what I'm saying? A brother would ask, could we start to deal with some of these different religions and civilizations? You know what I'm saying? And what is the origin of them and what they about? So we got some time. We got an hour to go. Maybe we should get into let's go with the Bible topic. Who wrote who this codex that we have here called the Bible, the one that's called the Quran. You see what I mean? Because in reality, each man, we make our own book. They see for Rabon, his book of life is all them research that he been doing. All that's in his book of life. See, the same way we look, at the lessons, people that's Christian, they look at the Bible, they look at those different books. See, that was written by a particular individual and then imposed on other people. But we all could write our own book. That's why we all got our own book of life. You see what I'm saying? But we've been forced into a book about the life of this individual called Abraham and all the people that's related to him. But in my book of life, it don't say nothing about Abraham. It don't say nothing about no covenant I got from nobody named Abraham. And that's what you got to realize about a lot of these books is that we got the power to write our own history. But all of these things have been imposed on us. See, just like I said, look, when the Catholic Church, when the Pope imposed the calendar on everybody in the world. So see, right now, like I said, even when we say the year is 2021, we bear witness that Jesus is Lord. Because that's what 2021 means. Anno Domini, in the year of our Lord. Who's Lord? See, everybody got the power to say, look, this is the beginning for me. This is what I'm going to say is year one. That's why the Jewish people got a different calendar. The Chinese people got a different calendar where Chinese New Year is not the same as Christian New Year. But we've been on everybody else's time, right? And everybody else's story, everybody else's history for so long that sometimes we don't even realize this, more universal perspective. We only deal with the book of life of this, Abraham and Jacob, and their descendants. Alfonso Brown said the continuous creation of all of our ideas and the various philosophies of life are part of the quest to answer the age-old question of how and why we have gained self-consciousness, our realm's origin, how and why our realm was created, what created it, and why. Many think theirs is a blanket answer for all things in creation. Uh, life is a characteristic of the universe. In terms of people going back to try to find the beginning that never began, to find things that, there's no record of, there's no birth record for, that's when you're going to find yourself, referring to the Akashic records and things of this nature. You're going to enter the realm of religion. You know what I'm saying? That kind of search is put that on the list. We're searching for that does not exist. Dr. Dre from NWA is in ICU. What happened? Man, she rough, man. Starting off rough already, man, in 2021. Because the other Dr. Dre just had some health issues too, man. Yeah. Alfonso Brown says some just want to stay here forever for their own reasons. Others think that this is a prison or a stepping stone. You talking about this existence that we in right now? Oh man, he had a brain aneurysm. Damn. But Griff said he's lucid and stable. Oh man. Well, I mean, at least a good thing for him is he's in position to get the best health care. He's in a position to get the best health care. So that's a great thing. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully he able to walk away from that. Mr. Spock said your New Year's resolution should be on the vernal equinox, not January 1st. This is what I'm saying. Is that, these is from different times, when you're dealing with these different, what they call, pagan festivals. See, now I got you on my time. I don't need you observing the sky no more. I don't need you to know the truth. I need you to believe in Jesus. So now all of these different celebrations, right? All of these different celebrations, right? They was replaced with Christian celebrations. That's on a similar date, but not exactly. You know what I'm saying? So we got Christmas, for the winter solstice. All these different things, they took us off at that time. So we don't observe that no more. We're separated from the environment where we can use our knowledge, wisdom, and understanding for survival. So now we gotta what? Go through them. We gotta go through them for our food. We gotta go through them for our clothing, for our shelter, for our knowledge, for, to tell what time it is, all of these kinds of things. See, I'm not saying to just start making up your own year. Like you go down to the job and, you just put 4562 for the year. But I'm saying at least take the devil off your mind by coming to the realization of what these things is. Coming to the realization that you still need to weigh and judge it for yourself. But that's crazy right there, man. Dr. Dre. Shout out to Mr. NWA. But do we have any questions? Has everyone done it? Each one teach one and hit the like button so we can get the rest of our people in here today. We got any questions? Now listen, I know we just emerging from the rabbit hole yesterday. So let's try to keep the questions. Let's try to keep the questions in the ballpark. Mr. Fard is borrowing the spaceship right now, so we can't beam up. Come on, is anybody? I keep forgetting there's two different screens now. Anyone? Anyone? No one? I guess y'all are high scientists. So we clear on the knowledge degree and the 140? Is everyone clear? how long it takes our solar system to orbit the center of our galaxy. No, I don't think I know that. Serious mathematics. No, I don't think I'm. How long does it take the solar system to orbit the center of the galaxy? No, the galaxy is the Milky Way. The solar system. I don't think the solar system has a name. I'm waiting on FDJ Beats. Where's the what? How long does this calculation take? Approximately 25,000 years. And what is the central point? Is that known or unknown? So the question about the sun and the galaxy, I equate that to something like the problem book. But FDJBs, I think most people uh, calculate the 25,000 years with the precession of the equinoxes. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bueller? All right, yeah. So we Kendall Rowland. Yeah, we was actually we was waiting for that discussion. We was just discussing uh how the knowledge degree is really telling you, Rabon, I'm saying the knowledge degree is really telling you that everybody write their own book of life. And we got our own book of life. You know what I'm saying? But we've been given a book of the life of Abraham and his relatives. You know what I'm saying? His ancestors and his descendants. You understand what I'm saying? Rather he's real or fake, this is the book of life that we have. You understand what I'm saying? You know, dealing with who wrote the Holy Quran or Bible. You see what I'm saying? And once these ideas get imposed on us, that's a certain way of controlling the world. You see what I'm saying? Just the fact that everywhere in the world, if you say the year is 2021, now you acknowledging Jesus Christ, because that's what 2021 means. You know what I'm saying? So getting into the history of where this book of life, these books of life of Abraham and his family, you know what I'm saying? The Old Testament, the New Testament, the Quran, we could definitely go into that topic. All right. Yeah, I mean, I know that the galaxy is spinning. The entire galaxy. You know what I'm saying? And the galaxy is moving through the universe as well. But I was unaware of, whatever exact calculations they have. And the floor, of course, is still open for anybody who has questions. And in the background. Kendall Rowling. Yeah, this was we went into a little science. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's more just about, you know, being consistent when you analyzing things, you know, from the inside all the way out. Top, bottom, front, back, left, right, you know, everything. Rather it's 120 lessons, you know what I'm saying? Rather, you know, the person who told you it, you know what I'm saying, is a true and living God, you know, and one of the things I use to illustrate that, right, is that uh, you know, in the Bible, a lot of times we look at that verse, right? We look at the Psalms 82:6, where it says, "Ye are all gods and are all children of the Most High." And then after that, it says, "But ye shall fall like men and die like princes." So what that means is that everything is real. We still fallible. Positive elevation always correct errors. You understand what I'm saying? See, what that's telling you is don't take man on the face value that all he is flesh and bone. And you're not looking at the essence of man. You're not looking at none of his mental capacity. You understand what I'm saying? You know, you're not looking at you know, the even the emotions that a person go through. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, don't take a person on face value that, you know, just because they got supreme wisdom and they understand some things that you don't understand, that they can't be wrong sometimes. They can still fall like men and die like princes. See, sometimes we put so much emphasis, but look, if that's still something that's outside of self. If you're telling me that, yeah, the people that lived way back in this time in 2500 BC, they was like this and like that, but I'm not, you still looking outside of yourself, man. Like when you start looking outside of yourself for the answers, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff you can find. And when you look around the world and you see the various religions, right, that people devise from looking outside of themselves, like, did you know there's an island there's an island in the South Pacific where for a while people worship airplanes. Has anyone ever heard this story? That in World War II, right, America, you know, they had this what they call the island hopping campaign, where you know, when Pearl Harbor got bombed, you know what I'm saying, the Philippines, they had some skirmish over there. The US lost the Philippines, you know, which was like they stronghold on that side of the Pacific. So when when the Japanese pushed them out, they had to go back island by island. So when you hear those stories, the Iwo Jimas, uh, Guadalcanal, et cetera, they had to go back island by island and take the land back. You know what I'm saying? And uh, a lot of the islands, you know, they went to a lot of islands that was inhabited, by the South Pacific Islanders. You know what I'm saying? People like the Samoans and the Fijians and these type of people, right? And when they yeah, listen, I don't know why I got caught up with Duke. I don't know why I got caught up with Duke. You know what I'm saying? But 7 o'clock, it's time for business. You know what I'm saying? See, I'm still a young buck. Break night, break day, all that. You know what I'm saying? But getting back to what I was saying, on a lot of these South Pacific islands, right, this is what they use as the staging areas, meaning this is where they had their food supplies and things of that nature. But when they was doing that, they was disrupting the life of the natives. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't, go out and fish like they wanted to do, whatever. So the United States Army started giving them food. You know what I'm saying? And in some cases, what they did is they flew planes over the island and they dropped the food out of the planes. You know what I'm saying? So this is going on, for 3-4 years, right? 1941 to 1945 is World War II, right? So then when the war is over, the United States Army leaves and they're no longer dropping the food out of the sky from the airplanes. And so the people of those islands, they started building idols of airplanes and praying to the airplanes for them to come back and bring the food. See, this is the type of thing that happen to you, man, when you don't understand. This is the type of things that happen when you look outside of self. You find yourself worshiping something where there's God of the lake and God of the pillow, God of the TV, you know, God of the cell phone. There's no limit. There's no limit to the things that a person can start worshiping, the sun, etc., etc. So just because you gave up the idea that a magical white man is God, it don't necessarily mean that you stop searching for the mystery God. You just stop looking over there. See, let me tell you something, man. I even Oh, hold up. Yeah, see, I be on the Facebook page. I mean, on the Facebook page, on the YouTube page. I don't be seeing. You in it? Yeah, you in it. Speak, you gotta come up. But yeah, we gonna get into now the nitty gritty of how this particular book of life that we've been given, how this thing was put together. You in yet, Rob?
Yeah, I'm in there now. Peace of the God. Peace. You can hear me?
Yeah.
You can't hear me, sire. The man cannot hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, we good. Yeah. 24-hour marathon.
Yeah, listen, I don't know why I got amused. That was like an entertainment. That's what I tell you. I don't really go to the movies and watch TV and stuff like that. But sometimes, yeah, I get entertained by some of the simplest things.
I hear you, God. I hear you. Peace to the God. Yeah, I was doing something, so I heard you say something, Bill, about the East, and I was checking in again. But yeah, man. So where you at now in the bill?
And right now, we ready to deal with the Bible, the origins of the Bible. You in position to pull that stuff up?
Yeah, I can pull some stuff up. Oh man, you want to go there?
Yeah, we got to start looking at the origins, because see that's what happens is that we start thinking that these ancient people is so much smarter than us. They're so much high powered. You know what I'm saying? Because we going on that premise that all this stuff is coming from people that's divinely inspired somehow. When in fact, that's not the story. You know what I'm saying? It's just the reality is we've been given somebody else's book of life. That's that's Abraham's book of life that tells you about his family and his story. You know, Abraham is not in my book of life. I got my own. We haven't we lost Rock one? Oh no, he's still there. He muted.
Oh shit, I was talking to myself. Damn, son. Oh, I said, well, I guess. But I guess we're dealing with the first question. I find it interesting that it doesn't say how long ago. That answer's not in there.
Which one?
It said, who made the Holy Quran or Bible? The first question. The next question, how long ago? That question is not answered in there.
No, yeah, you're right. It don't say that.
So you could get to where it says the Holy Quran or Bible will expire, you know, you could go with the 25,000 years or 9,080 years from like what are you talking about? I mean, so that's another part of the degree. But I guess we deal with the first part of the question as far as who made the Bible. because we got to deal with that because the Quran comes from that. And who wrote the Bible? So a lot of people will say that and run around and say that the black man wrote the Bible. Okay, what do we have for the first Bible? What do we have? So you're gonna hear a term called codexes. And the codexes are actually what you would call books. But what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna open something. Now we might as well just get straight down to it. Nobody knows who wrote what nowhere. No one knows who these people are. We just know where the records were found at. And there's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of them. So when we talk about that word that's in that degree, when it's talk about Bible, now we can date that because now we're talking about the formation of the book. That can be dated, right? So we're going to have to go through that. And then we'll decide who made the Bible because originally those Dead Sea Scrolls, which are the earliest scrolls that you'll find of in the Bible, that becomes the Bible later, were never in a book. And there were never verses there. They were just words. And then you'll find the community. Who is the community that were holding on to these scripts? Those are the Essene people, or the so-called later on called Nazarenes, etc. To them. They in 200 BCE. So this is a Pacific group. And when we look at those Dead Sea Scrolls and the so they're going to be dealing with who
Keep going in and out.
in and out. I'm in and out now. I'm still in and out.
Nah, you in now.
All right. I said, yeah. So if we're dealing with that, we got to deal with what area were these codexes that became the foundation of Bibles. So what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna show this so we could have a foundation. And then, what do you think about what I said before I go in on this? If you heard me, I'm not sure if you heard
Talking
me.
about the different codexes.
Yeah, as far as when we talking about the Bible, there was no Bible in 100 BCE. There was none of that. It wasn't there.
Right, yeah.
Like you're not gonna really find that. We're gonna have a story that we're gonna talk about it, but we don't have it. I mean, so you in these beginning part, there's no verses and there's no put together book. So when we talk about the Bible, we're talking about who put that together.
Right.
Who wrote that? Who put that together? Was it the black man? Was it the white man? Was it a desert person or a person not of said nation? Who did that? The answer to that is nobody know who wrote that. Only thing we have to deal with that is where it was found. And those earliest things are found in the Quorum caves. And that, my friend, is nowhere where we were at. So if you want to attach yourself to those people, then you'll have to look at their culture and let's see. So here, right here, this is just going to be a foundation on this. And this book is called the Septuagint. All right. And the Septuagint, that means 70. And 70 means writers. So there's a story that I'll probably touch on. And it has this story that these 70 writers came from Jerusalem. And where did they go? They went to Egypt. And they supposedly translated and wrote these things there. And the so-called Greek leaders basically said, okay, we got this book. But we'll get into that. Here are the earliest fragments of Jewish manuscripts that are here. So it says from the Judean desert. So far, the earliest Greek biblical texts that we possess have been found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. They consist of fragments of Deuteronomy. So when you see this Q, 4Q, it means the cave. So it's like the fourth cave of Qumran. And these are what they are. And these things don't date really back prior to 2nd DC. They don't go past that. So you'll have some people that try to date some of them, like I think it's the Enoch or something. They'll put these dates on it, but the majority and all of them shits is 250 max BCE. You ain't gonna find nothing, no crazy thing. So these are these earliest fragments, right? So I don't gotta go through that because we really talking about the Bible. These right here are the earliest Christian manuscripts. So you'll have something called unicles, and then you'll have, you see, hold on, I want to underline this because it's kind of small so people can see it. I think I could flip my screen and then it'll probably be bigger. Okay, oops. All right, so these right here are the first Bibles. See how it says major unicals. The first Bibles containing both the Old Testament and the New Testament are manuscript codex written in unical or magical script using capital letters. The three earliest are the Codex Vactanius, all right, Codex Sinaiticus, and Codex Alexandrius. These codexes are the codexes used to translate the multiple Bibles that you know. So when you hear of Wycliffe, they'll say he'll use the Vulgate, right? And when you'll hear of King James, etc., they all come from these. This is the foundation of every translation of the Bible comes from these codexes. So Bactanius, you see the date here, 4th century CE. So you have to think about this, how this is not that old. This is 4th century CE, all right? Let's keep going. Codex Sinaiticus will probably be the oldest one. And then you have Sinaiticus also. Let's blow this up here. 4th century, unfortunately, survives only in part and lacks most of the Pentateuch, and the historical books were extant. And Alexandrius, 5th century CE, is very complete. You have other manuscripts like this is dealing with the Christian manuscripts, etc. You'll have one of them called the Rylon Papyrus. And it's very interesting to note that when you look at the New Testament and especially the Gospels, all of that earliest shit is found in Egypt, nowhere else. So when you deal with Christianity, when you're dealing with this New Testament or them books, that ain't found nowhere except Egypt. Nowhere else. They not in the desert. It ain't like the Pentateuch. It ain't like those first 5 books where you got, no, this totally different. Everything you find with this character and just Jesus and all that is all found in Egypt. So now that I guess we laid that framework down as far as where these codex is found, the objective is figuring out who wrote these things, who was in power in the 3rd century and the 4th century CE and the 5th century CE. So remember, we're talking about the Bible. This is what we're talking about. So the other day you saw us go over the 21 the 21 councils that form what we know as of this Catholic form of Christianity. So the first council is something called the Council of Jerusalem in 50th century and 50 AD, but we don't have nothing on it. It's just a reference to it. We don't know what they were talking about 100%. It's more of someone mentioned it in the right. I don't remember the person's name, but we don't really know about it. So from that date, from the 50th century going all the way up, we see that. Now, in between this time frame of this 50th century, I'm gonna point something out, and you have something called Coptic Christianity. So Coptic Christianity, you have two forms. One is in Greek and one is written in Coptic. You have like Gospel of Thomas, you have a Greek one, and then you have the Coptic. There is something very interesting about that form of Christianity because it directly copies the shit that's in Egypt. Directly. Like the stories fit. When they bury the bodies of their dead, they take verse or papyrus with Bible verses and put them across the body. They doing magical spells and all this weird shit. So if you've never seen the book is called the Ethiopian Book of the Dead. Ethiopian Book of the Dead. Not Egyptian, but Ethiopian Book of the Dead. And they got a cross on it, and it's called the Bundle of Righteousness. Now, for me, that form, I could say, is written by Africans or influenced by African spirituality. Because I see it's too much comparisons of one on is just too much. But that is not our present Bible that we're talking about. We ain't talking about that. We talking about who wrote this damn Bible. So when you're dealing with these codexes, they are found in churches. I don't know how these stories is weird, God. You look at they'll be like, oh, they was looking and they found these shits in the trash can. I'm like, what the fuck? How you find this shit in the trash can, God? If you dug up some ancient trash and they call it Genenza. So with that framework being said, these are the names of the oldest ones. I'm gonna stop here, then you can add on to that because you might have some questions about what I just said, and then we could go into more as far as to see original man, desert man. Because the man is melanated, does that mean he's the original man? And then we could go from that point. You there, God?
Yeah.
But
Really, the only question I have right here in this Alexandrinus version, right?
mm-hmm.
Is this for Alexander? What was the dude's name? I think it's
Egypt.
Philo.
Mm.
He was a Greek guy, but he was living in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And he's one of the people where they saying that from his writings came a lot of the like philosophical aspect of the Bible in terms of the deification of Jesus and those types of things. Or is it for Alexandria, Egypt?
Alexandria. So it's kind of weird because, all right, Codex Sinaiticus is the earliest one, right? And then you have the other one.
That's for the Jews.
Right. So Sinaiticus is like the most like the complete one. And then you get to the Septuagint. So this is supposed to be the mother of all mothers. That is the mother of all of this. So like prior to this Septuagint, we don't have nowhere written of this in outside sources. Now I'm not talking about the Bible where they talk about that the book got lost and all this other shit and Nehemiah found it and nah, we ain't talking about what's inside the Bible. We talking about the real outside of what we have. You'll find different things, like you'll find the silver scrolls and you'll find different passages, but you're not gonna find a complete book. So we are now forced to deal with the Septuagint. That's where everything is starting at. And this is in Egypt. This isn't nowhere else. This is where this happens at. Now, there's an issue with the primary to that, which is called the letter of Asterius. And there's a problem with the dating of it. But other things in the story line up with it. So, the scholars are up and they bounce that back and forward. You'll have some say yes, some say pseudo, some say not. I guess that's for until whatever new is found. So the Septuagint stands as the foundation of the Bible. You'll have the Hebrew now, right? The Hebrew Bible, which is weird, which you'll find handily read, real weird. The oldest codex of the Hebrew or Masoretic text is 1000 AD, and it comes from the Leonidex Codex. That's where that comes from. So you talking about 1000 ADE, where we have a complete Bible. This is what we're talking about. So you have the Leonidex Codex. Then you'll have something called the Alpo Codex. I might be pronouncing that wrong. It's not Alpo. It's one of these things. I'll look it up right now, but it's with an A. That right there deals with the Aramaic, and that deals with the Targums, and that's a different form of Christianity. So that's where we at right now. So when we talk about the origin of the Bible and what we're talking about, and when I'm meaning, I'm not saying that there wasn't like scrolls that were around. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the formation of a book and what we know today as the Bible. That it will be the Septuagint, and that's in Egypt. Who are the rulers who are in place there? Was it the black man or was it the white man? Who gave authorization for these people to come from Jerusalem to come to Egypt? And then that's where we get into the problem of the story of the Exodus and how come all these different things are in this book. You'll find stuff from Samaria, stuff from the Persians. You'll find all these different things in here. For me, like Egypt was their goal was to snatch knowledge. Whoever had the knowledge was like the nuclear bomb then. So whoever controlled the knowledge, those are the dudes who's running shit. So Egypt was the shit. So it is at this point, to me, from my understanding, is that they had access to all of that information. Thus, you have the beginnings of a whole story being compiled in what you call our Bible today. And for me, that wasn't the original man. Sorry to say it. Unless somebody got something else, or unless you want to add on about it, I don't think that was that. You still there, G?
Yeah, I mean, doing knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, so let me see if I could go back in here in the Septuagint. So, and you'll also find this is weird because, all right, check it out. The Septuagint and the codexes used for that right there is what gives you the birth of Jesus as being a mythical figure, as being born of a virgin, etc. When you look at the Hebrew codex or the Masoretic text, that's coming from something different. And this virgin birth and all of that's not written in that form. It ain't written like that. So if the Septuagint wasn't used to make these present Bibles, there would be no Jesus. It wouldn't exist because
Right.
that theology is not there, and
That's
it's predicated on Paul. So you'll see that the Bible plagiarizes the Bible. So they'll take stuff from the Old Testament and put it to this new story here. So yeah, man, this shit is weird. It gets crazy.
that's the guy I'm talking about. The guy, he's like his last name is Alexander. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And he's the one who mixed in the Greek philosophy. You know what I'm saying? So in the Greek pantheon, you got a lot of people that's supposed to be of virgin birth. You know what I'm saying? Like
Facts.
Hercules, etc., and
Mm-hmm.
all of these people. And so
Mm-hmm.
he was
Mm-hmm.
one of the people that was mixing, like you said, this Hebraic story, you know what I'm saying, with the Greek science, you know what I'm saying, and forming something now that everybody in the Roman Empire at least had some kind of, they was related to that in a little way. They could relate to it.
Right. And they're talking about Plato, they talking about Philo, and you have these different philosophies that you'll see pop all through that. But it's really in the end, the New Testament that you will see that. So, the Old Testament is a little different. because that is where you're gonna see, like, I kind of, if I want, I can show you, like, yo, where the story of Moses comes from. I can show you the shit all up in Egypt. I can show you all of that shit. I would just have to go through my notes and look at it. But you'll see that you can see where these stories coming from. And then when you look at the flood, you can look in Egypt in the Middle Nile, that's not there. There's no flood there. The only story that's similar to that is a story called the destruction of mankind. And that's dealing with the Eye of Sekhmet and kills all the people because the people were, they said that the God was getting old and they didn't want to listen, whatever. There's no flood in Egypt. That story comes from Mesopotamia. So you'll see there's a different, and you could tell that, all right, let me back up a little. So now that we in the Old Testament, there's a theory called JPED, all right? So JPED is the guiding principle of who wrote the Bible, all right? So let me put it on the screen. It's called the documentary hypothesis. So let me put it up here so the people could see it, because I haven't talked about this in a while. So I'm telling you, testing my square, God. You gonna see if I know my shit. My man Danny, true story, gonna be mad as hell. He see me talking about this Bible. you over there talking that Bible shit. All right, hold on. And the JPED theory destroyed the theory that Moses wrote the Bible because it shows. Let me make sure I put it. It shows that there are different writers, a priestly class. You'll see in some parts of the Old Testament, God is mentioned as Elohim. And then you'll see a part where he's known as Jehovah. And then you have the Deuteronomy things and all. So this is how they know that there are different writers. And then you'll see, just reading the story, it's like Moses is talking after he's dead. And he's describing stuff that's not around at his time. So you're talking about the Philistines, and that wasn't around when he was around, bro. What are you talking about? I mean, so this lets you know that there are different writers of the book. But let me get this here. Oh, that's crazy. It just popped up real quick. All right, so let me put this on the screen. So this is called the documentary hypothesis. There's some issues with this as well, but I'm not going through that. This is just to deal with our conversation when we're having. So the documentary hypothesis is one of the models historically used by biblical scholars to explain the origins and the composition of the Torah, the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Bible: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Let me go here. So you see, this is the diagram. So now you see they have these dates here, right? 10th, 9th century, 9th century beast, all of that right there is based off of some kind of paleography, linguistics that they use to say the form of writing that they feel that is written back at that time. At no time do they have no document that dates back to the 10th, 9th. That doesn't exist at all. You won't find it. There's nowhere in existence. They're using some kind of linguistic magic. I call it linguistic magic, but that's what they use. But anyway, here's the Yahwist, right? Elohist, Deuteronomy historian, and the Deuteronomy historian, and the priestly class. So this is real quick. The documentary hypothesis posted that the Pentateuch is a combination of 4 independent and priestly sources. The first of these, J, was dated to the Solomonic period, Enoch, and then the reign of King Josiah. So this, the Old Testament is dated because this is where you have a destruction of supposedly Canaan, and these idols are destroyed, and then it's talking about these cities in Canaan, and then you have archaeology that is showing that there were some cities destroyed, but not all of them, so that puts the whole story in the question, but that's another story. In the 7th and 8th century, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I'm trying to see because I haven't read this in a while. But in any event, this destroys this Moses wrote the Bible shit with got the tablet and put it in his hand. So anybody who wants to go in depth about this, you could go through here. So as far as right now, this is the number one theory of who wrote the Bible, and this is how it's labeled. Now these priests and all of this stuff that is happening, this is happening in this specific area. These dates, though, again, is up for question. But like I told you, we don't have these physical complication of this book until the Septuagint. We don't have it. You're not gonna find no Bible 950 BC. It don't exist. You're not gonna find that. So, these are things that are taken into consideration when you deal with this. But boom. So you want to add on about that, God?
Nah, I'm doing knowledge.
The God say he doing the dollar. You always stay out of the controversial conversation. I'm about to. No, you not staying the way. Yeah, add on, God. Everybody in the chat say that we here to see Darkim. This is Darkim channel, Civililzation class.
I'm circling this back around to something we were talking about yesterday in terms of this is what is meant when we saying that all of this time when they saying it's Christianity, it's not Christianity yet. Everybody may not have even used the term Christian yet. You know what I'm saying?
That's right and exact, God. That's 100% right and exact. And then again, you dealing with, like, if you ever get a chance to get this Ethiopian Book of the Dead and you look at that, matter of fact, I think I got it on here because I have the physical book, but I think I have it on here. I'm going to show you this. This shit going to bug your brain out. So I started to ask myself these questions. So then you have another Dead Sea Scrolls that's found in Egypt. Well, they not really Dead Sea Scroll, but they name them that. They put them in that category. And it's called the Nag Hammadi Library. And this is 1945 and that they find these. This shit blows Christianity out the brain, son. It's like, yo, what is this? Yo, man, you read this, you'll see certain similar. Now you could look at 120 and start seeing, yo, they talking about, man, it's God here. They talking about you got to build to destroy. And then you see this consciousness, and then you see this stuff called genosis. But what happens? The same thing you said, God. These Roman people come in the scene and they smash out this other sect that's around at the same time. They get rid of them dudes. They destroy their books. They destroy all their works. And now all you're left is with what is there. But let me see if I can pull this up here. I think you'll find this interesting. But again, I guess we still back at the question. Who made the Bible? All right, here we go. I got it right here. Look at this wild shit, bro. Let me see. Oh man, you telling me I don't have this underline? Oh man, yo. I don't know, man. Give me 1 second, G. All right, I'll just show this because I thought that I had this stuff under. It's in my. I'm gonna have to get the book. But let me put this up here. So for those who want to see what we're dealing with or what I'm talking about, now this is dealing with different Bibles. Not the present one that we have, but this is dealing with that. So you see the name of this, it's called the Vandalnet of Righteousness, but it's really called the Ethiopian Book of the Dead. This was translated by Wallace E. Budge, the same dude who gave you the Egyptian Book of the Dead and all that other stuff. Here's what he says about this in the beginning. Of all the magical works written in Ethiopic and Aramaic, which have come down to us, the most curious and the most interesting from the archaeological point of view is the little book of Lifa Sadiq, which title I have translated by Bandalet of Righteousness. Very few manuscripts of the work are known, and the only two available to me are those in the British Museum or reproduced in the Fascination. The Bandalet of Righteousness referred to in the title was a strip of linen or parchment which was exactly as long as the body of the person. All right, let me make sure I read this slow. The bandolet of righteousness referred to in the title was a strip of linen or parchment, which was exactly as long as the body of the person for whose benefit it was prepared was high, and on this were inscribed a series of 8 magical compositions and presumably drawings of crosses. The width of the strip is unknown. It may have been wide enough to cover the body, but it is more likely that it was only from 8 inches to 6 inches wide, like the linen strips inscribed in Heretic with text from the Book of the Dead, with the Egyptian buried with their dead in the state of the Ptolemaic period. The bandolet was wound round around the body of the deceased on the day of burial and was believed to protect it from the attacks of devils and enable him to pass through the earth without being stopped at any of the gates or doors and ultimately to pass into heaven. Long story short, this whole book is going to go into depth about what this is, but I asked the question when I look at Ethiopian Christianity and you look up the Aksum Empire and you look over there, you'll see that great castle or that church that they built, that spectacular monument that they did, which we don't know how they did that shit. They not talking about this. They talking about something else. They talking about some total different form of Christianity. They not dealing with this right here. They have other books that will be like 86 books, and they have books that is not in this present Bible that we have. They have other books that's added on to there. But this being a foundation and that this should connect them directly to Africa is not there. So how did it get there? You can go to the story with the Greeks coming, because again, you're dealing with a foreigner. So you're dealing with a Greek named Formorius who comes there. So you can't say you African created it because this is where it comes from. And he lands there and turns the people Christian or whatever, how that wild ass story go. But in any event, this right here, there's some kind of centristic values or centristic views of how Egyptian culture was still alive in Ethiopia at this early time. And then you'll get to see that there. I mean, so this shit crazy. So hold on. You'll see them doing magic spells, and he describes the Egypt stuff and all the names. See the names like how you have the 99 names of Allah, the attributes. These are the Ethiopian magical names. How you see Ar-Rama, the merciful, the king, all this shit. So now you get deep now. This is taken to a whole another level. This is a whole different form. Why don't we have this form of Christianity? Why do we have the one that we presently have? This to me is more African, even though, I don't think that it started 100% with us. I think the stories was something we used there. But he said, thus we see that the Abyssinians, like the pagan Egyptians and the Christian Egyptians, the Copts and the Gnostic sects who based their magical systems chiefly upon African cults. Right here, you see this. But again, the question is, who wrote the Bible? Who wrote the Bible that we have? And that, my friend, we don't have this African form here. We got something totally different. And that's going to be dealing with your Roman Empire. And that's the books that they put together, that they chose what goes in and out the book during their councils. Now, at the Council of Nicaea, we don't know the names of all those people that were there. We know that Arius was supposed to be an African. And we know they was banging against him. And his concept fits this concept. So, and I'll show you one more thing to make another point of African, what I mean by African Christianity. What do you call it? Balana, right? Balana. There you go right here. Now, check these Christians out. So we talking real late right now. We talking 300 AD when Egypt is supposed to be gone. So when Egypt is supposed to be gone, you have this place in Nubia. So you see, this is called Balana, was a cemetery in Lower Nubia. It was excavated by this guy, blah, blah, blah. So he says the Maradic state, but before the founding of the Christian Nubian kingdom around 350 AD to 600, they usually featured this. Now look at what's on their crown. Their crown, these are Christians, running around with the eye of Horus and shit on their goddamn crown. But you don't hear about this form of Christianity and you never see it. The question, what Bible do you have? Who wrote the Bible? I'll stop there. I know it got to be some questions. I'm scared to look in the chat, God. Look in the chat.
Now, right now, in the chat, they've already switched over to the Quran.
Nah, they want to know about Islam. They gotta do. Look at that.
Listen, we still on the Bible over here. They just switched over to the Quran. I think everybody pretty much accepted the Bible.
Yeah, but again, and that's going to what I showed yesterday. I'm saying I don't believe Muhammad existed. I mean, and I showed that why I say that, and multiple historians say the same thing. And it's because of his biography, how wrong it's written. But what again in that story is not being told is that these Ethiopians, be going back to Ethiopia, these African Christians that are there, and this area's form of Christianity is still in existence, even at this specific time. They deal with this same kind of, yo, Jesus is not real. He's a regular person. He ain't none of that. Son of God, none of that shit. That's area shit. And these are Syrian Christians. And so I showed the coins and the original kingdoms that are at the beginning of Islam, and you see the word Abdullah, and it's basically talking about Abdullah Muhammad, and it's basically saying that that's Jesus, and that Muhammad is a title, and it could be used as a title as well as a name. But in this term, the same thing on the Dome of the Rock, that title represents Jesus. And this is what they're talking about. And the proof of that is all of the coins that has the Muhammad model on the back with these dudes holding a cross. Why are they holding a cross in their hand if these are some new breakaway Islamic group? But again, even dealing with that, that's a whole nother bill. Now that book, I don't have that whole book on what's his name. I will have to open it and put the shit on the screen and all of that. I would have to, that's different because it's dealing with the actual literature. So you're dealing with another story of an illiterate person that's supposed to have got this vision from the Gabriel. If you believe that, that's on you. At the end of the day, what is the difference between the Quran and the Bible? Mind you, Muhammad is only mentioned 4 times in the whole entire Quran. 4 times. 3 as a title and 1 as a personal name. The Prophet of Allah is only mentioned 4 times in the whole goddamn Quran. So when dealing with that, what are the stories that are different? What are they dealing with? You're dealing with the same people. You're dealing with Ishmael, you're dealing with Jacob, and the people who are part of the Bible, they call them the people of the book. The story that's really changed is of Jesus. That's it. Almost everything is the same besides the actual wars that is talking about, that is being fought between the Arabs and these sect of Christians. So again, you dealing with who wrote this. What is the Arabic language? The Arabic language is a new language, bro. You now stuck dealing with 3th century AD, dealing with the literature or written documents by these people. Is that the original black man? Did you make that? Is that you? You find out. You go do knowledge to it.
We got a statement in here that Muhammad existed. He just wasn't from Mecca. He was a white man from Syria.
Well, that's what Elijah Muhammad said in his book. He said that in one book, he said that Muhammad was a white man. And then in another book, he says Muhammad was a black man. Which one is it? So again, when you deal with the biography of him, the oldest one is from that guy Siri Abin, and that's 100 and something years later. When you deal with these companions or the first people of this individual, Islam is not mentioned by them. There's things that's supposed to be mentioned that are not mentioned. So there's a problem there because you're talking about the original biographer of this individual. You don't hear this dude until 100 years later.
So, Mr. Spock, what you're saying is not true, that he's not from Syria or that he's not white?
I'm saying ain't no Muhammad. Y'all have fun with that. Although I gotta show it again, I guess I gotta do it again. I'll do it again for you. I'll do it again. And there's an argument that the scholars have, and the scholars have the argument of why I forgot what they call this type of debate. It's a type of argument. It's called not appeal to authority, appeal to well, it's an argument that says that if you make up a story about someone, why would you point out the flaws of the person? So the person had to be real because no one would make the hero do bad stuff, i.e., pedophile, you know, dealing with them young girls. Yeah. But anyway, let me go right here. Call them illiterate and all that other stuff. Let me go here. All right, we're sharing again. Let's do it. Y'all asked for it. Okay, the man who wasn't there. One may assume that the first and foremost source for information about Muhammad's life is the Quran, the holy book of Islam. Yet that book actually reveals little about the life of Islam's central figure. In it, Allah frequently addresses his prophet and tells him what to say or to the believers and unbelievers. Commentators and readers generally assume that Muhammad is the one addressed in these cases. But that, like so much else in this field, is not certain. The name Muhammad actually appears in the Quran only 4 times. In 3 of those instances, it could be used as a title, the praised or chosen, rather than as a proper name. By contrast, Moses is mentioned by name 136 times, Abraham 79 times, even Pharaoh was mentioned 74 times. Meanwhile, the messenger of Allah, Rasulullah, appears in various forms 300 times, and Prophet Nabi 43 times. Are those all references to Muhammad, the 7th century prophet of Arabia? Perhaps. Now, the identical language may indicate that the 3144 Jesus is the figure being referred to as the praised one, that is the Muhammad. So this is what I talked about earlier, but that's something different. But we need to go here. Now, here it says there is, oh, hold on. The considerable reason to believe the bulk of the hadith deeds. Okay. Then there is the Syria, the biography of the Prophet of Islam. The earliest biography of Muhammad was written by Ibn ad-Sheikh 7733, who wrote in the later part of the 8th century, at least 125 years after the death of the protagonist, in a setting in which legendary material about Muhammad was proliferating, and Ibn ad-Sheikh's biography doesn't even exist. As such, it comes down to us only in the quite lengthy fragments reproduced by an even later chronicler, Ibn Hisham, who wrote in the first quarter of the 9th century. So this is a problem. This is very, very big. So what do historians do about this? We look to see who else in the area, because there's wars going on, and what other people refer to this individual. Who refers to him? Who talks about this man? And this when we come here. But the earliest records often more questions. There are more questions than answers. One of the earliest apparent mentions of Muhammad comes from a document known as Doctrine Jacobi, which was probably written by a Christian in Palestine between 634 and 640 AD. That is at the time of the earliest Arabian conquest and just after Muhammad's reported death in 632. It is written in Greek from the perspective of a Jew who is coming to believe that the Messiah of the Christians is the true one who hears about another prophet arisen in Arabia. So this describes it. The guy name ain't in there at all. It's just saying Arabian prophet. You can get this book and look for yourself. In this case, incredible means not credible. One thing that can be established from this is that the Arabian invaders who conquered Palestine in 635 came bearing news of a new prophet who was armed with a sword. But in the Doctrine Jacobi, the unnamed prophet is still alive, traveling with his armies, whereas Muhammad is supposed to have died in 632. What's more, this sacred prophet, rather than proclaiming that he was Allah's last prophet, was proclaiming the advent of the anointed one, the Christ, who has come. So now we are faced with another problem. There is nothing else outside historical records that speaks upon this person. There's one Roman record or something that's disputed, and now you have a problem, boy. But I gotta get my book for this, God, because I haven't went over this in a long time. Because I don't teach this no more. You heard? I'm done with the religion thing. So I'm surprised I remember this much so far. But I will have to put that together because it's a lot of linguistic stuff and a little history where I have to show how these Ethiopian Christian Syrians are the founders of what you would call Islam today. And I'm in the favor of that historical theory. That's where I stand at with it. I'm not looking in the chat. I'm scared.
Oh yeah, matter of fact, I ain't look over there myself.
No, I ain't looking in there. I'm scared, God. Oh, let me put the title of the book on the screen so the people could get it if you want it. This is the name of the book here. Robert Spencer. The other book that you heard me speaking about would be hold on. Let me go here. Let's put here is yeah, my Islam section is crazy over here, man. So don't get don't hold me. My Islam section is nuts. All right, here we go. This book right here, The Hidden Origins of Islam. So there's another part to this book, which is the hardcover book, but I have to refresh my memory of it, and I don't want to start talking and pausing and saying different things that's not right and exact. Let me see. It might be something. There's something here. Hold on. All right, so here, so you can see where this is going. It says, after the death of the story continued with successes in war and in religion. The early period gave birth to large Islamic empires, beginning with the four rightly guided caliphs, 632 to 661, continuing under the Umayyad caliphs with their capital in Damascus, and accumulating. And I want you to pay attention to these areas. Where are we talking about? Where's the Umayyad caliphate at? Where's Damascus at? I want you to pay attention to these areas, original man, and accumulating under the Abbasids, who had their political seat in Baghdad. Pay attention to these areas, Baghdad, beginning in 762. Why then hidden origins? It is well known that there are only a few bits of information to be found in the Quran that offer biographical material about the Meccan prophet. However, the consequences of this fact are drawn out by only a few scholars of Islam. All the biographical information we have can be found in two types of sources. The first consists of the biographical works of the early 9th and 10th centuries. Pay attention to how long this is. 9th and 10th centuries. These include the... So you see that we're dealing with the same thing, but there's something here. I want to make sure if I can remember. From the canon of the historical critical research, these reports written approximately 200 years after the fact should be taken into consideration only with great reservations. So, see, I was wrong. It's 200 years instead of 100-something years. All right, hold on. There's something here that because I remember reading this when I first got the book. The current, complete, current, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. There's something I want to point out here. Blah, 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 blah. It is not until the 2nd century after the Hajj that the idea of Muhammad seems to have been loosened from the original connection, namely to Jesus, and then isolated as a conception unto itself. This is going to break all this down in here, man. And you know, this guy almost got killed. This guy here named Christopher Luxembourg, that's not even his real name, but he has like the first part to this book that is basically going into this, and the Arabs try to off his ass for writing this shit. Anyway, that's what I got to say about that. Cause I can't remember this because I haven't read it in a while, and I don't want to be pausing while we here. But again, who made the Holy Quran? You're going to find out that it's dealing with the same things with different writers, different forms of Arabic, different forms of Aramaic put in there, meaning that it's not one writer or one revelation. You're going to be dealing with the same thing. You want to talk about these people in Baghdad and Arabia and looking towards the east for your light, huh? Yeah. Who's the original man? Yeah.
So what is this? We have some I actually was just looking at this. I was just Googling this. That apparently NASA found a civilization that is under NASA confirmed a civilization existing under the desert, I guess in Mecca.
Okay. Oh, that's cool.
You know, so we have no picture of Muhammad. However, the lineage he is assigned to are all real clans that were black.
The Chorus tribe. The Chorus tribe. And again, you're faced with the problem of 200 years. no biography, no nothing about this dude. And this word Muhammad, the prophet, is assigned to the prophet of Jesus, not the last messenger or the prophet of Allah. Alhamdulillah bismillah rahim. I just found it interesting. I read that shit and my mind was blown, bro. I read that like 5 years ago. The first person I seen with that book, I seen it on Sarnetta, and I saw that's when I first learned about Shah. I was like, what the hell is what are they talking about? So I saw Ali Muhammad and Shaka Amos, and I saw Ali Muhammad going in. I was like, yo, what the hell? Oh, I'm buying this book. And once I got the book, I had to kind of like, because this a whole different form of history I'm not used to. I don't know about the Byzantines and I ain't know nothing about none of that. So then I started to see like, oh, this is crazy. Yeah, that book is crazy, bro. The book is crazy, bro. You know you have access to that book too, right?
Where is it?
I gave it to you. I gave you the link to get all the knowledge, man.
Oh yeah. I've been going in that link.
Mm-hmm.
I've been downloading a lot of jump offs.
I gave you that. I told you, like, I'm on 2,000 books now from there, God. 2,000. 2,000, God.
I'm trying to see this. It's not necessarily saying Mecca though. It's actually saying. It's actually saying Egypt. But now I don't. Do you have a particular like? Where could we go to look this up about the civilization that was found under Mecca?
I don't know what you talking about. All I know is this, that 1.5 million years ago, hominids left Africa, East Africa, and populated the world. I didn't know that 80 to 50 or 100,000 years, you have another wave of Africans that leave and go to Asia, Arabia, etc. And then you see the Nubian complex pop up there in Arabia. And I think they dated that at 100, then they changed the date to 70. I don't know how they do that shit, but they just changed the date. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a person I'm a lay person. I don't know how they did it. But anyway, you have that there. So no matter how you look at it, the original man comes from the east, if you want to say that. But in the place now called Africa, through the Rift Valley, is the origin of mankind. You don't have to believe in evolution. That's up to you. That's your choice. But all of this stuff, mixing and stuff, happens in Africa before it happens anywhere else on the planet. You will not find humans or anywhere else outside of the continent of Africa that predate them. That is the original man.
Trying to see because we got.
They got you looking for ancient. I thought we was dealing with who wrote the Bible. They got you looking for ancient civilizations
Yes,
under man.
it appears to be two sides. It appears to be two sides right now. You know, one side basically speaking on the discrepancy of the dates. You know what I mean? In terms of the
E.
history.
Kareem said, "Oh man, don't bring that book by those Germans. All that stuff is not relevant." How is it not relevant if we're dealing with who the person is and who wrote these things? So, regardless of what you say, you could call them Germans. I don't care if they was French. I don't care what they are. As long as I can see where you getting this information from, I'm fine. And I like to go to the primaries. And the primaries, I went to go to find the primaries of the goddamn prophet. And the primaries of the goddamn prophet don't pop up until 200 years. So I don't know. But this goes to, but he uses the same arguments as well as people who deny prophets. I don't believe in no prophet. I deny all of it. I don't believe no one is divine, inspired, or none of that. I don't even bear witness to the word prophet because you're in a trap of a biblical system. You're entrapped of an Abrahamic faith. I don't bear witness to none of it. That's my understanding. So I don't bear witness to none of it. I want to talk about what was we doing in Africa before Islam. I want to talk about what was we doing there before that goddamn Bible. It seems to be that nobody knows what we were doing before Islam. It seems like nobody knows. Everybody knows about the Bible. Everybody knows about Indus. Dudes can tell me about Guatemala and Buddha and how many years it takes them to reincarnate. You can tell me all about the Hadiths. You can tell me about the Tao system and the 64 hexagrams and the yin and the yang. You can tell me about the Canaanites and you can tell me about Allah and Alat, but you can't tell me what we were doing before that goddamn Bible and Quran came. Hey man, I know where I'm at, so I'm gonna be quiet. But yeah, man, I want to hear y'all build because I seem like everybody skipped the Bible as if the Bible is not the foundation to the Quran. I don't know how y'all do that. I thought we do one. I thought knowledge is first, right? That's the foundation. But how do y'all see that? What's y'all understanding? I wish somebody could come on the panel. What's y'all understanding on who wrote the Bible and the Quran? Was it the original man? Was it an Arab man? Was it a Jewish man? Who did it? And what could we use?
He said, is anybody familiar with the Oddfellows secret society in their hands in the 1611 King James Version of the Bible?
I don't believe Oddfellows go back to 1611. Yeah, but you got a video on our channel on MBK about the Oddfellows. I don't know. Let me make sure before I jump. I don't remember. Nah, see, that shit comes out in the 1800s, bro. I mean 1700s. Nah, I wanted to make sure before because you have a black Oddfellows and then you have the European order, and there were more black people that were Oddfellows than Freemasons in America. There's no connection with that. And as far as the King James Bible, so since we talking about that, who made the Bible, right? Who made that Bible? There are 42 translators. King James ain't translate nothing. He translated nothing. He just commissioned it. Who are those 42 people? Once we pull those 42 people up on the screen so we can look at them and see if they are the original man. I thought we want to answer the question, who wrote the Bible?
Spock said, the real sources we should appreciate come from Black people, Wesley Muhammad, PhD, and Ali Muhammad, whose book, Lost Pages of Islam, is about $100. These books are past the scholarship of Germans who are some of
see
the
here's your issue with what you just said. Number one, both of those authors are quoted by Ali Muhammad, and I told you where I found out about the book from Ali Muhammad. But I'll do this for you to make it even more better for you. If you want me to do this, I'll do it for you right now. So when you're dealing with the God, you see, when you're dealing with history, I learned something, and I learned this 3 years ago. All books that you read that deal with ancient history are based off of the primary. So if I want to talk about the slave trade, right, you're going to notice that there's multiple authors that write about the slave trade, multiple authors, but they focalize on a specific point. One might focalize on the trade aspect from one point to the next. One might focus on the tribe because it's too broad, it's too big. So once you go to the primaries, I don't care if you PhD to the max. There is no other place you can go besides the primaries unless something new is found. So what I do is I look at both arguments, but since my screen is showing, I mean, you see the book is in my thing. I bought this book. It's right here. Here he is. This is my book. I purchased this book right here. Black Arabia and the African Origin of Islam. I have it. I have the book. Have it, read it, been through this already. And what I do is I look at the sources. Now that I know to go to the primary, he has a specific spin on where he is because he's the part of the Nation of Islam. He's representing the East. And when I started reading, going into his stuff, he has another part that he has Yoruba Islam, the foundation of Yoruba people. I'm like, yo, what is this? And when I went into the sources and I actually put them up on the screen, he quotes the same source. And when I read the source, the conclusion is not what he says. So I go to the primary. I mean, so I got the book. It's not like I didn't read it. Whoever you ask on, I'm just saying, to you, G, go to the primaries and do your own thing. I use them people that speak to look at both sides of the argument. I'm not bearing witness to no prophets. Wesley believes in all of those people. I don't believe in Abraham or Moses. I'm not making them black. I'm not doing none of that. They not real. And that's the consensus of all scholars. But if you are in a religion and you are in a religious sect, you have to defend your position. I'm not bearing witness to no prophet, no messenger, none of it.
So Edward Green said that wouldn't exactly answer that question. That would answer who translated the text. Which question are you talking about?
I mean, you could say Arabia's in Africa. You could call it a plate. You could call it whatever you want. The fact of the matter is, on the map, civilization does not begin in Arabia, all the Mecca, none of that. Civilization begins the oldest form of mathematics, the oldest form of building, the oldest form of writing, the oldest forms of states all happen in Africa. That is the origin of
Bible
civilization.
commissioned by King James.
Who wrote the Bible? 42 translators. You want to put them on the screen?
You got to go to something called the Hampton Court Council.
Yeah, Wesley Muhammad wrote that. Yeah, he wrote that. But like I said, as I look in the chat, peace to all my brothers and sisters in the chat. Nobody cares about what you were doing before Islam and before the Abrahamic faith. You're fascinated with the Abrahamic faith. It's unbelievable.
Psalms 46, third verse, has shape. Ninth verse has spear in it. Shakespeare wrote 39 plays and was the age 46 when he supposedly wrote his part in the Bible.
Yo, you remember hearing that back in the days with the Shakespeare 40? You remember that one, G?
Othello could be me.
Othello. You talking about Shakespeare. You don't remember people saying that back in the days? You take the verses and then you add it, do what he did, and it shows that Shakespeare is in the book.
Well, listen, with the Bible, you got 1,000 things like, what's that thing that the Jewish people do where they count every so many letters and then they make.
Gematria.
Yeah, some they do.
Yeah, it's called Gematria.
Yeah, that's people.
But that goes into I heard you talking about astronomy and all that, but that goes into that mathematical thing. You know what I'm saying? The alphabets, they call it Abjad alphabets. I mean, and you have the numbers that go to the letters, and then you have the secret meaning of the Quran. They do it too. Then you have the number 786 on the Quran, which nobody claims that they don't know why, but that's another story. But I like the astronomy thing you was talking about, right? So I'm leaving Islam in the Bible for now because it seems like I don't think nobody want to add on about that question. When we go into Africa and we go to Egypt, there's two calendars they have. They have the religious calendar and the civil calendar. So one is based off of the cycles of the moon. One is based off the cycles of the sun. What I found interesting with the religious calendar is every single day is devoted to another. Every single day is devoted to a principle of that netta, and there's certain things that they act out every single day. I found that very interesting. Sound like Supreme Math to me. They using the goddamn calendar every day. It's like they quoting it, son. They living this shit out. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And they have they tell you from the beginning. They straight up and down tell you, like, yo, man, if you look at the Ron Papyrus, what it says at the beginning, the secret of knowing all things that exist. Supreme Math, baby.
Without a doubt. So we don't have any good because they have a name we call it, these are side rallies. There's no questions.
Yo, we having a mental break. Yo, God, I had a mental breakdown yesterday, son. Yo, you know I had to train somebody at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? But you see, I'm kind of special, God, because I live across the street from my gym. So that all I gotta do is get up and go across the street. So I'm good. So, yo, I was mad as hell, son. I was mad as hell. But yo, I was trying to find the 1383, and did I show you what I found?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how you did that shit, God. I see you deleted that video. What happened?
Nah, I just put it. He's too crazy, man. Can't have that stuff on.
You scared, God? You scared? Well, you know, you could edit that. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's what I gotta do.
You can edit it. But yo, you scared, God. You scared, son. You scared, son.
Man,
You pulled the all.
Yeah,
Come
listen,
on, son.
Man. This guy had me all over the place, man. Too many topics, man.
Yo, you scared, God.
Listen.
That's fuck. Look, you was enjoying every minute of that.
John Wycliffe is it 5%? You know, this stuff is we got.
Yo, here's what I don't have this book, so I didn't read it. I was just doing a Google search, but I did read this, man.
Oh yeah.
I did. My bad. I don't gotta show that again. My bad, God, because I had to remember it was so many conversations going on. This is what I mean by why I want to write the show and prove to the 120. You just that one question, son. Like, yo, how you prove that? Like, where do we go? Even if you're not proving it, just like, yo, how do you come up with your understanding? Can you use history or whatever to explain it? Or are you just gonna tell everybody this is just the way I see it? I can't speak for the whole entire nation. I can't do that. I'm saying that's not my position. I can't say this is the how we all see it. I can't do that. I will always have to say this is what I'm speaking for me. But look, that 10th degree, that question right there. What you mean 551? What you mean that? What does that mean? Right now, we on the first degree. We ain't even get past the first question yet. We ain't even past that, bro. Who wrote the Holy Quran, the Bible? How long ago? So what I just did, I said, okay, there was no Bibles back then. We know there was some form of Christianity, but there was no codified books. These codified books start at this date right here. And these are the codexes that lead to the Bibles that we have today. There's your date. Who wrote them? We don't know. We only know the areas where these people were at and who was ruling at this time. Who were ruling at that time? Was the African in power in those areas at that time to sanction such a body of work? Okay, but who wrote the original documents that they had that they put together? That's not the question. The question is who wrote the Bible? What Bible? Which one are you talking about? You know, like, son, we gotta answer this shit, bro. I'm getting mad, son. So I'm gonna keep popping up over here, bro. Keep popping up over here.
Everybody, listen, man. You know, a couple people said that. Somebody hit me. He's like, yo, man, who's this dude walking in circles on your live?
Hey, yo, I ain't even noticed that, God. Son, he didn't stop moving for the whole 17 hours.
Listen, He's walking in circles and then see, I'm letting him talk. I'm letting him talk like 20, 25 minutes at a time. So people like, yeah, I do see you on there. I'm like, yo,
Hey, Kareem, the Zoom work from the phone unless you don't have a smartphone. So if you got an Android or iPhone, it works. You just got to download the app.
oh
But
yeah,
if you don't,
yeah. I
you got.
think it's a way you could use the phone too. I don't know what it is. Like it's certain
Oh,
telephone numbers.
oh, you could take the Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You copy the thing. So you see where it says invite. Um, just do it like this, where it says invite and it says copy link, and then it says the button next to it will say um email. Press that where it says email, and then you're gonna see a number there. It's gonna say a phone number. It's gonna have a number there and a passcode. Wherever it says passcode, and then just put those two numbers in here, and he could just basically pop that in there and he could come on. Not that one though. That's the wrong one.
I think Samaria is before Egypt.
Nah, I ain't going for that one neither. Negatory. Negatory.
What is this?
Now, what civilization is interesting? That's in Turkey, which is that Gobekli Tepe. You heard of that?
Yeah, in Turkey.
Yeah, Gobekli Tepe. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I haven't really done too much research into that. When did they discover Gobekli Tepe?
Oh, a long time ago. It's just that because we have different science, they was able to date the different strata. So Gobekli Tepe is supposed to be the oldest religious temple in the world. So when you look at the temples, they got like animals, alligators, and all type shit on that shit look crazy, bro. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this shit? You know what I'm saying? Nobody know they ain't no answer for who them people is or none of that, son. We don't know who those people were. FDJ Beats, the Anuma Elish, and the Epic of Gilgamesh do not predate the pyramid text. You know that, right? See this, man? Yo, I'm a pro. Yeah, all right. So now I'm gonna call myself a prophet. I am a prophet. I am the prophet of the most high order of West Africa. I'm the prophet of West Africa before Islam, before the Abrahamic faiths. You people that are in the chat who are my brothers, you are under a spell. You are under the Abrahamic faith spell. You are under the Asia spell. You can't talk about nothing but any other place except except those ancient Asians and Hindu people. You want to talk about the Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Canaanites, the Yemenites, the Kadash tribe. You are under a spell. I'm here to break the spell, y'all. Oh man. So I'm not coming on no more bills with you, dog. You're not gonna keep doing this to me, bro. You're not gonna keep doing it. You're not gonna keep doing that shit, bro. Every time. Yeah, God, let's build about the first degree in the 140. And then, yeah. God, yeah. I hear you. Mm-hmm. You're not gonna keep doing that. Y'all don't know what's going on. If y'all don't live in New York, y'all don't understand how this works. If y'all don't live in New York, y'all don't understand the ramifications and how these things work over here.
Man.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Earthly Jews to come on though. I'm gonna talk about her programs. You heard, G?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna get her to come on the joint.
But this
Come on.
is, you said the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yeah, the epic of Gilgamesh, the epic of Gilgamesh, the epic of Gilgamesh don't got nothing to do with you.
What you
Yo,
said,
tell me.
Anunnaki or Shemsu Hor.
Yeah, the Shemshu Hor is supposed to be the miners of Haru, and they supposed to be from 40,000 years.
Yeah, I don't think I heard of these guys.
Oh, the Shemshu Hor?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are supposed to be that. And then there's some weird little story how they try to say that the Egyptians copied. But let me put you on to something, y'all. I'm not talking about this no more. Y'all trying to suck me into y'all trap. See, y'all trying to look, I freed myself. You guys are trying to put me back over here, bro. You trying to send me to Sumerian land, but I'm about to take that from you right now. Watch this. I'm gonna take that from you with Tel Asakan. I'm gonna take that away from you right now. I'm about to snatch. I'm gonna snatch your honor, yo. As a King Henry would say, I'm gonna snatch your honor right now, son. I'm snatching that shit. Here we go. Watch this. Let me share the screen. I'm in my Reggie voice. Behold, behold. Watch this. Watch this. Okay. What you're looking at now is a place called Tel Al Sakan. Tel Al Sakan was an important ancient Canaanite Egyptian maritime settlement during the early Bronze Age. But guess who was over there? The site dated at 3500 BC to 3500 BC is before the first dynasty in Egypt. So you know who was over there? The Egyptians were over there before the first dynasty in Egypt and shut up shop and had those Canaanites putting in that work for the Africans. The earliest Egyptian walled town. The Bronx. What does it say? In my Hebrew voice, read. I'm going to take your Sumerians and throw them across the water. The Bronze Age port dates to the end of the 4th millennium BC and was contemporary with Enbasar, an Egyptian First Dynasty staging port. This is the name of the place, was called the Ways of Horus, a trade route in the northern Negev. Behold, before there was a First Dynasty in Kami, before there was a First Dynasty, they was up over there in that area shutting shit down. Behold. Who want the smoke, yo? Who want the smoke?
Yes.
Who want the smoke? I ain't say the original man have one definition. I ain't never said that. You just put those words in my mouth. I'm telling you guys that I am the prophet of West Africa, and I'm here to dismantle all of these people who want to only deal with the Abrahamic faith and ancient Indians that can't tell me nothing about what we were doing before the slave trade. I am the prophet.
So you got here, this is, I heard that decades ago they were finding civilizations under the sands in Africa that show higher forms of mathematics and science that are superior to the current world in which we live. Rob Bourne, so you're saying the original man has one destination of origin here on the planet Earth?
Oh yeah. Facts. I didn't read the whole thing. Yeah, I'm saying that. Until new science comes out, the first humans that we have on the planet Earth are coming from East Africa. If you have some bones, if you have some bones of some humans or something else that predate those that is in that part of Africa, I'll accept it. Until then, I'm not accepting nothing else. Anything else that puts it anywhere else, to me, is going against the most high order of the West African gods.
What you got here? Two-ball cane, that's some Masonic stuff.
What do you mean by one destination of origin? Always talking to the God. What else would the original man have an origin than one origin? Where else would the original man have an origin than one origin? I don't know. Maybe we came from the planet Zuno. Or how about we are the reptilians?
So what is the like, they got the different people they say was the first to inhabit, over here, over there. Who was the first what's the first civilization in West Africa?
In West Africa, civilization, tough word. I will say,
Well, but what's the first signs of civilization? Well, I'm saying
signs of civilization. So
on a level where like those cave paintings they got in France.
Oh, you going way back. You had people over there millions of years ago. So, because you have tools. So when you're dealing with tools, you're dealing with human, and you're dealing with people that are living, and that's a form of portion of civilization. So when you start talking about states and something, that's something different. I mean, so you in the millions. So if I even go to the Igbo, so I'm gonna do this real quick. I'll go to one part. I'll do that for you right now. So let me go out of here. I am now about to perform my ministry. My ministry is about to be performed. I thank you for the opportunity. Those who want to follow, please fill the bucket up with the money. All right, let me go here. The genesis of agriculture. Nope, not there. Okay. Igbo before the Iron Age. Hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna put this on the screen so you can see where I'm getting this from. Boom, 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 boom. So this is dealing with West Africa, right? So the name of this book is The Political Organization in Nigeria Since the Late Stone Age. Hold on. I think I skipped a page. All right. An overview. Let's flip this upside down. I should mark this page just so I will never have to look for it again. An overview of the chronology of Igbo history. There is a paucity of information of the foraging cultures of West Africa, including the Igbo, Yoruba, and the Edo regions during prehistory. Let's keep moving. Next page. Let me underline that. Let's blow this up. Human occupation of West Africa, however, begun during the Stone Age, which is divided into three major periods. Early Stone Age, 1.9 to 0.2 million years ago. Middle Stone Age, 200,000 to 50,000 years ago. Late Stone Age, 50,000 to 2,500 years ago. I don't know how to pronounce this, but ESA and the Ugwali Oturo Archland hand axes. These hand axes manufactured by the Homo erectus during the ESA have been recovered from Uganda, Uto in the Igbo area and the Has Plateau in the Middle Belt region of Nigeria. Human occupation of West Africa associated with the late Homo erectus during the MSA has also been found in the John Plateau. So anyway, we have these axes here. So these people are doing stuff with these axes. As for the LSA, it is marked by the appearance of microliths, so that's a form of technology, and a wide variety of stone tools. Bone tools also appear for the first time in human history. The LSA is subdivided into three periods, 50,000, 10,000, etc. Although the LSA for the entire African continent dates back to about 50,000 years ago, the earliest manifestations of LSA artifacts in the Nigerian forest region were derived from the Iwu Ilial rock shelter in Yorubaland 8,000 BC. Associated with microliths used in hunting and gathering. Archaeological sources, however, become richer in the onset of the Holocene 10,000 years ago. And we can keep going. Is there another page about this? So here you have these dates: Middle Late Stone Age, foraging 8,000, 3,000 BCE 3,000, 5,000, Iron Age, etc. So that's your technology. The name of this book doesn't have Islam on the front of it, or a cross, or a sun, or a star. But here it is. Political organization in Nigeria since the late Stone Age. So that they have paintings and stuff. You'll see that there.
And what about the type of political?
Oh, that's very interesting. You asked that. Now here's the. You have to have a centralized government, right? And without a centralized government, meaning a king or queen, or even in that aspect, king or queen or a government. These individuals, they never built their civilization like that. It was built off of so-called, what you would call, family structure. There was no centralized thing. It was all dealing with their Pacific societies, and they cohesively worked together. So they just recently basically found that out. So that kind of abolishes their definition of civilization, saying that you have to have a king, queen, central government, like president or ruler, or like you would say, pharaoh, etc. Because they real tricky with that civilization word, bro. They put a lot of different definitions on there. So they tell you, yo, if you don't got right and you ain't civilized.
Mm-hmm.
Or they'll tell you if you don't have government, you ain't civilized, and etc. And then you'll have the Kentampo culture. So I said this before, but I put it up there. And I deleted my presentation by mistake one day. I'm pissed off about that. That took me some time to put together. I don't even think I'm gonna do it again. I'm not gonna do it again. That should take too long, bro.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, that stuff take time, bro.
If they can't impose their idea of government on you, they don't really know how to explain it. You know what I'm
Nope.
saying?
It gotta be the European form.
The Emperor of Japan never called himself the Emperor of Japan before the British got there.
I ain't know that.
Yeah, that's the term where they look over there and they like, all right, you run all this right here, okay, you the emperor, because that's what they looking for. You know what I'm saying? And if they don't find that person, then they produce that person. You know what I'm saying? Meaning they find somebody to work with, elevate this person up. You know what I'm saying? By giving them weapons or whatever goods or whatever it is. And now this is the person that we saying is the king and we dealing with. But these other people, they don't recognize him as the king. You understand what I mean? Like when they signing their treaties with the Indians, the other Indians is like, where you got that from? I don't even know this nigga you talking about that told you can have this. See,
that is crazy, right?
Yeah, that's a tactic that they use. You know what I'm saying? Like when they made the Louisiana Purchase, nobody told all the Indians that was on that land that this had just been purchased. So when you show up saying, yo, look, you gotta move over there, I'm about to put my fence right here. They do, what's a fence and who are you? What are you doing out here? But now, of course, once we got a dispute over it, we got to go into the court, and you don't even understand the language. You don't understand legalese. So of course I'm gonna win.
Facts. They don't know what the hell is going on, bro. They be like, man, I know what I talk about.
What's the some, because that's a lot of times what they use, you know what I'm saying, against Africa too. You know, what are like some of the technologies that came out of West Africa?
A lot of it's different iron making. When you see from the note culture, you know about the note culture, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you see how their art and their stuff is like that. When you deal with the binary code on what we look at as actual computers, the thing that runs computers, that science is in their divination system. So let me pull it up for you. Let me pull it up. So I was pulling up something else for you. But what's this guy's name? Eglash. Eglash. So I'm going into my book of life. As I heard you say that. I'm going in my book of life right now. I heard you. I didn't hear what you said. I heard you. How you spell his name? Eglash. Going in my book of life right now. All right, what is it? Well, I know the name is Fractals. So I'm gonna put this up here right now. Fractals. Here it is. Boom. Come on. Open. So we gonna look right now at the science and the technology of West Africa. Behold, non-Abrahamic faith science. So the name of this book, let me go here. Hold up. Let me strap up. So y'all strap up, get your boot straps on. This is called African Fractals, Modern Computing, and Indigenous Design. I love that word. I love that word. I love it. Behold. All right, so we're gonna go for the chapter. I'm gonna go to facial geometry, geometric algorithms, numeric systems. I'm not even gonna give you the supreme math of West Africa because y'all been acting up. I'm not even gonna do it. I'm not even gonna do it. I'll save that for another day. All right, so let me see here. 61. Yeah, done it. Is it this one I want to go to? No. Is it chapter 4? Wait, I think it's here. Yeah, it is chapter 5. Let me scroll up a little bit. Damn, man. Y'all buy turbans. We ain't even gonna do that. Y'all want the turbans, the magic carpets. By bang. Okay. So when you hear, you see the binary code and divination. This divination system is coming from Ifa, an indigenous West African cultural practice. All right. So I'll blow this up. Let me turn it sideways. So we want to talk about their supreme math. The Nigerian priest is telling the future by Ifa divination. And for those who like the Tao, your yin and your yang, your 64 hexagrams, that is a divination system that they use over there that tells their so-called future. But we have our own. Okay. The Nigerian priest is telling the future by Ifa divination, in which pairs of flat shells or seeds split into two or tossed, with each landing open on a closed side. They are connected by a double chain to make 4 pairs, giving a total of 16 divination systems. And these versions of Ifa used in the Albia region of Nigeria, they use 2 double chains and consider the cast more accurate of the 3 as a correlation between the 2 sets. Here we see a chain using split seeds. Each half lands either closed, meaning we see the rounded outside, or open, meaning we see the interior. By using the open to represent 0, double lines are closed to represent 1 single line. We can see how this divination symbol is obtained. See, the divination chain is interpreted as pairs summing to odd 1 stroke or even 2 strokes. So you'll see here what was describing open, one closed, one odd, one closed, the other closed, 1 + 1 even, etc., etc. But let's go to the next page so we can get into the computer. Hold on. The most mathematically significant aspect of doubling in African religion occurs in the divination fortune telling techniques of voodoo, as well as Esau, the famous Ifa divination system based on torching the pairs. What am I looking for? But this is telling you more. This is another one called Sedina, and Sedina has a non-contestic element. It is closer to what mathematicians call determinist chaos. So in any event, the binary code is found inside of these divination systems. He talks about when he talks to them, how they break it down, and they basically show it right here. And here is another West African tribe, the banana and divination. 4 sets of random dashes are drawn. It shows that. And it's basically, you're looking at the binary code right here, and they could not figure out how are they coming up with these symbols and lines in these specific orders. And this is them just sitting there thinking that the dirty monkey Africans is walking around with their shoes off, just playing with their hands in the sand. Nah, son, they dealing with supreme mathematics. Oh, that's one. If you want more, I'll give you some more. You want some more?
Another question I wanted to ask you about is Timbuktu, right? Two things, how much is, what is the primary say? Because, I hear all types of stuff from, C-sections to brain surgery, all going on over there. And the other thing, why is Timbuktu not like when I was growing up, I heard of Timbuktu, but then when I found out that the city still existed, you know what I'm saying? And that, this was still like a thriving place, at the time of the transatlantic slave. I was thinking this is like some ancient place. At the time I'm hearing about it when I'm still dealing with religion. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking this is related to, the Egypts, the Sumerians, et cetera, et cetera. Why isn't that story told more? Like, I don't even hear it. Like, say, like if I'm watching Sinetta or something, you know what I'm saying? You don't hear, you hear about Egypt. You don't really hear about Timbuktu.
Well, when I was going on there, you would have heard it from me. You might hear from Professor Smalls. You might hear something like that from Jabari, but not too much. Because he's dealing with a Bible-based people, man. You're dealing with the Abrahamic faiths. That's what you're dealing with. What do you hear? Egypt, Samaria, Bible, real or not? Muhammad, fake, not. Moses, real, not. Did the Exodus happen? Not. Those are the arguments that's all over and over. Is Esau the devil? Is he not? Is the white man the devil? Is he not? The same shit over and over and over again. And it's all revolving around what? The Abrahamic faiths. Trapped in the bubble, trapped in the hole. In any event, it is sad that what you just said is a manifestation of how the sub-Saharan Africans, the people of West Africa, are looked at as garbage. So when you even look at the archaeology that's going on there, they just now really doing digging over there. So, in Ghana, you have the Kentapo culture. That's like 3,000 to 10,000 BCE. Then you have the Pun Pun tradition, and there's all these new artifacts and stuff they find, and that's changing the course of history. But when you're dealing with Timbuktu, if we compare that to, let's use the Bible, since we know we like the Bible. Let's use that. There's over 2,000 manuscripts of the goddamn Bible, of New Testament. They got that shit in every language. Whoever wrote it, they compile it and they put it in the museum and they translate everything. Now in Timbuktu, you got over 100,000 records. Shit that is still not translated. Shit that the Arabs, the Muslims, Allah, you Akbar guys, them niggas, yeah, they burn that shit up. So why they burn it up? Because it's dealing with them Africans. And that's just the truth of the matter. So when you deal with Timbuktu, it was a Islamic society there. They were Africans there. There was a learning center. There was trade going on between them and Egypt. And, you have all these different cultures coming together and they're writing, they're manifesting their culture. This is what they're dealing with science. So now, as far as the surgery and all that, I don't know about that brain surgery. I know about, I saw some with surgery. I saw some of that, but there's a project that is going on now. Let me see if I can find that to try to preserve those ancient records. But I'm gonna put it up here now. But the truth of the matter is, because they us, we are the most hated. Because they us, we are the most hated. And the sad part is, nobody cares. And who's talking about Timbuktu in America? Talking about, yo, let's go, let's take this bread and let's get our ancient records from our African people and let's put them in the museum and let's translate these shits. Nobody talking about that. But, and I guess we know the answer why. Let me put this here. Here you go, right here. But that doesn't happen to nobody else's records. It don't happen to the Christian records. It don't happen to the Arab records. It don't happen to Egyptian records. It don't happen to nobody shit except our shit. Crazy, bro. Hold on. Right here. I put it on the screen. This ain't going on in Egypt. This ain't going on with the ancient Abrahamic faith scrolls. This ain't going on over there. Why I gotta go on here? Here we go. Badass librarians foil, and now you have Al Qaeda save ancient manuscripts. In 2012, jihadists armed to the teeth with weapons seized in Libya after the fall of Mohammed Gaddafi overran northern Mali and established a brutal Sharia regime in Timbuktu. Once a center of learning and culture, the city housed a priceless collection of manuscripts, volumes of poetry, encyclopedias, and even sexual manuals that invoke the name of Allah. Threatened with destruction, the manuscripts were spirited out of the city to the safety and the thrilling Coke Dagger operation. Speaking from the home, Berlin Joshua, a former Newsweek bureau chief in Africa, recounts the tale and explains how the Timbuktu manuscripts disproved the myth that Africa had no literary or historical culture, blah, 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 has become a byword for the farthest corner of the earth, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, you'll constantly see this going on about these manuscripts and how they're not being translated and how people steal them and they just sell them in the middle of the goddamn street to this day. And I had the number wrong. So this is how many are there. Almost 400,000. I thought it was 100. Almost 400,000 ancient manuscripts, some dating back to the 11th century, and on subjects as diverse as medicine, poetry, astronomy, and sex was saved from destruction. But later on, you'll see, if I can find it, they get destroyed. Let me see, or let me put here, because I haven't seen this. I ain't do See right here, Timbuktu mayor, Islamic insurgents retreating from Timbuktu set the fire to the library as well as the manuscripts. The fighters destroyed almost, let's see, how many did you destroy? How much did these Islamic crazy motherfuckers destroy? What did you destroy? How much did you destroy, huh? How much did you destroy? How much did you destroy? Shiraz and fucking bullshit. Where is it at? How much did you destroy? As well as the manuscripts, the fighters destroyed almost all of the 333 Sufi shrines dotted around them. Man, I don't even want to read this. Shit get me mad, man. But anyway, God, that's my
Is there any
understanding.
quantification on that? Because
On
that's a big thing. I mostly look at it in Egypt. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
Where you know, they did a lot of destruction over there, the Arabs, because that's not their history. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They don't want history around that's predating Islam. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yo, if they wasn't making money off of that pyramid over there, they would have bombed that shit. Them shits all would have been gone, bro.
listen, that's recently. I mean, it hasn't been that recent. It might have been about 6 or 7 years now. I was hearing that they wanted to demolish, uh, at least one of the pyramids. But I think it was a couple of them. They were saying that it was like a hazard or something. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, it's in the middle of the desert. It's not bothering you. Why don't you just let it fall on its own if it's going to fall? You know what I'm saying?
That's
But
what they did. Remember, what was that brother we used to read back in the days? What was his name? Anthony T. Browder.
yeah.
So you remember him? He wrote like the Browder Papers and Now Valley Civilization. So he's like the one who kind of comes after Dr. Ben, or he's around at that time. Anyway, they had the Aswan Dam. Now, there's a part of Egypt that, you know how you have like, what do you call that? Tarseti, and in this part of the area of Kemet, we could say that there's some part there that has not been. This is the part that deals with the most ancient part of Kemet, and some stuff is a little underwater, but it has to be excavated. It has to be, you know what I mean, took up so that we could get the information, so we can learn the history. Arabs put the speed dial on that shit and built that dam. Good luck going under there trying to find your African history. Good luck.
Mhm.
Now let that shit have been the Kaaba and see if they would have been like, nah, son, that shit stand right there. We gonna finish. We're circling that shit down rocks at this shit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But hey, that's what happens when new rulers come into play, and it's the way of the world. No civilization lasts forever, right?
Mhm.
Eventually, it has to fall.
Yeah, they doing a horrible number over there. Places like the Sudan and all of that, you still see them over there doing a huge amount of damage. That's crazy.
Yeah, they be
Let's
violating Timbuktu.
look in the
I'm not letting you get away, God. Nah, you think you slick.
what you say.
What's your understanding on who wrote the Holy Quran, the Bible? You're
Uh,
not getting away. You're not gonna leave me out there. You're
well,
going
I
down with me.
when
You're
when I
going down with me.
when I look at the degree, you know what I'm saying. To me, I'm not talking about uh these particular books right here, the King James version. You know what I'm saying? When you're talking about who uh made history, meaning who was the people that did these things that's being written about, et cetera, who's uh because these people is like composite, these are like composite people, you know what I'm saying, that exist. uh there's people that existed that had these characteristics, you know what I'm saying? But these people is being combined in all types of ways. You got stories that's being connected with other stories that's not really, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, you got uh Cain and Abel, you know what I'm saying? Then you got Jacob and Esau. These stories is mostly all the same. You know what I'm saying? So but in terms of, like you said, when these books was compiled, into the form that they in right now, like, even when you look historically, right, when you look at Egypt having all these different gods, every city had their own god. Everybody was writing their own history. People was calling God what they want to call him. You see what I'm saying? And as people become more and more consolidated into these empires, and there's a need to rule all of these people, all of these different gods and all of these characteristics and all of these different rituals start to get connected together. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we're looking at a lot of times, those, as well as the customs of just the people who was there, not necessarily religious. You know what I mean? So, how much, we can't really separate Christianity from Canaanite culture. You know what I'm saying? We can't really separate the Quran from Arabic customs. You see what I mean? So, in terms of those books, they was all compiled. The political aspect of Islam comes in immediately. You know what I'm saying? To me, looking at it from the outside in, even in America right now, an African Muslim is more pious than an Arabic Muslim. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not really gonna go to an African Muslim store and see beer. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you on Fulton Street over there by Franklin and Bedford, you're not gonna be buying beer. You're not gonna be buying, blunts from them, junk food and all that. They're serious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, God, but are you trying to tell us today that that first degree is not talking about the present Bible or Quran and telling us the date that it expires? That is not talking about those religious books.
No, it couldn't, because the Bible that we got, it's not 15,000, 19 years, 15,000, 20 years of history in there.
According to a
Yeah, I'm saying, that's what, if you saying that these books are 25,000 years, then that's not the history that's in that Bible or that Quran. Well, I'm not as familiar with the Quran, but I know the Bible is not telling you about 15,000 years of history.
That's not what Elijah said. He talking about the Bible and the Quran. Who made the Holy Quran the Bible?
How much years he said was in the Bible?
How much years? Oh, he deals with Abraham and all that. You forgot that he had a similar calendar too. You forgot about that?
And when is Abraham? Abraham is what?
Maybe around 2000, 1800, somewhere around there.
On the Asiatic calendar?
Maybe around 1800 BCE, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I don't really. I know. Jesus is on there. Moses on. I don't recall seeing Abraham on there.
All them dudes on there, Noah on there, all them dudes on that calendar, bro.
Yeah, but
They always
go back. The Bible history go back 6,000 years. How long does?
I mean, we could do that, right? So like, if we use what's his name, James Bishop Usher. So he used this calendar system and counted from Jesus going backwards to Adam. That's what he did. However, when you look at them stories, the stories is a little different. They start saying, how old was Adam? How old did Noah live to be?
Right. Yeah.
Now, I mean, I don't believe that nonsense, but yo, now what happens when you add that up? That changes everything. But however, we are talking about that. I'm saying that he's talking about the actual Bible or Quran. He's talking about that. Nothing else but that. I don't see him talking about Why even use those words? Who made the Holy Quran or Bible? Why? Why even say that? You saying that the black man wrote that? It was made by the original people who is alive. What was made by the, yeah, we make our own history, but is that your history? Is the Bible or the
That's what
Quran
I'm
your
saying.
history?
That's not our history. That's the history of a bit. Like even when I was a kid, when I was still Christian,
Mm-hmm.
I realized that
Mm-hmm.
yo,
Mm-hmm.
how come all these people in the Bible is related? Like if this is a book about the whole world, why is all these people related? You understand what I mean?
yeah, I get it, but Elijah really meant that the black man wrote the Bible and the Quran, bro. He really meant that.
That's might
That's
have
what
been
he meant.
that might now look, that could have been what he was thinking, but what he said,
Yeah.
yeah, is not. It's don't add up. It's not 15,000, 20 years of history in the Bible up until 1934. How many, Mr. Spot?
So
How many
who got
years?
the you got the Nation of Islam Asiatic calendar? You got that? I don't have that one no more. I don't even know where I got it at.
I don't have this.
I,
When we should do it back in the days, we should get it with like a shell on it. So it'll
mm-hmm.
have the 78 trillion years for the universe, 76 trillion years the uh for the sun, 72 trillion years was the stars, 66 trillion years was the earth and the moon. And then it would come up to you start seeing the modern people, uh uh Musa 11,000, Jesus 13,053.
Right, 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 right. You bringing it back.
Yeah, you
You
have a
bringing it
few.
back. But
Yeah,
what happens in 15? What happens? What's 1520? What's that?
that's 1934.
Okay, 1520 is 1934.
Yeah,
So it says it expires 9,080 years from that date. But the question, how long ago wasn't answered?
right.
That's what I mean. So, like, when you say who made the Holy Quran or Bible, that's one question. How long ago? Are we saying this 25,000 that name, that number become first? Yo, man, to the true and living gods and herbs in the chat, can y'all please hit the link? Come on, man. And we need to hear your wisdom, man. I need some help. Don't leave me out here like this, man. Somebody come on, man.
See,
Help.
what's the other? You gotta click on it. What's the name?
We need some help. We need some more understanding, man. They said all together we who? I don't know the answer. Darkim is holding back, y'all. I'm telling y'all that right now.
You said start of the 24th Quran, the 23 scientists. Now look, that's another thing that Elijah's way off. Like if this is the 24th Quran, right? Now look, the Asiatic calendar, right? It starts 78 trillion years, right? But when you go by the Qurans, right? That's only 600,000 years. 25,000 times the 24 Qurans, that's 600,000 years. So see, that's another place where his numbers don't add up because remember, uh, the Quran should be at least 66 trillion years ago, right? It should go back at least 66 trillion years if we're going by exact calculations because one of the 23 scientists is responsible for the Earth and the Moon separating 66 trillion years ago. So if they're the ones that's writing all this history, why it only comes up to 600,000? You know, the numbers in the first degree in the 140 is decidedly chopped up. You know what I'm saying? You got the 9,080 years when it should be 9,980 years, et cetera, et cetera.
Hmm. We need that Asiatic calendar on the screen, God.
Yeah, like I said, we used to get it like that, and then we used to just fill in all the rest of the like everything else that we figured out. Like once you figured out, okay, this is 2000 BC, this is the year one, et cetera, et cetera. And we used to fill out the rest of the stuff. So, then you have John Wycliffe was on mine.
All
John
right, let's go. Here
Hawkins.
we go. Let's go. This is everybody's favorite site. This is the God's favorite site to go to. Let's go. So let's see. I might give you a flashback, God. You might go back to 9-5 or something. I don't know. So this is how it look. You can see it?
Right. Yeah, this is it.
All right, so this is the
67.
okay. And then 66 trillion years ago, the portation of the moon. The 22nd Corona cycle. Okay. So you see, like I could rock with you on the if he just said the Quran and didn't say the Bible, I could rock with you because this is our language or the mathematical language that he's speaking. I mean, so he's basically showing you that when he says Quran, we could look at it this way. But when you say the Bible, I don't know. That makes it, and then you saying who made. But maybe the ending of the question could you might have some points with that. I still think he's talking about the Bible, who wrote that. But how you doing? All right, so where we at? Okay, so the 22nd Corona cycle right here, 15,020, 50,000 years ago. So this is what he talking about there.
Yeah, but see, look, even that don't add up. 22 Qurans and 50,000 years ago, that don't add up. Oh, I see what they're saying now. They're saying that's 2 Qurans ago, so it's 50,000 years. All right, but it's still this mathematics here is. But yeah, this is this one is it got the brown gene, the yellow gene, the white gene. this
Yeah, so right here, you know, Corona cycle, Noah's birth, Noah on the ark, Abraham's birth, 8,000. All right, so we was really looking at this. We was looking at 15,020. We was looking at that. Well, am I incorrect when I say that that question is not answered when it says how long ago?
nah, he answered it. He says the Quran will expire in the year 25,000, 9,080 years from the date of this writing.
But
That
that's 1934 though.
right, but he's implying that it was 15,020 years ago. Like
Okay.
when it's telling you from in the 114, when it said
Uh-huh.
that was a half original man, the prophet that was predicted by 23 scientists in the
Mm-hmm.
year 15,019 years ago. That's what he's saying is 15,020 years ago.
All right, so this thing might be wrong then, because right here in the year one of Yakub, this is his birth here, 8,367. That's not up there. So this might not be right.
And
I
listen,
don't know.
you gotta give my man Elijah a break, man. He went to the third grade.
Nah, man, I ain't giving up.
Listen,
Yo, dude, listen, I'm the first one to champion. I've been arguing with dudes there. They try to trap me off, and then I get them. They was like, yeah, Bob boy, you be dealing with that easy. Yeah, all right. Guess what? Put all your Pan-Africanness up post 1975. Nobody fucking with his program. Who wants to smoke? Let's go. Yo, that ain't fair, God. That ain't fair. Yeah, that is fair. Tell me who you got. Yeah, you ain't got nobody, right? I'm done. I don't care if he said the goddamn tree was God. I don't care. You ain't fucking with that shit, yo. Yo, man, I used to go through some bad. You just ain't see the videos, son. They trying to hang me, son, and I be by myself, son. Nobody around me, son. I gotta hold it down by myself. Nobody around, son. They be trying to jump me, son. But I like it because it make me sharper. They made me sharper, bro. I
right,
I I
right.
I, I appreciate it. It made me sharper. So I don't be caught out there Like you had that dude doing circles for 17 hours, bro.
I don't know. He was doing himself certain. Listen, man. You see, did you listen to the part where he said, "Yo, he's been everything. That he's been." He said he started off. He was reading the book, the Jehovah Witness stuff. I think he said he went from Jehovah Witness to evangelical, and then he was actually studying to be like a preacher or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, when I finished training my clients and I was listening, I looked, I was like, yo, what is this dude saying?
Yeah. Then he said he went to Hebrew Israelite for a minute. You know what I'm saying? From Hebrew Israelite, I think he said he went to the NOI. You know what I mean? So that was one of the things that I seen why he was so confused, because it was like, he kept a little part of all of those different religions. You know what I'm saying? And his mind was just developed in that way where, because that's something that I seen. That's a certain way, from watching Sinetta, uh, and you see the Hebrew Israelites, they that's a certain way that your mind works. You know what I'm saying? Where you refer to the scripture and all of that. For me, uh, yeah, it's good for some things, but when the Bible is your primary, I got a hard time accepting it as a primary historical source. You know what I'm saying? But I saw
Yeah, like,
that
yeah, I
he
used to have a problem with that a
yeah,
while ago. But now, because I got into, because if I never talked to these dudes, I would have never like knew what is the real, like there's real history in the book. Like actually, there's a lot of real history in that book, and it only comes from a certain period, and that's dealing with that Babylonian captivity, and that's dealing with that 6th century, 5th century BCE, and the Persians coming there, and Darius, and that shit there. That shit is real. Like yo, there's a real Judah, there's a real king of Judah. That shit is real. It's not fake. The
this
only thing is that is weird about it is that they don't do they not you don't hear about these 12 tribes, and they don't do that. They just call all these niggas Judeans, you heard?
you know how I always looked at that is see the Roman portion of the history, meaning the history that the Romans that wrote it, uh, that they knew about, that history is correct. You know what I'm saying? Like when they telling you about the different Caesars, you know what I'm saying? And like you said, these different empires, the Persians, all of these is people that the Romans would have interacted with. So they would have known that history. You know what I'm saying? But then, like you said, other things that they had no knowledge of, now you just get speculation as to, well, we know we in Europe and it's all these white people, you know what I'm saying? Where those black people come from? You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So now you see this, history of uh, curse from Ham and all this type of stuff, which I
Mm-hmm.
never really understood that, because, like I said, when I was dealing with Christianity and they used to tell us the Bible stories, uh, and then they used to give us these coloring books, and all of the characters in the coloring books was always black people. Like they always had afros, we used to paint them brown, we used to paint their hair black. You know what I'm saying? And then we go to the regular church, and first of all, they had the whitest Jesus. Uh, this was like the whitest kind of Jesus with the blue eyes and the sandy blonde hair. Where he looked like kind of like a hippie or something. Um, and the other thing is, I couldn't figure out if the people in the Bible was black, like y'all telling us, then how could they turn black from a curse? Like how could if I didn't understand that. You know what I mean? And just a number of those discrepancies over time, I just came to the point where I was like, all right, I can see y'all don't
Yeah.
know what y'all talking about. You know, y'all got me here with this suit choking my neck. You know what I'm saying? I'm hungry. I've been here since this morning. Yeah, look, I'm not gonna be coming back here no more.
Yeah, the
So
guard told
I
me to
was
look up
like,
this. The guard told me to look up this Asiatic calendar. This one looked totally different than the other one.
yeah, see, this one don't go back as far. All right, they got Buddha on this one.
So it goes according to what how you said it. And you was like, yo, 15,020 would be where we at now. Versus that other one, 1520 starts something totally different. See 1520 down here, God. This look more familiar to me of how I got my shit. See how this is right here?
Right.
15,011.
Oh, who got this one? This one got a law on there too. Oh,
Yeah.
it says email universal set. Oh, this is somebody sent this to you from the group. Oh, they
Mm-hmm.
got Malcolm X on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Garvey. Hey, wait a minute. WF Muhammad name is Delaney?
WF Muhammad comes to Detroit. Where you see that at?
14,963 AC, 1877 AD.
The
The
birth
birth
of
of
Wallace
Wallace
Delaney
Delaney
from
Fuad Muhammad.
I don't know about that. I ain't see Delaney. I would have to look in my other book to see if that was one of his names. But no, that can't be Delaney. It should just be Dodd.
Yeah, where's yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
how
know
come his
about that.
name is not Ibn Alfonso?
Yo, I don't know.
Never thought of that.
I'm gonna have to snatch my book of life up from my old from my mom's old dad. He asked me for my joint. I remember I used to hit up C a lot. He returned to the essence, but that was man, he used to give me the run around the rosy, God. You know how you be wanting to get mad at somebody, but you can't get mad at them?
Yeah, that, listen, that's
Yo,
you
son,
too.
yo,
You
look what, yo, son, I would come through, right? So, I got a bunch of stuff from where I was at, and the older God blessed me with a bunch of things. So I be building when I say, yo, what you got in them books? So, he got all them big ass black book of lights and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, yo, let me see that. I was like, let me see. I said, all right. He's like, yo, what you got? I was like, yo, I got all the Armando X shit. I got every last one of them from a Law World Manifest going all the way down the goddamn line. I got all of them. He's like, you got all of them? Yeah, I got the greatest understanding and the part that's cut off. I got all that. He's like, you ain't got that. I was like, yeah, I do. I'll give it to you. Now, what you got here? So I can't remember. I'm looking through the book and I'm like, yo, what is this? I don't got this. I don't got this. I don't got that. Oh, no. Yo, I want all of those. And I'm going to give you these 5. All right, God, I need some ink. All right, so let's go get some ink. He's like, oh, yeah. So I give him, now waiting for the guard to get the ink. He's like, yeah, come back tomorrow. Yo, son, I come back tomorrow. I can't find him. And then I forget about it. You know what I'm saying? And then I see him probably like a month later. Yo, God, what's science? Yo, where my stuff at, man?
Yeah, listen, that's seal out for you too. Yeah,
I'm like, damn, God, give me one. And then he'll give it to me. Then he got all them books, bro, with all these lessons in it, bro. He had like 5 of them shits, I think, bro. And there was another book he had, like, yo, what's this? I'm like, nah, I want this, that, and this. And then same thing, and then I just forget, man. And I don't know how come I be forgetting, bro. And I be like, now I wish I didn't forget, man. I would have had them there, man.
it's so much things, man. That's like that for me too, man. Well, I was like, damn, man, I meant to ask him this right here. But
God, I don't know if you looked at what he had. I don't know if you really did that. Son, I was
yeah.
in the school for like a half an hour one day, son. This dude, I'm like, yo, what else you got? And he just started laughing. He the little laugh he do, he. And I'm like, yo, man, stop playing with me, man. I'm like, yo, God, listen, man, don't make me turn this store up down, son. give me these fucking lessons, son.
Yeah,
Damn. Yeah.
seal out with stack. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
Seal out with stack.
Oh
These
yeah.
three brothers, man, you go to their rest, man, it should be like a fucking library.
And you know who else be giving me to run around? Lord Graceful.
Oh yeah.
Yo, he called me the phone. I called him. I'm like, yo, God, because I wanted the original Supreme Math from the NOI because I never seen it. And I know it goes from 1, I think, to 6 or something like that. So Melchizedek got it. So I'll be building with him. And I'm like, yo, son. He's like, yo, give me all the Nova Jew Ali stuff. Give me all of that. So we be building on the phone, going through all of that. And I say, yeah, that's fine and all that. Yo, I want that and I want them other 3 things, God. Yeah, I got you, God. Then I can't get him on the phone, bro. I can't find
I'll
him.
tell you what it is about Malik. See, Grayswood, look, he'll give you stuff. Like he got his own little stuff that he write every month. And he just give it out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But if you ask him for something, that's what you ready. Well, listen, with Lord Grayswood, you gotta just wait for him to hit you. You know what I'm saying?
Son, I'm on some new shit now. I'm straight pressing dudes. I'm on some straight gangster shit, son. Like, yo, you dudes is getting up in age. You got this information. I need this, and I'm not playing with you. You coming off of that, bro.
You know, I was
I'm
thinking
coming.
that even about myself, man, because like in the last years, like the last like 20 years or so, right? A lot of people in my family been getting Alzheimer's. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of them has been the women though. It hasn't really been big on for the men. You know what I mean? But my thing is, I don't know where Alzheimer's come from. Like if it comes from something you eat, I'm in trouble because like 3 of the women that probably made the most meals for me in my whole life, like 3 out of the 4 of them, they had it. So I'm like, if this shit come from something you eat, you know, people better get all the knowledge I got right now. Because it might listen, man. You might roll up on me one day, man. I'll be looking at you, man, like, yo, man. Who this guy right here with, man? Somebody know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's why you gotta, you know, and then plus
Nah, but I'm just being on some real serious shit, on some word is born type shit. Like, yo, like we gotta these brothers that's around, like we
yeah.
gotta get that information because if it's gone, that's it.
Listen, we at the last of the last. Like it's a handful of brothers from the 60s up. Like I don't know if it's 50 of them. You know what I'm saying? It could be, but I'm saying like, you know, brothers that we talking about right now that you could really go to, you know, and you know, even if they don't got the books, they could build with you and point you in the right direction to start doing your research or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a handful of them.
Yo, who's that brother? Did you ever meet that brother? This dude that made that book, Uncle Yaya. What's his name? Prince Cuba?
Oh yeah, Prince Cuban.
I never. You met him before? You like?
He
You,
well,
bro,
basically what happened,
laughing.
he was doing he was making a lot of books, you know what I'm saying? He was making a lot of noise. He had people he was like a cross between like Born Mastermind and Dr. York. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh.
yeah, he was making a lot of books and but the whole time he was making the books, most people had never met him because he was locked up. And then eventually he came home. And when he came to the school, because everybody's hearing about the dude, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of young brothers that is picking up on what he's saying and everything. And eventually he came to the school and it was one of those situations where the older guys was like, this the nigga y'all talking about? like they knew him. But it's like, hey, he not even like that, man. What's wrong with you writing these books? Like, so then I think he went somewhere and he might have got on drugs or something, but soon he just fell off the map. Like once he came to the school, he fell off the map.
That don't sound right. How would once you come around to school, you fall off the mat?
Yo, that's what happened. That's the last I seen him. You know what I'm saying? Well, I heard about him. He came over there, and Kaleem had seen him. That's when Kaleem used to be over there. And he's like, yeah, I know that dude, man. You're not even like that, man. I don't know what you're talking about. And that was it. That's why, if you notice, he just kind of disappeared.
Yeah. Oh
You know?
wow, I didn't know that, bro. I really didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what happened. Eventually, he came.
Because I was hearing about him a lot, and I was like, "Who is that?" I mean, because I would always look. I liked the power paper better though. So that was I think that was the guards in the law born or something. They was writing that upstate. So I was getting that. We was getting that paper, and then I saw something written about. I'm like, "Who is this?" And I'm like, "Oh, word." All right. Then I heard some, but I never met him in there. I never seen him.
Yeah, see, he was.
I decided to ask you because you probably know.
Yeah, he was one of those people, right? That you know, like I said, once you got that Christian kind of training, right? So now you always looking for the boogeyman. You're always looking for somebody that you could blame for everything that's going wrong. You know what I'm saying? So somebody pops on the set, yo, the reason why things is like this is because the older guys this and the older guys that, and people ain't doing this and people ain't doing that. You understand what I mean? But then it was like, all right, you just strictly condemning though. Like you don't, you know what I'm saying? You don't really got to program yourself. You
Yeah,
know what
you
I'm
gotta
saying?
have a program. You can't
Yeah,
say nothing
that
if
was
you
the
ain't
other
doing nothing.
thing. Yeah, it wasn't like when if he would have came out of school and it would have, been, whatever happened then, but then he went back out in the street and started doing his thing, you know what I'm saying? It would have been different, but it was like, nah, nothing never came of it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he was a dude who, that's who he was to me. You know what I'm saying? He was, uh, Dr. York and Born Mastermind both, I felt like their goal was to try to use our magnetic to draw people up. You know what I'm saying? And the way both of them attempted to do it was by trying to act as if they had all of our knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So, if they had all of our knowledge plus some, then, you should probably follow him. You understand what I'm saying? And then even to this day, to me, I still see the results of that. You know what I'm saying? Like shout out to those brothers, polite, all them type of people. But see, one thing about all of them, right, is once you've been in that Ansar, right? Once you've been a Dr. York follower, you've been everything. You've been a Muslim, you've been Hebrew, you've been indigenous, you've been Moorish, you've been, Sumerian, et cetera, et cetera. You see what I mean? So, and he got books that he wrote on everybody. So they people that when you talking to them, they can come in and blend into any type of people. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you see polite talking to a Muslim, he talk that talk. You know what I'm saying? If you see him talking with Egyptologists, he can talk that talk. You know what I'm saying? He can talk and attempt to blend in with most other people. You know what I'm saying? It's a little more difficult when you're dealing with 5% because we get into details. You understand what I mean? You can't just come and say, a couple of catchphrases. We're gonna ask you what you mean by that. So
Yo, you that
a little bit,
okay.
yeah, it becomes a little bit more difficult because that's what happened the first time that I seen them changing around. Really, we was on 125th Street and Lenox Avenue, and I saw this brother this brother named Devon. You know what I'm saying? He just returned to the essence too, like in the last 2 years. You know what I'm saying? So I seen him come to the block. So I was saying peace to him. And with some other brothers that I was with, but they didn't have the knowledge, you know, quite as long as me. So I'm talking to the brother Devon, and then one of them come over and they like, yo, I think you should come over here and do the knowledge of what this brother is saying. So at the time, like, man, you do the knowledge of what he's saying. I'm talking to this brother right here. So eventually I go over there and dude is talking and I'm listening to him, right? And it's like at first as he's talking, he's using our language, he's saying God and all this, da 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 da. As I'm listening to him, he says something, he looks at me, he's like, right, God? So I'm just looking at him. So he was like, right, God? So I was like, yo, man, who you fucking with? And then he said, I'm fucking with Ramboni. And that's yo, listen,
Whoa.
I'm dead ass. So when that happened, I just walked off and everybody walked off with me and shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's when I seen that it's like, okay, you changed up the garb and everything and you trying to blend in with the people. You know what I'm saying? And you trying to you know, you trying to draw people up you know, by slowly, you know, you coming in and identifying with them and slowly leading them in another direction. You know what I'm saying?
I really only encounter that because where I work at and where I live now, that's not around me. But I only come into contact like that on the internet. And when I first came on here, I was running into dudes, and I'm like, yo, I was like, oh shit, oh God, knowledge of soul. Like, yeah, peace, God. Like, no. I'm like, yeah. So then, you know, we having different builds because of the cipher I'm in. We dealing with moral science. We dealing with like all them debates that you ever saw happen, they all come from hangouts. Because all of us are being a hangout. It's just not live. I mean, and then it'll be like, okay, yeah, we gonna set it up. Da-da-da, yeah, I'm gonna get you da-da, and it'll be like 3-4 hours of all these dudes on one chat. But y'all don't nobody see it. And they think that it's just something that's new that come out. Nah, this is something that's been going on for like 2-3 months. So then one day I'm talking to this dude, and he's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I mean? I said, yeah, where you got all of this soap? He's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? My grand educator. I said, what? What you say? He's like, yeah, my grand educator is born a lot. Wait, what is a grand educator? Where'd you get that from? Yo, matter of fact, yo, son, like, yo, what's today's math? Yo, this dude ain't even know, son.
Yeah,
and this
that's what I'm
was a
saying.
live show, bro.
You're right.
This was a live show, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I was like, yo, so all this time you've been sitting here talking about your name is God. You ain't no God, man. Get the fuck out of here, B. Now he getting mad, cursing. Yo, you can't tell me who. Yo, son, we don't use that term, grand educator. Where'd you get that from?
Mm-hmm.
We always heard enlightener. I did hear some people say educator, but most of the time it'll be enlightener. But when you say grand educator, dog, there's a problem.
Yeah. I mean,
You know what I'm
to me,
saying?
there's a lot of buzzwords, but you know, so much time has passed that people don't realize that now. But that's why if you say overstand to brothers that had the knowledge at a certain time, it's like nah. See, what is this? You understand what I'm saying? Because that was something that we started hearing from Dr. York. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't how nobody was speaking. You know, you start with the overstanding and the understanding and all this stuff, especially the way, and then like I said, that was something that just personally, you know what I'm saying, that probably was more of a personal thing, but when we used to come in contact with different people, right? A lot of people used to try to play us like we was kids because we was kids. Like we was the youngest people out here saying that we conscious. You know what I'm saying? You know, the Ansars, I mean, they had kids, but those wasn't the people that used to come out on the street and sell the oils and the books. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you're running into the NOI, those are men, You know what I'm saying? You know, the Hebrew Israelites, they was all men. You know what I mean? And so a lot of times, you know, we really, well, me, I felt like, yeah, I really got to start bombing. You know what I'm saying? So these dudes, you know, could realize they got to show me some respect. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people, you know, when we used to have a conversation, you know, it was basically like the point of their conversation was like, yo, you know what? You smart young brother. Why don't you come on down to the mosque? You know, come on down to, like, no, I'm not coming down there. What are you talking about? Why don't you come on down to the rally? You know, but so you know, I kind of observed those ways of different people, you know what I'm saying? And I seen that a lot of people, they try to take an opportunity, you know what I'm saying, when they feel you know,
Just something to latch on to.
yeah, right. And see, a lot of times what happens is people think that we gone. You know what I'm saying? Like you see all of these new brothers or whatever, you know, because we always bringing in, we always teaching. So people see these new brothers and they thinking that, you know, yeah, those brothers from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they not around. Like, nah, cut it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, but you know what was so crazy? For the longest time, son, nobody know what I was, son. They didn't know what I was, son. And then he's like, yo, son, why your name out there? I'm God. He's like, but what? You be talking about Egypt? And I'm like, yeah, son, because I can do that.
Yeah.
I'm into this right now. I want to learn. I want to debate these topics. I like this. Now, if somebody want to question me, bring it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with it. Just
That's
no
it.
one never did it. Anytime you ever see me, they know they never do it, son. And because they tried it. I mean, one dude tried it, but it's not on tape.
That's
Jabari tried
another,
it,
that's
and it
another
ain't on
thing
tape.
that they did where I always felt like, you know, like this is a part of what I'm saying. Is if like, yo, you a 5%er, you're only supposed to be quoting 120. You know what I'm saying? You're not supposed to know all of this history and all this facts. You understand what I mean? You're not supposed to know science. You're not supposed to be talking physics over here with me. You know what I'm saying? You're not supposed to be, you know, knowing about, you know, the history of what led us up to now. You only supposed to be speaking from the Asiatic calendar. You know what I'm saying? And see me, I rarely spoke like that to them. You know what I'm saying? You know, when we discussing whatever the topic may be. You know what I'm saying? You know, because I used to be, you know, you know, I used to like Sinetta and all that with they like a lot of times when I look at that, it's like, yo, this looks like what we used to do. Like, let me tell you something. I used to leave my house. You know how you in your house, you maintain, you watch the TV, and then you go outside, like you going to work or something, or you going to the store. I used to leave my house to go battle with motherfuckers. All over Fordham Road, 149th Street, 42nd Street, 125th Street. I just leave my house to go find the Ansars. You know what I'm saying? Especially the Ansars because they
Yeah,
was
you
out.
was. I heard that was popping out here. I wasn't out here, but I heard that was crazy out here, bro.
Listen, that was
I
like,
heard y'all was going that though, something
yo,
severely.
listen, it was every day, son. I'm talking literally. Like it was just so like, you know, Cass's board, like, you know, this is before you playing games on your phone and all that. You know what I'm saying? This is, you know, times happen, you know, you get bored. And we, like I said, we kids, we 15, 16. So, you know, yeah, we go down there and you know, get into verbal battle with them all the time. Shakima, have you gone back? Have you gone back to California? Shakima is out here.
He said?
Shakima is out here with the bubonic. She just came in the room. Yeah, but I said, well, for a couple of times, that was pretty early in the game. They told me, look, stay away from the Muslims, the NOI, because I would confident they like super hype. You know what I'm saying? Like you say something to them, and then they say you disrespecting Elijah Muhammad, and you know things start going left. You know what I'm saying? So they was like, listen, man, just stay away from them. But like that brother that just returned, Hafiz, if his name is Justice, then me and him we clashed on 148th Street in St. Nicholas when they had a NOI restaurant right there. But yeah, Shakim and Jansport Posse, Mr. Spot, who else was on the Jansport Posse? Don Bishop is not in here. Reveal, you was on the Jansport Posse too, right? I still can't get over that. I still can't get over that this was going on, like all around me. People wearing Jansport strings. Like I never noticed that. See, that's what happens. That's what I'm telling you. When I've been so involved with what I was doing. You went back and forth with Hafiz too. Was his name ever Justice? Yeah, Don Bishop. That's what I was saying. Don, he ain't in here today though. Was Hafiz? Was his name ever Justice? But there's him, uh, Arthur X. Oh, you left Saturday? Okay, we safe. We safe, everybody. Yeah, I'm saying, but when this was going on, the Jansport strings, what years was this? Because I totally I that to me is the craziest part. So, yeah, see if I would have known, I would stop y'all from doing that. Hey, what's wrong with y'all, man? Taking people's Jansport strings. Oh yeah, Scotty was on Jansport Posse too. Oh yeah, mid to late '90s. Yeah, by late '90s, I'm definitely not paying attention to book bags and strings and that kind of stuff. Absolutely. You well, yeah, the school. I've been on vacation. You know what I mean? I went pretty hard this year. You know what I'm saying? Especially since the summer. You know what I'm saying? Knowledge Divine was Jansport Posse too. 94, 95. Yeah, see by 94, 95, yeah, I got kids, man. I ain't really got no time to play with y'all. But uh yeah, I've been on vacation for the last maybe like 2 weeks, man. Tommy Hilfiger tags. Dudes would take a razor and cut the tags off your bag. Nah, I wasn't in, when I was they were snatching Lee patches for a minute. Mr. Green one. But what's going on? What's going on back in Cali? I know you was did you feel safe out here, Shakima? Did you feel that you were out of the danger zone while you were in New York? Yeah, I don't know what kind of stuff y'all got into in the mid-90s, man. I don't know what kind of practices is these. Jam sport strings. But yeah, I Googled it. I seen this. It's like a song made. There's an anthem to this jam sport strings thing and everything. I don't know what's going on. See, y'all lucky. See, that's the type of shit you'd have got bombed for. Like that's the type of shit the older guys see with that shit. Like, yo, guy, what you doing with all the strings, man? Like, yeah, man, I took them off people's bags. What? You cut that savage shit out. What the fuck is wrong with you? Stealing people's. That's the type of shit you got bombed for, man. Stealing people's strings off their book bag. See, that's what it is, man. I'll tell you something. I don't be feeling, no particular age. I still feel the same way when I got the knowledge. It's mentally. When I see the way people think and the stuff they do now, I'll be like, damn, time is fucking past, man.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back in.
All right.
The universe kicked me out, man. Yo, man, I need you to read that book. Oh, man, stop playing, man.
Oh yeah, matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna check it over the next couple of days.
Look, especially really the one I want you to get to look at is the arithmetic and the one that's on the theology of arithmetic. I'm saying I gave this to another guy. He ain't read the book. I'm trying to find somebody to build with about the book. I can't get the guys to read the book. Shit crazy, bro. Like, look, let me do this real quick since we talk about math. I'm not gonna go through all of them. I'm just gonna do this, right? Check it out. So you'll see what this is hitting at. Maybe this will interest you and get you interested. So remember I told you that this book here is dealing with Pythagoras and the way that his system is based off of numbers, and that numbers are not just numbers to enumerate, that they represent principles. So he has 10 principles, but they are not formatted in numbers. All right, they're formatted in symbols. So it's called the monad. So you see, like, this is the first system. This will be knowledge, but I'm gonna go through it, and this next one will be the dyad. All right. So, and then the triad, etc. But check this out. I hope this gets you interested, man. Read the book. Look, it says the monad is the non-spatial source of number. It is called monad because of its stability, since it preserves the specific identity of any number which it is conjoined. For instance, 3 times 1 equals 3, 4 times 1 equals 4, See how the approach of the monad to these numbers preserved the same identity and did not produce a different number. Everything has been organized by the monad because it contains everything potentially. For even if they are not yet actual, nevertheless, the monad holds similarly the principles which are within all numbers, including those which are within the dyad. For the monad is even and odd, etc., right? So this, and then I'm gonna stop it right here. It goes, hold on, let me get to this one. Nonetheless, Nicodemus says that God coincides with the monad, since he is similarly everything which exists, just as the monad is in the case of number, and there are incompassionate the potential things which, when actual, seem to extremely oppose. So basically, if I'm dealing with now my math, when I'm reading this, I'm like, oh shit, that sounds like knowledge right there. Knowledge is the foundation of everything in existence. But
Mm-hmm.
when you get to reading this, you're gonna see every principle. When you get to the dyad, you're gonna see wisdom. When you get to that, you're gonna see understanding. And the way that this dude taught, it wasn't written, it was word of mouth. So when the individual got the principle of their symbol, he had to learn that from word of mouth and then regurgitate it back. So I said, oh shit. I mean, this is crazy. So I want you to get in, I want you to get out. I need somebody to build about this, man. See if
Yeah.
I can get the God to build with it, man. I mean, but that's this book. Cause I don't even know what I sent you, but that's this one. That's that one right there.
Mm.
That shit crazy. That shit crazy, God. When you get into that, you gonna be like, okay.
Yeah, Pythagoras, I mean, you could tell just from how much they, this right here. He said here, sincere Shakiman.
Y'all said
Yeah,
y'all
California,
had a y'all had a
California,
gym sport fair.
the epicenter. California is the epicenter of the bubonic right now. Mr. Spock said, but the thing is, you can also buy the jam sports string. So I would go downtown Brooklyn with $10 and buy a bunch. That's what you better say, man. I'm telling you, if you tell me, yo, you got, yeah, man, I had to bag these right here. What? Yeah, nah, you better say you bought them.
Don't try to get out of this, God. You're gonna read that book.
Yeah, nah, I want to read it
Don't
because
try to get out of it.
nah, I've looked up Pythagoras before.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The terms rational and irrational come
Right.
from Pythagoras. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you could tell just from the kind of impact that even to this day, you know what I'm saying, that we deal with the Pythagorean theorem and how much is used, you know what I'm saying, in all the different applications that you could tell, whenever Pythagoras went to Egypt, he got hit with he got hit with a little extra knowledge than everybody else.
Yeah, man, that shit was crazy. I read that shit. I was like, what the hell? Then that shit made me look into Plato, and I was like, what is these five symbols? I mean, and I started going to the Platonic solids, and I started looking at sacred geometry. So, and I started looking at that, and I was like, oh man. But I can't build with that with everybody. They start being like, yo, God, you getting too theoretical. Nah, man. That's the European. Nah, son. This is math right here. So
Yeah,
then I had to get slick with it. And I started studying the West African divination systems. And then I started looking at the Congo. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, then I tied it together. And I said, all right, I see how this all work in here. Got it.
you got a question right here. Have you ever read the history of Western philosophy?
The history of Western philosophy. No, I have something on that, but not that specific book. I got something on it, but not that book.
Mrs. Spock is dead set on the Kabbalion. I gotta check this Kabbalion out, man.
No, the Kabbalion
Is it the
it's a good
Kabbalah?
book. Yeah, the Kabbalion, not Kabbalah. The Kabbalion is good. It's a good read. I mean, like you could use that book and you could like I'm gonna tell you what that book remind me of. You know the favorite hood book that every dude want to read to manipulate people is that 48 Laws of Power shit, right? So
Mm-hmm.
when you read that book, you realize that you do most of that already. You just wasn't paying attention to it. So because we deal with this, what we deal with, we already are privy to those philosophies because we already do it. So if you start talking about the law of cause and effect, what are we talking about? You start talking about polarity, what are we talking about? You start talking about the law of vibration, what are we talking about? You start talking about the law of gender, what are we talking about? We talking about the laws of gender and our first three principles: man, woman, and child, foundation of everything in existence. Boom, period. Then we just make it symbolic to elements of nature, sun, gravity. Like I'll be doing weird shit, God. I'll just be like, yo, yeah, knowledge is symbolic to gravity, God, because it's the foundation that keep you steady. I'll just make my own shit up, you heard?
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, it's the same principles. I mean, so in the first one, the mind, everything is mental. And then there's a couple of things I don't agree with because you start going a little far off. And that's like in the beginning of the book. And when you start, then I wanted to get into Hermeticism to see what it was. Then, then I got the Book of Thoth. And now I have the Book of Hermeticism and I'm reading it. And I was like, yeah, you guys are going a little too far. But I can mess with them principles though. It's universal principles, meaning like there's no way around it. You're not gonna say that you don't deal with these specific laws. It just points them out.
Mm-hmm.
And if you say everything is mental, everything is mental. It's not even. It's free too. You could just
Yeah,
put
I just went to
free.
the site right now.
That shit is free. You can just grab that. That ain't It's just that dudes start getting lost in that because now what you're dealing with hermeticism, right? Now you're dealing with transmutation and how you change gold into other things, but that's another symbology. And then they start getting into these emerald tablets, and that shit ain't real. I'm like, no, 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 no. Now you're going too far, bro. You're not gonna get me with no emerald tablets that I can't find. You ain't gonna get me wrapped up in that shit. I'm good. But those seven principles, God, yeah, son. You mean it's good.
Mm-hmm. What is this? The history of Western philosophy. What is that about? Bertrand Russell. I know that author, but what is it? Starting from like Herodotus
Oh,
and Socrates. Who is it? It's Socrates, then Plato, then Aristotle, right?
yeah, somewhat in that order. But they in there. And then you're gonna have Pythagoras and all them other. But for me, that I already told you how I see the wisdom build degree, bro. I see that all in Plato's laws, son. That's all Plato right there, B.
The play. What is that called? The Platonic law.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you something. Right. I'm gonna pull it up for you right now. I'm gonna go in my Kindle and I'm gonna grab that right now. Um, uh, uh, that'll be a rough way for me to find that deal. I might as well go to because I chopped that book up. I ain't gonna find it that way, so I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go on my Facebook. Find it. I'm gonna go on my group because I can find it quicker that way. Group.
So justice, how far does it come up? Like from it, like it goes from what Herodotus to Kant and Nietzsche and these kind of people.
Yeah, man, where is it?
Kendall Rowland said, I read that they all went to the mystery schools in Alexandria in Egypt to learn from the original black guys. They said they went in as men and they came out as gods. Um, the only thing I think that the city of Alexandria is probably a little late for most of them because Alexandria is made from Alexander the Great. Yeah, when it comes to those philosophy books, I'm not good at reading those. I don't really, I don't understand the concept well the time because sometimes to understand that philosophy, it's like you gotta understand the mindset of the person.
Damn, man, where the hell is this shit?
I mean, I understand that the history, you know, uh, I understand the history of the stolen legacy, but it's one of those things where you're receiving something like once the legacy goes through them, you're getting something that's filtered through their filter. You know what I'm saying? Through the way that they understand the world.
Yeah, man, where did I put it at, yo? That's crazy, bro. Can't find that shit, man. Damn, I want you to really see this because this coincides with that wisdom building me crazy, bro. I'm gonna find it. I just don't remember where. I got my turban on, God. You see me? See my turban, God? You see my turban? Allah, Akbar. I was in I was in Dubai right there. So that's the red desert. So I was playing around. That shit was that was a weird experience, bro. Very weird. Lord Akbar. Allah don't exist in Dubai, you heard?
Word?
Nah, son. Yo, because I was in a couple of different places when I was out there. So
Mm-hmm.
every weekend, the sheikhs and all them dudes, they come from Kuwait because they can't drink over there. When you go to Dubai, you can drink. So like Saudi Arabia, you can't drink over there. There's no alcohol there. You can't drink there. So every weekend, here it is right here. Found it. Bam. So what's up with this shit? Why is it not showing me the whole thing? Why I can't look at it? Where's the anyway, when you go there, when you when you when you go to that joint, every weekend they'll leave there and go to Dubai to go cheat on their wives. So when you go to the clubs there, you'll see multiple West African women, a lot of Ethiopian women, and they'll be sitting at the table by themselves. Them bros be bad. And then them coming there with that white shit on their head and all that. And then they'll do something where they'll wink at the person, and then the person will walk by, they'll slide them a slip, because you can't like do that there. That's something that's a new. You can't do it there. And then they'll slide off in the hotel, bro. I was like, yo, this shit crazy. These dudes over here fucking bugging right now, you heard? And then I was bugging because like they have pictures of Tupac, Big L, everything on a big pun. I was like, yo, this black man is God. We out here. This crazy. Nah, that shit was bugged out, bro. And then in Kuwait, they don't even sell condoms, son. You heard?
Yeah, I knew they was crazy over there with some stuff. I seen the dude get kicked off the stage one time. They didn't like to, they didn't like what he was saying.
Yeah, son. And I learned real quick. I say, yo, you ain't going over there talking about you Allah and all that. I don't think you're gonna make it out of there, B.
Yeah, I tell people that all the time, man.
You ain't gonna make it out of there, bro. You ain't gonna make it out of there. But yeah, check this, right? So this is a guy trying to get in contact with him, but he has another book. I call it the Green Book. It's called The Creation of the, not this one, but it's called the Pentateuch and the Origin of the Exodus. And he did some remarkable research there. But this book is called Plato and the Creation of the Bible. Check this out, right? So this is dealing with Western civilization. So this is me right here, blah, blah, blah. Check this out. It says Plato acknowledged that the notion of three types of souls was itself a myth and a fiction. So he knew this was some mystery god spook shit, right? But one useful for the population to believe so that they would entrust the government to the guardianship of the auxiliaries and the philosopher kings. I said, very interesting. This guy is at the top of Western civilization with this nonsense. Let's keep going. In order to facilitate the adoption of this myth, Plato proposed that the guardians, after obtaining power in Athens, should expel everyone over the age of 10 from Athens to live in the countryside, and that the philosopher king should personally undertake the nurture and education of the new generation of the children in the city. I guess you can see what I'm relating this to as I'm continuing to read. You can stop me if you want. By seizing control of education and only allowing the young to be exposed to the approved myths, Plato believed that the polis could be wholly brought over to the new way of life within a generation or two. You can see where I'm going through with that as well. For Plato, as a social engineer, a system of censorship and universal compulsory education by which the state could maintain control of theology, of literature, of the arts, of all forms of public discourse knowledge about the world and of the nation's past was considered essential to allow the effective indoctrination and culturalization and social control of all members of the ideal city-state he envisaged. Plato's program of creating the mythic past in which the divine laws of the nation had been established in a distant antiquity faced an obvious practical difficulty, namely the living memory of the new colonists. You can see where I'm going with that. Plato fully recognized the problem and sought to overcome it by devising strategies to erase the nation's memory of any way of life, like erasing a tablet and starting with a new clean state. In order to erase the cultural memories of the past and replace them with new memories, the rulers would exercise complete control over the nation's education, literature, public speech, and cultural contact with other nations. A key part of the educational program found in both Plato's Republic and Laws was the strict control of literature. Plato was highly critical of the literature typically used in Athens primary schools, which, although excelled at poetry, contained material that Plato deemed unsuitable to impressionable minds. Plato's laws contain many examples of suggested mechanisms whereby the new laws and institutions of the polis might convincingly be portrayed as ancient and divine. You see where I'm going with that. One major problem Plato sought to overcome was the lack of any ethnic or historical connection between the colonists who had been brought in from locations scattered throughout Sparta and Crete and the land of Magnesia or its customs. Although the district of Magnesia was presently deserted and had been for some time, The new colonists were encouraged to believe that they were the returned descendants of the ancient Magnesians, and the new colony was a divinely established restoration of an ancient nation. That shit is that shit crazy, bro. This right here, son, is at the root of Western civilization, bro. And for me, I looked at the wisdom build degree and I see all of that all up in all of this right here, bro. That's crazy what he did. That's crazy. It's crazy, bro. Now, what you think about that, G?
What is this chapter right here about Plato and the creation of the Hebrew Bible?
Oh, that came from this book. That's another bill, God. I ain't even getting into that. He has a theory about a theory about that. And in that book, it tracks all of the laws, like the Deuteronomy code. So remember I told you about the JPED theory.
Mm-hmm.
And what he does is he shows that the Greeks have a lot of stories that parallel with the biblical narrative. So he goes through all of the ancient laws. So all of the ancient laws in the Near East, he puts them side by side. All of the ancient laws in Greek, as far as how do you make a new nation, and it has to begin with imponious ancestors, which means these people that don't exist, which would be your 12 tribes of Israel. And then when you look in Greek, they have something called the Anthidian League, and that's a group of 12. And these 12 Apponius ancestors follow this law, this right here, where they take over this place, they they sneak inside the population, they learn about the culture, and after they learn their customs, they get their ass up out of there, and they take all the children that's at a certain age and teach them, and they make a know-who nation, bro. That shit crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That shit crazy, God.
Yeah, you could definitely. That's something that they definitely been applying over and over and over. That's like a kind of blueprint that they use in a lot of ways.
Yeah, son. I saw the wisdom build degree all up in that.
Yeah, because that's the dangerous thing about school. Is that school's about education. You need education. You know what I'm saying? But that's one thing you gotta realize. Whenever the devil show up, that's one of the first things he would. You know what I'm saying? You gotta educate the history right out of these kids. You know what I'm saying?
I am being cut you.
They do it everywhere they go, man. You know what I'm saying? Australia, America, Africa, wherever it is, listen, you got to educate the history straight out of these kids, man. We're gonna separate them from the parents, you know what I'm saying? And stick a pin in their head or feed them to some wild beast. But we can't have them, rebelling against us forever. You know what I'm saying? That probably was one of the biggest I ain't gonna say mistakes, but that was a factor, when the Moors took over Europe, they kind of let everybody do their thing.
Yeah, that was kind of a I just started studying that 2 months ago, and it's a book called Europe and Africans in Europe and early Renaissance, and then there's another book called the Africans in Latin America. And it's funny that you say that because it even happens when the Christians take over. So like the way that society was set up, it was sort of like America, bro. So it was like a cosmopolitan society. So you had your Jews, you had your Moors, you had your Christians, and you had your, regular just African dudes that they was getting over there. And what was weird about it was that in slavery, even though some of them Africans were slaves, it wasn't like over here. Whereas they won't live with their master, they just gotta pay the dude. So they live with their family, that shit was weird. I was like, yo, what kind of shit is this? So I'm like, well, because I wanted to know, like, yo, like, what was they doing over there? And once the Moors they took over, what did they do with these Moors? And then I saw what happened, and I was like, oh wow, that's crazy. So they put them in separate towns. So like the Jews was in a separate town. I mean, the Moors was in a separate town. The Africans are in a separate town. All of them are in separate towns, but they all come together. They go out. It's crazy.
Yeah, because 700 years is a really long time. You know, in most places, if one people conquer the other people for 700 years, there's no getting them back out.
Nope.
But that's what it was. They pretty much let everybody, like you said, the Jews remain Jews, the Christians remain Christians. So you know that nobody really. I'm not gonna say they didn't assimilate at all, but it don't seem like assimilation. You know, it wasn't the way it is in America, where you can kind of maintain a little bit of your identity, but you gotta be American. You know what I'm saying? You can't. It's like, gosh, are you French? I take your ass back to French. You know what I'm saying? But and over there, it seemed like that was one of the things that they did that kind of allowed the Catholics to, keep their strongholds and take them out eventually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna blow your bar with this picture right here. Watch this shit I'm about to show you, son. I just gotta get the proper name of the okay, it's called the King's Fountain in Lisbon. Check this shit out. This shit gonna blow your shit, son. King's, no homo. King's Mountain. What is it called? King's Fountain. This is the perfect way of how these dudes is living there. King's Fountain, Lisbon. Is that the name of it? Come on, man. Don't let my mind fail. Don't let my brain fail me now. What is this dude's name though? His name is supposed to be on here. It's the same. The Portuguese. The come on, man. Show me this dude's name, yo. I'm just trying to find this dude's name, and then I'll be ready to show it.
Yeah, this right here, Kendall Rowland said they always try to make the argument that it was slavery all over the world, but American slavery is unique. American slavery is designed to totally destroy a people and keep them destroyed. Yeah, you had other places, right, where people were slaves. I think even in the Bible, isn't there somebody in the Bible like that? Like they was a slave and they rose to be like an official in the country. That's totally different from you talking about a situation where how many generations right now are we removed? We talking about what 100. Uh, we talking about 160 years, probably a little like 155 years, something like that. 155 years later, and the full effects of the slavery can still be felt by the generations that never even experienced it. That's not.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? This
Yeah, I
is
found it.
this is something different. Plus, my thing is this. Look, that's fine and good. It was slavery all over the world. Let those people who was enslaved by those people, let them talk about that. That ain't what we talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if somebody steal your dollar, they say, With they dollar stone all over. Yeah, but that one was mine. You know what I'm saying? And
Yo,
you're right there, and I'm right here.
yo, G, you see this picture right here?
You,
I'm gonna turn it the other way. That way it doesn't look good. So I'm gonna blow this picture up. The date of this picture is 1580, and this is life in Lisbon. So I'm gonna blow this up, and I'm gonna go from down to the bottom, going all the way up. So you see here on the bottom, right? You see this black woman that's here. You see this guy right here, right? So some of the jobs that these people were doing, they were rowers. So they were actually like how we got trains. This is what they would be doing. And then there's entertainment, which is the black woman that's entertaining, right? So over here, before I get to that, see the same thing with the boat, right? So over here, you see these people. Let me see if I can make this. It'll probably look blurry, but you're gonna see more black people over here. See this black man dancing with this white woman. See that, right?
yeah.
1580, right? I'm gonna get to this black guy with the horse in a second, and then we go here. I'm gonna show you who the Jews are. You're gonna see the Jews. These are the Jews right here. They're gonna be arresting somebody. So these are the Jews right here. So notice that everybody has a label on their coat. These labels represent what order they are part of and what their position is in society. So this person is supposed to be drunk. So these are the Jews taking that person away. So you go in the back here, right? This is everyday life. So look in the back. See the Africans over there. They got the stuff on their head there, right? And we go back here to this man. So when you look at these dumbass aboriginals, they'll point to this and be like, look, the black people was ruling and running shit. So this black man on this horse, he has a symbol on his arm. This is the Order of Santiago. This comes after the Order of Christ. So he's a knight. He's working for the white man, but he's not running shit. This is just his job, right? So I'm gonna go out of this, and we're gonna go find out who this guy is. So you can see this is 1580, right?
Mm-hmm.
1570 or 1580. His name is Wild D. Sal Panasco. So let's look him up. There he is right here. See him?
Mm-hmm.
Known as Panasaco, nickname that meant rudiness as revealed by the clothes of mourners, was a black African in the employ of King John III of Portugal. So at this time, these Europeans is running their ass over here in America. They doing some bullshit. But over here, you have a slave trade that happened originally in 1441, and these people are over here. But nobody talks about what happened to these people that are being taken from West Africa to Lisbon, because Lisbon, that was like your first World Trade Center. This is where all of the money and everything was going down. All of the In Spain, they have the contracts for slaves is called asientos, and that is the contracts, and all the money and everything is going down right here. So check them out. So just what you were saying, employed the king of John III of Portugal, who was eventually elevated from a court jester to gentleman courier of the royal household. So a jester is, you know who that is. There's a person who basically is a, you can call him a clown or a coon, whatever you want to call him, but that's how they get money. Celebrated as a very spirited man, he began his career as a court jester, entertaining both the king and the Queen Catherine with witty jokes and parodies. Even though he enjoyed the king's protection, Joe de Saab received constant racist abuse. His interior condition, undoubtedly a result of his initial condition as a slave, was frequently brought up by other courtiers. He could do, however, what was not allowed to anyone else, mock the nobility with impunity. His status as simultaneously an outsider and insider made him an invaluable informer to the king. In 1535, he accompanied the king's brother, Infantile Duke, to northern Africa, where he was part of the Holy Roman Empire, charged with a military campaign to conquer Tunis from the Ottomans. The important victory over the Turks made the King of Portugal award Sandy Sa exceptional honors. He was eventually admitted to the prestigious Order of St. James. It's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at these pseudos, they'll pull this goddamn picture up and tell you, look, we was ruling the whole Europe, blah, 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 blah. Don't know the goddamn picture. I had an argument with this clown who tried to do this shit, and I asked him who's the dude on the horse. He don't know. All you gotta do is press the button and read the goddamn page. But this coincides to what you was building on how slavery was there. Yeah, they was dealing with some stuff, and then they had a black mayor. So here's another thing that got instituted to today's time. So in order to control the population of this big influx of Africans that are over there, they had to figure a way on how to make the people submit. Now, originally, when they go there, those people are not Christians. They'll just baptize your ass, dip your head in water. Yeah, say you accept Jesus. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But them niggas wasn't Christian. They wasn't going to church. None of that. So in order to get into the society, they had to play the game. So you have something called confraternities, and that's a Catholic brotherhood. So they made their own shit called the Lady of the Cross, and they joined that, and then they flying their flags, they doing their African dances, all that shit. They doing all that shit, mixing it up with the goddamn Catholic nonsense. But at the end of the day, what they did was they said, okay, we're gonna make a mayor. So this guy, I believe his last name is Valentine, they make him the mayor of the black community. So they did that so that the other black people could see if you follow our rules and regulations, you can move up to society and be just like this nigga right here. Just accept Jesus now and you good. Then they was arguing amongst each other about even doing that because if you're a Christian, you can't be enslaved. So now they had a new argument amongst themselves on what they should do. But yeah, man, slavery was different as you said. You want to point with that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So y'all get some little Jews in here. I don't know if y'all like them Jews, but y'all go get something. Get some little Jews in here.
Especially in America too, because you know the Americans, you know the British really missed out. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't. People wasn't coming over here to find cotton and tobacco. They was coming over here to find gold and silver in the Garden of Eden and shit like that.
Yeah, the fountain of youth and all that
Yeah.
sucker shit.
But see, the Spanish, they already took all the gold.
Not really. I mean, the Spanish was the here's the irony of this whole situation. Where we at right now in the United States, this shit was nothing. They didn't
Right,
care about this. The goal was Brazil,
right,
and Portuguese got that. So now Spain, they in Florida and around that Georgia area, but it ain't really nothing there. They just staying there because it gives them more opportunities to do exploration from that launching pad, and that became an era for them, for the British, and then which later became the other Patriots, the Georgia Patriots, is because now they say, yo, we over here dolo. So what we gonna do? Well, we got these niggas over here. Well, listen, this is what we gonna do. Spread the word. Any of you niggas that run from North Carolina, you come over here to Florida, you free. Niggas said, what? Niggas was running their ass from North Carolina with no shoes on the Florida, my nigga. Niggas is gone, you heard? And then that's when you have your first Black free community, or I wouldn't say first. I mean, in America, that's your first sanctioned Black free community, and that's where you get Fort Mose from. And now you have all of these regiments being built there, and they living there, they chilling with the natives, and they rocking out. I don't think they agreed with them, but what else could they do?
mm-hmm.
But there was a stipulation, dog Kim. We gonna give you your freedom, my nigga, but you gonna have to take this Jesus, nigga. Okay, give me
Yeah.
Jesus. Dog Kim, you would have took Jesus, and I would have took Jesus too, nigga. Give me Jesus, nigga. I don't gotta be over here with these other British niggas.
Yeah, at that time, you ain't really got too much choice.
Yeah, you ain't got no choice. I mean, amongst ourselves, we built building about our own stories and shit. Like, fuck out of here. We know our language still. I mean, niggas is still talking their language. Whatever that niggas is like, what up, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that shit crazy, bro. And now when you see those Africans like that dude that I showed you, those are the people that they sent over here first because they have specific skills. So when they send these niggas over here, they like, yo, what the fuck y'all niggas talking about? You want me to dig in some mines and some shit? Man, get the fuck out of here. We wasn't doing that over there. Nah, nigga, we out of here. Now those niggas, they become the Maroons, you heard? Fuck
Mm-hmm.
you send me over here to dig mines and shit. Nigga, we wasn't doing that in Lisbon. We was chilling. Fuck that. Nah, I ain't doing that. So now they was like, damn, what we gonna
Reveal
do with
asked
these
the
niggas?
question here. What did the 2 million Indians look like?
They look like all different kind of people. Some of them are brown skinned. You got multiple different tribes, bro. What did they look like? They all look different. Some are yellow, I mean, some are brown. They all not black. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? But they not white. All of them are not Europeans. They not all that white looking color. You know what I mean? They all not that. And then again, now you going to that degree again. You saying that these Indians were exiled from India 16,000 years ago. I don't know how you're gonna prove that one, Batman. They did not come from there. That's not what the history say. That's not what the DNA says. That's not what nothing say. Those people don't have nothing to do with India at all whatsoever. The oldest person DNA they have is a girl named Naya. That's 13,000 was 11,000 BCE. They was able to crack that genome with her, and they showed that this person comes from this Siberia region over there. So at 11,000, then you have this thing called the Clovis period. Now those people they look a little different. They have what you would call more Negro features. And then you have like three different waves of people coming across that barren strait. And that's where the problem comes into play as far as which ones were first. Then you have this what you would call the Mongoloids, or what they people like to use that term. So yeah, so those 2 million Indians at that time frame, you looking at 1934 when these lessons are written. How did those 2 million Indians look at that time? Now you talk about 1930, those Indians look white. You know what I'm saying? They mixed up with the Europeans because in order to get the land, the Europeans had to marry into those tribes. And once they did that, that's when they make up their fake ass treaties and renege treaties. And look at it today. Look at the Cherokee Nation today. We pull them up right now and we look at their council. You're gonna have a heart. Let's do it right now. Fuck it. Let's do it. These are the descendants from the time frame of the writing of these lessons. These 2 million Indians. Let's look at them. Shit crazy. Cherokee. What would I call it? Um, Cherokee tribe. Let's check them out. Cherokee tribe. There we go, right here. Let's take a look at them. Let's look at the council. Shit look nuts, bro.
This nigga right here.
I don't understand this question. You said, how did the African navigate a foreign land? You mean
He pull
navigate
him off
to
right
the
now.
foreign land? Or you mean navigate once they was in the foreign land?
share my screen real quick.
L. Ron Huss said, "What about the Cherokee freedmen?" All right, we
So this
find
is the Eastern Band Cherokees. All right. So tribal council. So here's your tribal council. Looks like a little Mexican there. He's there. He's there. He's there. What the hell is she doing on the goddamn council, bro? What the who's that?
Sanuki, man.
Check him out. Yo, son. Son. 1934. This is what these niggas was looking like, son. Look at her. Look at this guy. Look at him. Check him out. Fat man. This man look like he straight from the motherfucking clan. Shit
Yeah.
crazy, God. And all of these tribes look like that. All of them. Shit crazy, bro. Oh, I can't hear. Did you hear me or you couldn't hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yo, you see how they look, God?
So you said to take people land from them, it would be a good idea to teach their babies they from a foreign land like Africa to me. Uh-oh, we got
You got an aboriginal.
we got Encyclopedia Browns about to be all over these.
Yeah, the Dawes role was created by the Rosses. Yeah, you have two Dawes roles. You have the Freeman roles, and you have the other role. Yeah, I know about them.
What about the Cherokee freedmen?
Yeah, the Cherokee Freemen are of African descent. They tell you that in all of their records. They'll tell you that they are freedmen because they were once slaves, and they were slaves to the people. Now, that's a tricky story because even though they were slaves, the ones who were the real slaveholders were the European mixed Indians. They were the real, like, they were the slave owners. I mean, so you did have some indigenous people that were that, but the majority was that. And that same concept that was happening with us too. So in the 1700s and the 1800s, a lot of people don't know Black people had slaves. And most of the people who had slaves, those Black people were mulattoes. And that caused the problem with what we call the mulatto problem. You know what I'm saying? They would make their own mutual aid societies. And if you wasn't, you know what I'm saying, light skinned, you can't get in. Same thing, same concept, Devil Schmidt from the beginning.
So reveal, you said to take people's land from them, it would be a good idea to teach their babies they from a foreign land like Africa to me. Um, I mean, this, I mean, this is, you know, kind of inductive reasoning right here. But I'm saying, um, then why didn't they do that to the Africans? Like, why didn't they do that to the Indians? Why didn't they do that to, I'm talking about the East Indians. Why didn't they do that to the Chinese? Why didn't they do that to the Aboriginals of Australia? Like, how did they come up with this unique idea only in America?
And I think it's funny. So, like, even if you look at the lessons, right, it said 17 million with the 2 million Indians, making it a total population of 19 million. So 17 million people are all black and brown people. And I guess there was only 2 million of those other people here. What were they? You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah, you
I
say so.
mean,
Uh,
he said his point is the ones presenting themselves as natives ain't telling the truth. Well, that's a problem. And here's the thing, right? In order for these people to prove they are part of that, these dudes can prove that their great great grandfather is on a roll. They have the marriage certificate. They have all of that, regardless of how the European entered or like they legally married these people, and they can prove it. So that doesn't mean that they the original people. No, they're not the original people. Now, here's the issue that I have with this whole situation. When you look at the Seminole freedmen, the Choctaw freedmen, and all of those people who are black, they never tell you that they are the original indigenous people. They have a struggle that they're fighting right now because they black and they're getting kicked off the rolls and all that. And they never tell you that. So, I'd rather listen to what the people say themselves. I don't even need a book for that. I just listen to them.
Amen. We are the real people who suffered under Pharaoh.
What the? He's playing.
I'm saying, is this saying that we the Hebrews?
He playing, man. Don't listen to him. He's playing.
Nah, listen. See this way. See, I'm gonna tell you how I get drawn into this stuff. Is because I left the church before I really got into a lot of the history that I really don't know that. You know what I'm saying? So this stuff is like intriguing to me. Like, are you saying that we're the Hebrews? Because I was under the impression that we was the pharaohs. But like I said, that's how I read stuff. You know what I mean? When I read the Bible, I'm God. I'm not I'm not the people getting smited. I'm doing the smite.
I don't think nobody teaching that that Abraham Lincoln was the friends of black people. I don't think that.
Yeah. Another thing though that I always look at is that when you're dealing with uh the people that was over here, right? There was a whole bunch of different people over here that
Facts.
came over here at different times. Like we call the Indians one people because Columbus called them one people, but they wasn't one people. You know what I'm saying? Even if you look at okay, how was some tribes wiped totally out by disease, right? And other tribes intermarry with them. Now I don't have the DNA, I don't, but that kind of tells me that y'all white too. Like y'all already been exposed to these diseases. You understand what I'm saying? You said Pharaoh is George Bush, Trump, and Reagan. Wait, is this? Are we talking about Egypt here, or y'all was talking about something else? And I came in out of turn. And why you left out? Why you left out Clinton and Obama?
Yeah, they did the same thing. And when you deal with them Native Americans, you're gonna find out that it was the same thing that happened here, happened over there, bro. Like all of those people didn't see themselves as one people. Those tribes were beefing with each other, warring with each other, and the European jumped in the middle and helped one, and whoever rocked with them, they'll ride, and that's how they did it. They had the philosophy. The philosophy works. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
well, we did L. Ron Huss before you came on. We did have a discussion about the the origins of the literary Bible. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we not settled yet. It ain't settled yet though. It's not settled. We can't get nobody to jump on the panel and add on to the cipher, man. I think it's because it's you, bro. I don't be having no problem getting people coming on my page. They just jump on and start they come on and curse me out. Fuck you, Rob. I hate you. Even if they don't agree with me, they jump.
Listen, man.
They cursing me out, son. You saw it with your you heard it. They
Yeah,
come
man.
on.
Yeah,
Yo, we gonna kill you. You a bird. We the Aboriginals.
Yeah,
You, yo, they be calling me an agent. You an FBI agent, nigga.
yeah. The one thing about them, though, one thing about your page, man, everybody always forgot their homework on your page.
Oh, you found out about that, huh?
Listen, everybody, like, listen, I got the papers. But I say he got them on me right now.
Yeah.
Everybody that come around board page, they dog ate their homework.
Yo, they be talking mad shit to me, bro. I ain't gonna lie, God. I go if I'm bored. I mean, cause this part of my class that I'm doing is easy now, so I don't gotta like put too much hours into that shit. I mean, next month though, I know that shit about to be harder because now I'm going into programming, so I don't know. I might be going online for that. But at any event, I go to their channel, so it'd be like 6 or 7 of them. And yo, I swear to God, son, this shit is like Jeopardy, bro. I be feeling like I'm Alex, like they Alex Trebek, and I'm the only one. Negro history for 500. Show and prove that 12 million Africans came over here. Rabon, yo, Negro for 500. What's the origin of Negro? Yo, what's the origin of the word? Rabon, yo, I feel like fucking Jeopardy, bro. And then they start talking shit to me, and I'll get mad. I'll be like, yo, you know what I'm gonna tell you. You know what I'm gonna tell y'all. Yo, where your money at, son? You got the bread? You ready? Yeah, I'm gonna push your shit right now. One dude just did it to me. He said, yeah, I got $1,000. You got $1,000? All right, let me see your bread. I'm gonna show you mine. Let me see yours. Nah, son, I want it in gold. You want it in gold? Nigga, you don't pay your rent. Yo, son, if you heard this shit, son, you'll have a heart attack, bro. He said, yo, I want it in gold. You want it in gold? Do you pay your rent in gold? Yo, get out of here, man. All of y'all shut up. I only want the dude who said he got that rat. Yeah, I got it right now. Let me see yours. What you want to see? Physical cash? I walk around with it here. There it is right here. What you want? How you want it? Cash App or PayPal? However you want it. But I'm gonna go on live now. I'm gonna go on the Zoom, and when you come there, you're gonna prove that Richard Allen and all these abolitionists are agents, and everything they did was a detriment to black people. You over here calling our ancestors agents and shit. I don't like you. I hate you dudes. And I want to take your rent money. You live in the South, so your shit is cheap. Let's go. I get on the live, son. He come over there. Yo, man, I only got $200. You only got $200? Man, get the fuck off of my page. Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you, yo. Yeah, that's what I be doing to them. I torture them, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, son. I be fucking with them, bro. When I get bored, I'll go in there and they be like, hey, Rob, boy, jump on the panel. Yeah, we gonna bust your shit now. We gonna get you now. I said, how you gonna get me? And when I be there, I'll be like, yo, I'll wind up teaching them. They never show me nothing, bro. I'm always teaching them, bro. And it's just weird, bro. And then no matter what I show them, son, they'll flip it around. See right there, the white man was the treasurer of the organization, therefore they agents. I'm like, yo, man, y'all niggas is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of 5% aboriginals running around here too. You know that, right?
I mean, I don't know. This is another one of these. I mean, it's not the Eastern philosophy, but it's so something what I'm saying where it's like, listen, man, you know, you just searching for the mystery God in a different place in a lot of these instances, man. Where you looking for something like, look, man, the bottom line is right now they got aircraft carriers. You know what I'm saying? They got jet planes. You know what I'm saying? They got all types of beams where they can see through the walls of your house. You know, why do they need to play these other games with you, man? And why do they need like some things? It's like, yo, the devil is not that stupid. Like I understand we got 7.5 ounces of brain, he got 6 ounces of brain. But some of these things that people are saying that he's going through, you know, like dude, he trying to make money, man. Do the way you explain it, he's not gonna make no money like that. You understand what I'm saying? So I really some of this stuff is like it's too complicated, man. I for me personally, but Kendall Rowland, was you on the live the day when I was talking about the gold rush in Georgia? Because see, there's a lot of things that they obscure, right, about that time period. You know, really from around 1830s, 1840s. Really starting from the what you call that, the Louisiana Purchase. See, once they get the Louisiana Purchase, they start finding all types of resources out there on the land. You know what I'm saying? And the Civil War was really fought over resources, and black people being property at that time. Those was some of the resources. You know what I'm saying? But one of the reasons for the Civil War, right, is that there was gold rushes happening in the South, right? And even somebody brought up the Cherokee. This is one of the things that led to the Trail of Tears because they found the gold in their area. You know what I'm saying? And so at some point, Washington says to Georgia, yo, look, yeah, you know that gold that you found? Yeah, we need to hold that up here in Washington so we can, we got to do our thing with the Treasury. So the people from Georgia said, what gold you talking about? It's like, yeah, that gold that you found. Oh, that gold? Nah, that's our gold. We talking about. Now, we're not sending it up there. You understand what I'm saying? Between that and a whole bunch of other resources that they was finding, now you also have the problem of, and this is one of the reasons why people don't like New York. You always hear people talk shit about New York, is because the banks in New York were seen as the driving force behind the Union Army. So they're coming in with this new plan that look, we've seen the whole thing. We got it mapped out. We got these machines that we're going to be using to do everything, get all this oil out the ground, get all this steel and iron out the ground so we can do everything we got to do. And the people in the South were saying, look, we already got machines. They live right here in the backyard. They get that out. Just they can do just as good as whatever you're talking about. No, we're not spending no more money to get no other machines. And we got these machines right here that make other machines. These was the real. Listen, did you know that the Emancipation Proclamation only freed the slaves in the South? It didn't free the slaves in the North. Just saying that these are some of the facts that, when somebody starts talking this, Abraham Lincoln is our friend and the greatest president and all of this, and I'm not saying that there wasn't some people there at that time that was misled about that. A lot of people that you notice when you in the DC area, those people over there got real deep roots. They've been there a long time. That's one of the reasons. Is because when people was catching hell in the South after the Civil War, they decided, look, we need to go up by Lincoln. He probably look out for us and protect us. You know what I'm saying? But when you really look at the facts of the war, right? Listen, how come nobody went to jail? Did you ever notice that? Nobody went to jail. There was no war crimes. Nobody went to jail. See,
Right.
these are some of the things that you start to look at and you see that, it wasn't really over because people was all benevolent and had this idea. And you got to think, the average soldier that was in the Confederate Army was poor. There was white trash from all over Appalachia. They didn't have no slaves. So
Right, right.
if you tell them, if you would have told them, well, look, we're about to have this war over the slaves, they would say, yo, I ain't got no slaves, so what I'm going to die for? This is where all of this, our way of life is under attack, and all of this stuff comes from. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right. Yeah.
But
So like, yeah, go ahead, God. My bad.
yeah, so you got to look at the other things. Like, yeah, this is the common story that they telling us, that Abraham Lincoln was this type of dude and that type of dude. You know, but Abraham Lincoln, and then he got the famous quote himself that, look, if I could save the Union and without freeing those slaves, I would do it. You know what I'm saying? If I could save the Union by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. You know what I'm saying? But don't forget, what might be lesser known is that, he was also one of the main people promoting the idea that, okay, when we free them, we need to get them out of here. You know what I'm saying? Where I don't care where you take them, but they need to get out of here.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what I wanted to add on about. So even with that Civil War, yeah, one is to control the Union, but you know, you when we look at that whole thing, even prior to that, their whole issue is what do you do with the blacks? And what's happening is this part of the story is left out. There's multiple riots that is taking place all over. There's multiple fights starting from the Gullah Wars going to the 1830s. And then you have a whole different population of black people, which is you are dealing with a migration, right? But you dealing with black people that are building their own shit amongst each other. And then you are looking at the people from the north who are continuously fighting to free the blacks in the south. So this whole thing is causing a problem because these people in the South, like you said, they want to keep their economic power. Their economic power is the slaves. The people in the North don't have a change of heart. They just don't want niggas to tear this shit up over here. And that's a part that people leave out. And when you look at all of them organizations, the anti-slavery organizations and all the shit that they did in the North, yeah, they was promoting it, but the people who were doing the real work were the black people. The people who was on the front line, like when it was time to pop off, it was them people. So with that being said, I'm gonna put this up here, right? And to your colonization thing, for those who don't have this, think you should get this book here. You know what I'm saying? Well, I got a presentation on this. I don't know if you saw my shit. You saw the shit I did on Abraham Lincoln, God?
Nah.
All right, so this is it right here. I'm gonna go to the beginning. I'm not reading all of this stuff here, but this book is called Colonization After Emancipation, Lincoln and the Movement for Black Resettlement. So from the beginning of his presidency, or before he was a president, he had a plan called the Chirac Plan. And his plan was to send us to Latin America. That was his plan. Now, when we get to this guy, he's working with some of these people that end with Henry Clay, that ends in the ACS, etc. But he has a debate. And this right here, for those who don't got this book, you better get this book because this right here outlines what this man really thought. So anytime somebody tells you about the great Abraham Lincoln, you refer them to this debate. He's debating Stephen Douglas during the U.S. Senate campaigns. This is Abraham Lincoln. I will say then that I am not, nor ever have been in favor of bringing about any way the social and political equality of the white and black races. That I am not, nor ever have been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor of qualifying them to hold office, nor to intermarry with white people. And I will say, in addition to this, that there is a physical difference between the white and black races, which I believe will forever forbid the two races living together on terms of social and political equality. This is the ideas of this man. But when it comes down to the war, and it comes down to these things that's taking place in this civil war and all these things that's about to occur, and all these things that happen after, what happens? The same thing we see all the time from the Revolutionary War. Yo, we can't win. We need to get the niggas in. Yo, listen, if you fight for us, we're going to free you. Then you have what? The British come into play. Then you have the Civil War come into play. And then you have these Union fighters that's fighting because they need them to fight. If they not, they going to lose. Let's keep moving. Lincoln directed Elisha Cosby, his newly appointed minister to Guatemala, to investigate the prospects of colonization in Central America. This is his plan to get rid of the free blacks. And look what he did. Look what he got. Congress obliged Lincoln's request, providing the $600,000 colonization fund, 100,000 of which was to be specifically dedicated to the black residents of the District of Columbia. So now look at the name of what this book is: Colonization After Emancipation. This was his plan. He established the Immigration Office in the Department of the Interior to administer his colonization policies, directed the State Department to begin negotiations for the acquisition of suitable territories, and pledged the scheme's merits before a delegation of free black residents of the District of Columbia. So now there is a point where these black people went to meet Abraham Lincoln, and they were offered to get the fuck up out of here. And I guess you know what happened. They said we don't want to go nowhere. Notably, he forged a direct link between the proposal and the earliest forerunner of emancipation, the Confiscation Act of 1861, which permitted the Union Army to seize property, including slaves, used in support of the rebellion. By this act, Lincoln declared the legal claims of certain persons to the labor and service of certain other persons have become forfeited. This is your man. Two colonization experiments initiated during these months have received extensive attention from historians since the time of Hay and Clay. The first contract to purchase the land, a private investor in Chirac region of Panama, began in September and fell through a few months later amidst objections from the British and several Latin governments. Then there's the second one, see right here. The second, also initiated by contract in December 1862, consisted of an attempt to settle the La Vivacha off the coast of Haiti. So nigga trying to send us to Haiti. The Haitian colony actually received about 450 immigrants before it collapsed a year later. Though it provided a disaster from the outset, the contract entrusted the colony to an unscrupulous spectator. So this is shit that's left out the history book. This nigga sent niggas over there. The thesis concedes that Lincoln originally believed that the white and black races should be separated to the betterment of both, as he told the deputation of Negroes at the White House in August 1862. Yeah, check them out. Damn, how long is this fucking presentation? I ain't know I was going in on this shit, but I'm gonna stop on that. I ain't know I was going in on that. I went ham, but that's on the channel. So if y'all want to see that, you know what I mean, you can go to New Black Knowledge and you could see that whole presentation there. That is labeled as that. Crazy, right, God?
Yep.
Nigga send us to 80. Get the niggas out of here, bro.
Out of here.
Yeah, you on point. Gold rush, all that.
What it says down here. So this country is basically still a British colony, and the American Revolution was a fake war. It all makes sense now. I mean,
Who said that? Who said that?
uh, I wouldn't say it's a fake war, but it's one of
Who
those.
said that?
This is FDJ Beats. I wouldn't say it's a fake war, but see, all of those revolutions that took place during, especially during the time of slavery, uh, there's little strange occurrences. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, you know, the people who win the war, right? They really the people that pay the reparations. But America had to pay uh, England for all the property that they lost. And a lot of their business interests still remain. You know what I'm saying? They just wasn't the lawmakers of the land no more. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's one of them situations where, like I said, you gotta realize that there's there's certain alliances, like you got the Christianity alliance, you know what I'm saying? You got the slave trade alliance, you know what I mean, et cetera, et cetera. But colored people don't like each other, man. They ain't never liked each other. You know what I'm saying? That Europe is really from the 1850s or something like that. Like there really was nobody like there might have been the idea that all of these people might have shared, being a part of the Roman Empire or something like that. But these people never got along really until they got to America. You know what I'm saying? And that was because of a certain indoctrination. And even the people that they used to do that was the peasant people. So like Rob Bourne was saying, if you let me out of this situation, yeah, I get down whatever you got popping over there. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not going to be, a peasant or a serf, out there working in the field all the time. But it wasn't a fake revolution. It just comes down to, you know, uh, who's going to be the big bank. Like that's one thing you always got to look at. People are stealing money, right? Who's going to get the most money? Like whatever dirt it is, who's going to get the most money? You know what I'm saying? When you look out there at all the drama that's happening in the streets, you know what I'm saying? That's at the root of a lot of it. Who's going to get the most money? You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, we all down together with the slave trade thing. But look, when we get to America, yeah, we're gonna fight. You know what I'm saying? The French and the British. Yeah, we're gonna fight over this land right here, over who's gonna be the one to get the money. So you know, see the British was able to pull a fast
Get the
one,
blueberry muffin.
right? Uh and that's the
Children.
part where I'm agreeing with you is that the British, everything that they was doing, they still was doing with a plan. Like the entire time, their goal was to uh, take America back. But by this time, the British Empire is starting to get too big for them to be an iron fist over it. So that's when you look at who was that book y'all was talking about the other day, Rock Warren? How Europe underdeveloped Africa.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Where he tells you in that
Man.
book how what they did is they developed certain ports in certain cities because that was their strength, was the British Navy.
Pardon me, bro.
You understand what I'm saying? So uh they was trying their other methods, um, through the banking system, you know what I'm saying, through the educational system and things of that nature. They was just trying to bring America kind of back into the fold. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, there's lots of factions amongst them. You know what I'm saying? And it's been since that time. You know what I'm saying? You got the Masonic faction. You know what I'm saying? You got the monarch faction. You know what I mean? The kings and queens. You got the merchant faction. You know what I'm saying? The people that's doing business, all the different traders. You know what I'm saying? You got the Protestant church faction. You got the Catholic Church faction. You understand what I'm saying? And for a long time, when you go back, well, at least in New York, these people used to fight. You know what I'm saying? The Irish and the Italians and the Jews, they used to fight each other.
You good? I'll be back.
Yeah, in a way I can see it like that, FDJ. Like, it's like they playing Monopoly, but the thing is, it's a real game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I wouldn't go fast to say that the Revolutionary War was very real, my brother. Wasn't nothing fake about it. And when we say that, if we do say that, then we are basically, you cutting off a part of the African struggle in America. I mean, and I'll say that to say this. You have these individuals that you're about to look at right now, right here. They're called the Ethiopian Regiment, right? So when we do that, my objective is to show where we at in the story. And when you hear the Revolutionary War, you kind of don't hear these things. You don't see you in the story. And when you was in school, when you learned about the Revolutionary War, your ass was not in the story, and you was told that you had a part of this war is because of you, not just because of the tea and all of that. No, it's a part of you. Now, this guy here, Lord Dunmore, again, we dealing with the same concept. He makes the proclamation that if these black people fight with him, they're free. So, and then later on, the Patriots did the same thing because they got nervous because now all of their slaves are running over there. Now, the black people don't give a fuck who these people are. They just want their freedom. So they're fighting for freedom. So when we look at this, we're cutting off these black people who fought for our freedom. That's what they were fighting for. So you'll see here, John Murray, Earl of Dunmore, the last royal governor of Virginia, formed what he termed Lord Dunmore's Ethiopian Regiment in the fall of 1775 for several hundred slaves who escaped their servitude to join him. So there you have it. As he fled Williamsburg to organize a small army of loyalists and British soldiers on the coast near Norfolk. In November, Dunmore published a proclamation promising freedom to servants and slaves able to bear arms, and enough joined him to make up half of the force that first routed the Virginia military at Kemp's Landing. Anyway, this will go deep. It'll go deep. So in the months that followed, the regiment served in the evacuation of Norfolk and Marine service around Sheepshank. Two shore camps held to abandoned after smallpox and other diseases took a heavy toll. In August, Dunmore took his depleted force to New York. So now we where we at, bro. So when you go to the bottom of New York where they got the where the bull is at? No, where the bull is at, right, G?
Yeah, on Wall Street.
Right. So when you look at that bull and you look at that right up top of that bull, you're gonna see the sign says something. It says New York Evacuation Day. So these black people who fought with the British kept their bargain. They said if you fight for us, you're gonna be free. So they went to London. But when they go to London, it wasn't that good for them because they didn't have no skills and they was poor. So now they become the black poor. So from London, these black people now go to Canada. They go to Nova Scotia. From Nova Scotia, they now go to Africa. They go to Sierra Leone. So these are our ancestors, and this is the struggle that they went to provide freedom for not only them, the people that come before them. So when we say that the war is fake and it's not real, we shouldn't do that because we have a book called the Book of Negroes, and that Book of Negroes have over 3,000 names of the people who left with them. You know what I mean? So you got to put yourself. I don't have to make up nothing or put us in the story. I'm just saying, look for you in the story, look for the original man in the story, see the origin of the story, and then keep it moving because this is not what they tell you about the story. They don't show you in the story. You're not here. You're not in the story. So to end this, It said the formation of Dunmore's regiment marked a significant turn in the both British policy and American race relations, for its members were the first of the estimated 12,000 blacks who served with British forces in North America during the Revolutionary War. Their reception by the British was one factor that prompted the Continental Congress by 1717 to rescind this November 1775 declaration that blacks were ineligible to serve in the Continental Army, and led to the first significant enrollment of free blacks and then slaves into the Patriot forces. And then there's another proclamation called the Phillipsburg Proclamation, and that happens in upstate New York. And that's another story, but we in the middle of everything.
Hold on though. While we on the Revolutionary War, right? Can we what do you have on John Hanson?
John Hanson is a white man.
This some this continues to come up year after year. It was never interesting enough for me to research. People say
You want to know who John Hanson is? Here we go. Let me pull this white man up.
With John Hanson.
Let's pull up John Hanson. This shit crazy. These niggas is nuts. They nuts. Here's your camera. Let's go. Simple wiki page to do this, and then you could look on the site, and then there's another thing that shows you how this dude is not him. They show you this black dude, and that's not even his picture. But anyway, here's John Hanson. Here he is, was a merchant and public official from Maryland during the era of the American Revolution. Hanson was elected as a delegate to the Continental Congress after serving in a variety of roles for the Patriot cause in Maryland. He signed the Article of Confederation in 1781 after Maryland finally joined the other states in ratifying them. In 1781, he was elected as the first president of the Confederation Congress, sometimes styled President of the United States and Congress assembled following ratification. Anyway, here's his early life. Was born in Port Tobacco Parish in Charles County in Providence of Maryland on April 14, 1721. Sources prior to 1940 genealogy studies sometimes listed his birthday at the 13th. Hanson was born on a plantation called Mulberry Grove in wealthy, prominent family. So this source here is the 76. This is his parents was Samuel and Elizabeth Story Hanson. And Samuel Hanson was a planter who owned more than 1,000 acres and held a variety of political offices. So even though I'm using wiki, their sources there, you go find out who these parents are, and you come back and tell me that this nigga's black, and get out of here with that shit. So you could pull your Morris trick in your old Morris book with the first black president. Show me his parents. Show me his parents.
That's been a long time one. That's it.
They like that shit. They keep showing that picture. Here you go. Here's this picture right here. Hold on. This is the picture they show a lot. So, oh yeah. We got a lot of this shit here. What is it right here? Fact check. But Barack Obama, not John Hanson, was the first black president. Yeah, I like this one. That shit crazy, son. Dude, this shit is real simple shit too, bro. But anyway, let's look at it. I like fact checkers. So this comes from the U.S. Today. Fact check. Barack Obama, not John Hanson, was the first black president in the U.S. The claim, John Hanson was the first black president of the United States. In the past few years, multiple social media posts have declared John Hanson, not Barack Obama, as the first black president of the United States. The posts, which often feature a black and white photo of a man in glasses, also claim Hanson was the first U.S. president, even before George Washington. Historians like James Robinson, formerly of the Dukerville Historical Society Museum, credited that the late comedian Dick Gregory with popularizing the belief about John Hanson in the 1990s. There you have your origin. And in May 2016, a Facebook post stated Hanson misspelled Hanson was the United States' first black president, Barack Obama never the first black president, etc. The post, which has been shared 13,000 times, was recently viral again. The poster did not respond to the questions about the claims. Fact check. Biden won the more blah blah blah. The two John Hansons. The myth surrounding the U.S. president confuses two historical figures named John Hanson and one black and the other white. The John Hanson who was black was a former slave from Maryland who bought his freedom and moved to Liberia in 1827. Liberia, then West African colony, had been founded by freed American slaves and few years earlier. Throughout the early 1800s, organizations like the American colonization encouraged them. Here's this picture, but we're going to get to it. Working with the American Colonization Society in the 1850s, a black photographer named Augustus Washington captured portraits of Liberia's immigrants, including Hanson. This picture of this fucking man, I'm not going to call him, disrespect him, but this is the guy who went to Liberia, and here is his name, John Hanson, a Liberian senator around the late 1850s. Why don't you tell our story correctly? We don't have to lie. This is what he did. He was a senator of Liberia, a colony set up by free blacks from America. And that's the picture. Let's keep reading. The white John Hanson served as a delegate in the Continental Congress in the early 1780s under the Articles of Confederation, America's initial form of federal governance. Blase, blase, blah. Anyway, that's done, yo. I don't got to go no more, but here you go. Behold, get out of here with that Morris pseudo. It's pseudo. Here's the primary. There's the picture taken by Augustus Washington. Hold it. Read it and weep. Night, night.
All right, now, we got, what's this question here? Mr. Spock said, what is the nationality of the black man in America because African American is not respected? I mean,
the nationality is what you're, hold on. I'm going to tell y'all this. Damn, my phone about to die. I got to go upstairs. But yo, our nationality is American. Your ethnicity could be an African American. You could be a Chinese American. You could be a Puerto Rican American. Whatever you choose to identify yourself, ethnicity. But your nationality is American. And I'm going to tell you this. If you leave this country and when you go to other different countries, your ass will be happy as hell to flash that goddamn blue passport and say your ass is an American. You will be happy as hell to say you are an American.
wait, this is the first one. This is the first one time I heard this one. A king was of some sort from Morocco sold North America, and George Washington has some letter that reflects this.
He's
And
talking about the Moors, the Moroccan Treaty of 17 something. It's called the Sun-Dry Treaty. And if you look at who this actual person is, that is the first after the Revolutionary War, Morocco was the first people to do trade with America and respect their independent sovereignty. So, and that with that being said, this Moroccan leader or sultan, he's not one of us. He's not us. You know what I'm saying, and that don't got nothing to do with no ancient Moors or none of that. And if you all you have to do is I don't have to do it for you. Look up the Sun-Dry Treaty or whatever that year is, 1790, I think it is, and you look it up and you look up who that king is and just read the document and see what it is. So when you have people who are of a that's recognizing a person's sovereignty, there were issues that were happening when people from Morocco were coming here, and because some of them were dark skinned, they were trying to put them as slaves and shit like that. So you had that going on. Other than that, that's it.
but here's my thing too with that question, right? Because, you know, when we start talking about Morocco, and this is I'm from the outside looking in, right? See, we in the wonderful world of Noble Drew Ali now, where it appears to me that every place on the planet is Morocco. You understand what I'm saying? You know, now if you're saying that the whole planet was called Morocco at one time, you know what I'm saying? I guess that makes sense. But I'm saying, what nations existed in Africa, right? Before we came over here for us to be, you know, to have a nationality. That's a new concept. You know, when we was coming over here, you was a part of a kingdom or an empire. You was a subject. There was no citizenship and all of this kind of stuff yet. You know, this is a lot of these things is these are new. You know, the nation state itself is a new is a you know, in the course of the history of man, is new. You know what I'm saying? That's why back in the days they talking about Sparta, they talking about Rome, they talking about Venice. These are city states.
You was born in America. Your nationality is where you were born.
So what are your thoughts on the head right system, and when did the colored man stop enslaving the original people in and from foreign countries? I'm not familiar with the head right system. Um, Still making slaves right now.
Whenever you get locked up for a crime, according to the 13th Amendment, you are a slave. Slave, make those license plates. Slave, make those clothes. Slave.
So they said America is Al Marak. And I don't know about that.
I still can't get over you had this brother
And they
spinning
not
this.
friends with them anyway. You know the Marine song where they say something about from Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. The first mission of the American Marines, the U.S. Marines, was against the Moors. The Barbary Coast pirates. They was hijacking some ships, and Thomas Jefferson sent the Marines over here on the first mission to deal with that.
Uh-oh. God dropping some bombs now. Uh-oh.
They not friends with them.
I bomb atomically. Socrates' philosophies and high prophecies. Can't define how I be dropping these mockeries.
Kendall Rowland said, from my understanding, black people in America never stopped being slaves. I mean,
I'm not a slave.
it depends on how you look at slavery. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, uh, you know, sharecropping was still slavery. You know, you use this is you see, slavery is an economic system. It's an economic strategy. You see what I mean? Now the conditions of the slavery can be better or worse. You know what I'm saying? You know, you have some plantations where people get whipped every day. You got some plantations where, you know, most of them don't know what the whip feel like. You see what I'm saying? Uh, so, you know, when you're talking about the condition, I mean, yeah, you can, you know, you're supposed to be free to go a little bit further, you know what I mean? But your condition is under such control. And then you gotta realize that for a lot of people, right? You sharecrop for the same dude you was a slave for. See, the way they caught a lot of people up is they told them, look, this shack right here, that you've been living in all this time, you ain't never paid me. All right, you owe me this money now. So how you gonna pay the money back? You ain't got no money. And you done taught these people, you know what I mean, through your biblical ways to always be honest with you. So they not gonna dip out. Like right now, we just dip out. Somebody tell us, we owe them for 25 years of being a slave. Yeah, right. So, to me, dealing with that, but, the first element of making a slave, is the mentality of it. You know what I'm saying? Especially a slave as, we know it through American chattel slavery, that's is necessarily a mentality that goes along with that. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure if you mean that some people still retain the mentality, you know what I mean? Or in terms of, for a lot of people, the plantation is just a little bit bigger. So now, you can go
I think
across town. You could go across town because the plantation that you on now is more of a government plantation because the slaves, and maybe this is what you're talking about too, the slaves at that time, what really occurred is that they was transferred from private ownership to public ownership. So now, being that your plantation is the public, yeah, you can move all around in the public except for certain parts where we've designated this our private property over here. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of them situations where, look, there's no fence over there and we not chained up. So if you decide to stay on the plantation, that's kind of on you now. I thought the Marines were created because France was interfering with the American merchant ships. Now it was the Barbary Coast pirates. After the Spanish, the Catholics took back uh, Spain, the a lot of the soldiers that was from the Moroccan Empire, they became the Barbary Coast pirates. Now they may have had some kind of deal with the French. Maybe when they stole stuff, they sold it to the French. But that's what the Marine song is about. When it says to the shores of Tripoli, that's talking about the Barbary Coast pirates. Father said, get an education or learn a trade. Coming from a military man back then is have validity in the now. I mean, well, definitely getting an education, you know what I'm saying, or learning a trade, not just so much, because that's how everything is here. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of the mentality is that we have to make ourselves suitable. We have to make ourselves suitable for corporate America. You know what I'm saying? But education is, and learning a trade, that's really about bettering yourself. You know what I'm saying? Learning trades is, a lot of people, you talking all this separation, from the colored man, but do you really have the skills to build and maintain a society? This comes with the trades, you know, building a home, You know what I'm saying? All these types of things, these is all trades. You know what I'm saying? Even look, how to cook food, that's a trade. There's people that go to school, spend thousands of dollars to learn how to cook. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that they didn't know how to cook before, but to learn how to cook in that way and deal with that. You know, that's a hospitality trade. You know what I'm saying?
Like,
So
check it out, God. Check it out. Let's do this. And this for you too. Yo, this is for people in the chat. What are the parts of the plantation system? So when you talking about slavery, what does that consist of? What was the plantation system? What was the two systems that governed that?
hmm,
I'll wait for the people to, respond.
well, you definitely got the legal system,
Hmm.
uh, social system.
Yeah, you could say it's a kind of social system, but there's two names for what they are. So I don't know, because we was having all kind of conversations. I think we was talking about this before, and I thought that when I thought of slavery, I thought of the house nigga and the field nigga. That's it. I
All right.
never really looked into like, yo, what is it? So, what do y'all got out there in the chat? What is the systems? Uh, what is the plantation system? One person said buyer and seller, inmate and the co both during time, just different perspective. Booker T. Brockman was trying to tell us. Nobody, anybody, anybody, nobody. Somebody's got to type something in here. Now, if I ask you about where's Mecca at, I think you'll know. Yeah, chattel slavery. That's something different. Yeah. Okay. So what I'll do is this real quick. Let's see. I ain't see nobody type nothing. So in this, I just like to show the stuff. Though I could say it, I just like to show it. And then just in case I make a mistake off of memory. So in the plantation, there's divisions of labor. So we would think of a chain gang, right? But these are the divisions of labor. One was called the gang system. There's a system of division of labor within slavery on a plantation. It is the more brutal of the two main types of labor systems. The other form known as the task system. So now you have two names, gang system, tax system, was less harsh and allowed the slaves more self-governance than the gang system did. The gang system allowed continuous work at the same pace throughout the day. The first gang, or the great gang, was given the hardest work for the fittest slaves. The second gang was for the less able slaves, teenagers, old people, or the unwell slaves. And this gang was given lighter work. The third gang was given the easiest work. As an example, the planting gang and the McDuffie plantation was split into three classes. The first class consisting of the best workers, those of good judgment and quick motion. The second class, who were the most inefficient and weakest. The third class, made up of hoe hands. The first class had to go ahead and create small holes with about 18 to 25 centimeters, 7 to 10 inches distance to each other. The second class then dropped cotton seeds in these holes, and the third class covered the holes with dirt. Now, this is one. I'll show you the other one, and then I'll wrap that up. So this is the task system. So the task system is a system of labor under slavery, characteristic in the Americas. It is usually regarded as less brutal than the other forms of slavery. Under this system, each slave is assigned a specific task to complete for the day. After that task is finished, the slave is then free to do as he or she wishes with the remaining time. The gang systems forced the slaves to work until the owner said they were finished and allowed them almost no freedom. While the plantation owners organized their slaves on the task or gang system had much to do with the type of crops they harvested. Tobacco and sugar cultivation was organized into gangs since those crops required considerable processing and supervision. Coffee, rice, and pinto were comparatively harder plants where extensive supervision was necessary, leading planters to favor the task system on the plantation. And then you have your early task system, and I'll stop it at this. Evidence suggests that the task system in some places included a gender dimension. The women laborers played a major role in the workforce for rice cultivation in South Carolina. This was a division of labor that transferred directly from West African cultures. Women were responsible for the planting, weeding, harvesting, threshing, and polishing of the rice crop. Men were responsible for building canals and rice fields, flooding and drainage, etc. So I bring this up to say this. When we talk about this, it's like we actually don't even know what happened to us. Because again, all you think about is, okay, they was picking cotton and that's it. And they had to work until the sun up and sun down. And not even understanding like, yo, this shit was some real division, labor type crazy shit these dudes had running. So, it's just something to think about and to look at. So when you be like, yo, who is the original man? What is the origin of you? What is the origin of the man? Yes, we don't originate as slaves. We were before the European, etc. But at this time marker in the calendar, this is where a part of our history leads us to. And with that being said, what happened to you? The European wants you to forget what happened, but he will never let you forget what happened to him. He will tell you about his wars. The Jew will tell you never again with their fake Exodus story and slavery, but they'll go beyond that into something that everybody knows about, which is the Nazis trying to exterminate their ass. And they'll tell you never again. They know exactly what happened to them. They'll tell you their whole story about how they was gassed in chambers and that. But when we ask you, yo, what was on the plantation? It gets quiet because they want you to forget. I'm here to make sure you don't forget. So that's that, God. That's what I wanted to just point out. The gang system, task system. Shit weird.
Yeah, you know what's strange about that? Which, it's, I guess some of it could just be division of labor in general.
Mm-hmm.
But
right.
That's how we used to farm. Like back in the days, I don't know if they still do that. You know what I'm saying? But back in the days, you used to have to go down south sometimes in the summer. And just for whatever period of time, your family was like, look, you got to get out of New York for a minute. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy up here. And we should go down south. That's how they should show us how to farm. Like I have my big cousins, and they used to have the hoe. You know what I'm saying? And one of them would make the hoe. You know what I'm saying? And we used to be going down the road in an order. And one of us would have a couple of seeds. We put it there. Then the other cousin, he might come and put the dirt back over it. Then the next, my brother might be there. He pours the water. You know what I'm saying? We might have fertilizer. But when you just described that, I was like, damn, son, I recall doing that.
That's crazy, son.
Even what you're saying, like, look, some people like, look, go take this bucket right here and go get some eggs out of the chicken coop. You know what I'm saying? And then these people over there, you gotta go cut the grass. But yeah, I like when I used to go down there, those two things that you just explained, yeah, it sounds exactly like sound exactly like summertime.
Yo, but that's crazy that you just made knowledge born about that. That's crazy. That's crazy you said that. Yo, man, don't let me find out you walking around in a circle, my nigga.
Nah, man, I ain't got that kind of stamina, man. Yeah.
Yo, son, that nigga did not sit down once, bro. Oh, yes, he did. I think he laid down after like the 9th hour or something, you heard? Did he get back? Did he get back up in the like at 6, 7 o'clock?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's walking around at the end.
Oh my fucking God, bro. I sent you a text message. I was like, yo, what the fuck is you doing, God?
What you say here, Jamal Gray? Many of the members of both gangs were resurrected and joined NOI when Minister Malcolm X was here at Temple number 12 before he got reassigned to Temple number 7. What you mean? They had that system. They had that system in the mosque.
Mm-hmm.
It says in Philly, 2 street organizations from the 1950s to 60s were the Moroccos in North Philly and the Barbary Coast in West Philly. You know, it's a lot of talk about that. You know what I'm saying? In terms of both of the Morris Science Temple and the NOI being involved with the formation of a lot of gangs. You know, I've heard that, but I don't know the exact connections. Mr. Spock said it is unity for the black man getting trades on a large scale, doing business with each other is seen by Asian communities of a lot of cities. I mean, uh, that's kind of the one thing that's not allowed. You know what I'm saying? Like we kind of, uh, I guess, unknowingly gave that up in integration. You know what I'm saying? Like, once it was integration, and probably before that, but I just don't. I'm not as familiar with that time. But look, you may not, come together. You know what I'm saying? In this kind of unified way where you fight for your specific rights. You know what I'm saying? You politic. There are to be no more marches on Washington. You know what I'm saying? There, no more boycotts. That's kind of the one of the unspoken things that we agreed to.
Yeah, we boycott like a motherfucker. We just had one. I ain't gonna lie, I had fun, yo.
But you
I had
said
I
white.
had, I had fun, yo.
Yeah.
That shit was fun, yo. What was that? Oh, that what's the name? The George Floyd shit? Man,
Yeah.
I had fun for 4 days, yo. I ain't never had so much fun in a long time, bro.
Listen,
That's it.
I came
Huh?
by. I was by one of them right as it was turning out. Like, I'm talking about it was real. The night they went to 34th Street.
Yeah, I was down there
I,
from all of them, bro. I was down there
yeah,
from the beginning, right on 14th Street, where everything was popping,
right.
bro.
That's what I saw them around over there. I saw them on like 17th, 18th Street.
I was right there when the police got hit with that fucking brick. I was like, yo, son, this shit is lit. And I was like, oh, I get to have fun. I got to catch one of them out there. You know what I'm saying? I got to caught one. I was happy. I was like, you, yo, son, that shit was crazy, son. I was like, yeah, son. But I ain't gonna front. As soon as I did that, I got up out of there. I was like, man, somebody might have saw me. Let me get out of here. Phew. But I had fun. That shit was fun, yo. I just saw a bunch of things. Like as the day started going by, I started seeing these Europeans, or they were some kind of like I don't know, they wasn't American. And when we was doing this and we walking from 14th Street, we was walking uptown. This dude had something in his hand. I don't know what that shit was, bro. Whatever glass he hit, the shit broke. So yo, son, this dude is breaking every fucking glass on every store walking down the whole avenue, bro. That shit is just breaking. One little hit. Then niggas went into Dwayne Reed on 23rd Street. I say, yo, these niggas is bugging. But and I'm just looking at all the white people. They just rolling with the cars, you heard? That shit was bugging me out looking at this shit. I just wanted to see like what was really going on. And then I saw on another day, we went to Soho. And then that's that Balenciaga store and the Louis V store. So I was doing the knowledge to the area and I'm looking at this shit. And I saw what was happening, bro. Yo, they had the police on every corner. On every corner. There was DT cars just sitting there, police watching all of this shit happen, bro. The police had a video camera and cameras and was letting these kids do this shit. So I'm telling these dudes, I was like, yo, son, you do realize, like, yo, son, I'm for whatever y'all doing, but yo, my nigga, you know that they letting you do this so that they could turn this into y'all niggas is all criminals, right? And he's like, man, fuck that shit, yo. Uh, I hear you, OG, but nigga, we going up in this Louis V store. Niggas went up in, and I watched the police let them do it. They watched these dudes do all of this shit, bro. And I was just like, yo, this shit crazy. But I just wanted to see. I didn't want to read it, son. I mean, just look at it. I wanted to be able to see what the hell was going on. And that shit was crazy, bro. But the first 2 days were fun. After I got to really like see what's going on, and then I saw those pussy ass Black Lives Matter niggas. You know, son, we had a curfew. Remember they gave us the curfew. So if you outside past this 10 o'clock shit, nigga, you going to jail. You know what I'm saying? So you leading these people all the way down this street, and then now it's over, and you got like 10,000 people here, and you ain't telling these kids to go home. And I was like, yo, son, like, nigga, it's about to go down. And, you know, I helped a couple of kids, but I couldn't help everybody, son. But yeah, then after a couple of days, I had to leave that shit alone. So now I was like, this shit out of hand. This shit is infiltrated. And I was like, this shit done. But I had fun though for 2 days. I had fun, son. Come on, son. When you get a chance to get away with doing that type of shit, bro. And I'm not talking about breaking in the store. I ain't do none of that. I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. That's saying you get a chance to get away with doing that type of shit, my son. You know what I'm saying? You see the police head moving and all that. You don't get a chance to do that every day, bro. That shit is crazy, bro. But yeah, man, we still boycott, and then it's so crazy that shit went on for like 3 months, bro, or actually a whole month and a half, son. Every day, son. And now nobody's even talking about what happened to this fucking
That's
officer,
what
bro.
I'm saying. To me, that's the craziest part. Is that
No,
is that
nobody.
is that you know, it just kind of ended, like, not just that, but also the whole reparations. You know what I'm saying? Like, remember, you couldn't be on the stage at the Democratic debate without saying that you was down with reparations. You know,
Yep.
that's disappeared. You know, that whole agenda now is gone. You know what I'm saying? Even the people that was kind of rising to the top of it, I don't, you don't really even hear from them no more. So it kind of shows you, man, that they was manipulated.
Yeah, but check it out though. Now niggas don't even know that fucking officer was released from bail with $1 million in October, bro. Where you get that $1 million from? Where you get that from, son? Or I don't know what the percentage you have to pay is, not all of that, but you ain't really got that bread out of a lonely little officer, my nigga. Crazy, bro. Ain't nobody talking about this nigga.
Yeah. And
That shit is over.
somebody, I just saw the news too. Somebody else, the cops didn't get charged.
Or the other two cops?
Yeah, I can't recall which one it was. Nah, this is something. This was another. Oh, it was. I think the cops that shot the brother in Milwaukee. I don't
Oh.
think, and that's what I'm saying. That's another thing that I noticed is that saying all that protesting went down, and everybody walked. Like, yeah, they got arrested. You know what I'm saying? They might have got fired, but then we know how to GoFundMe work for them. You know what I'm saying? Uh, at the end of the day, it's like, we made a lot of noise, we applied a lot of force, but we didn't really get no displacement. You know what I'm saying? Nothing really changed. So it's like, uh,
I
you know,
mean, some things did change, and that's something that I looked into, and they basically called the George Floyd laws, and those are the laws that are saying that they ban the chokehold. Um, California, I believe it was, and a couple of other states, they are now going to penalize an officer if an officer is doing something wrong and they don't intervene, and it's picked up on the camera. That's their job. That's a good thing. But other than that, a nigga, I'm just still bugging out that George Zimmerman is walking around. I'm saying
yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Zim,
That's another thing. Like, at the end of the day, it's like, we got to kind of get out of that. I think the main thing, the main lesson that keeps being lost is that we got to have a vision of what justice looks like. Like, if you just go out there and you ask for justice, all right, we'll give you some justice. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna arrest these people or whatever. But when you don't have it determined, just like, in the '60s, that's where I seen an example that is that the brothers didn't really know what equality looked like. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what they was protesting for. This is what they was fighting for. But at the end of the day, they didn't really have a clear vision on what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? They didn't really have a clear vision on what integration was. So yeah, you got integration, you know what I'm saying? But you got the vision of integration and equality that the colored man had. You know what I'm saying? So right now, that's what it is. We get into a lot of these situations where, because you don't know what you want, you know what I'm saying, a little bit of progress sometimes can, shut everything down.
well, I tell you what, I've never seen nothing like that before. As long as I've been alive, I've never seen.
That, listen, it was, but that's what I'm saying. Nobody really capitalized. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
another thing that I seen, right, is that the space decreased. Meaning, in the early '60s, you have in the civil rights movement. You know what I'm saying? Then by the late '60s, early '70s, other movements is coming in, but it's years later. This time the other movements came right in. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, you hit it on the point. Like, um, I was listening to the Black Lives Matter dudes. I saw my son when he came down there, and I the shit was just weird, bro. Like, yo, we not yo, like them niggas hijacked the whole shit, bro. And this is the shit that bugged me out, son. We are down here protesting about police brutality. Do you know what these niggas brought up on the stage, bro? Trans rights.
right, that's what I'm saying. So that
And and
immediately,
and, and I'm looking at this shit and I was like, yo, I ain't got no problem with y'all representing that. Do what you gonna do, but yo, my nigga, we not here for that, bro. We here for this. What are you talking about? We not here for that. We here for this. You know what I mean, so like, that shit was just weird to me, and it's like we never learn. Like, we always get infiltrated, bro. When somebody else always takes over the fucking movement, bro. This shit is like I don't know, son. It's like we stupid or something, bro. And I can't even say that. I'm not even gonna say that because I never been in no pro. I don't do the protest. I never did that in my life. That was the first time. As long as I've been alive, I never went to the Trayvon Martin shit. None of that shit. Because I think the shit is stupid. You know what I mean? This time I was like, yo, this shit, I'm gonna go with something. Because I saw niggas turning up. So I was like, yo, this shit might be something. This different. You know what I mean? It felt different. And then I was like, nah, son, this shit is the same shit. And then when you sit back and do the knowledge to it, you like, yo, son, this shit is just gonna die out, son. This is like the perfect time to capitalize off of like how they say seize the time. Right there's the time to seize the time. And then I see the brother, he put a comment in here and said like, yo, if dudes, pop the police, they'll learn. But yo, we did that already. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you remember the Black Liberation Army. I don't think a lot of people don't remember them dudes. They in Harlem, San Francisco, like, yo, they basically ambushed the police, son. You know what I mean? Started in the polo grounds. Boom. Yeah. Yo, somebody make a false call. Police came, niggas ran down on them, shot their ass up, killed them niggas, took their badges, took their shit, and then wrote the fucking precinct and was like, yo, nigga, we are the army. And long as you niggas occupying our community and killing our people, we killing you niggas. This is what they did. And this is, I wasn't born there yet. I was around the corner. I was coming through the baby. I was coming through. But yo, son, this shit ain't what 40 years ago. And they kept doing that shit. They did it in San Francisco. Herman Bell, he just came home from this shit. You know what I mean? Niggas was doing that. They was popping them niggas, bro. And
And
that shit,
what was that other brother you did? I seen him in your video, the brother from North Carolina, that he was in Cuba.
Cuba?
Yeah, he's from North Carolina. He had like he was banging out with the police, and he had escaped and went to Cuba like even before Sada secure.
I don't even know.
It's
That
a
might not have,
video.
I hope that wasn't me. I hope that because I can't remember if I did that video.
It's a video on your. Hold on, it's on your page.
That might have been Chanel. I
I
probably
can't.
ain't even see it.
I can't recall the brother's name, but
Oh, he went to Cuba before. Sorry, I didn't even know that. They just put out a hit on Sada right now. They trying
yeah,
to
I
get
just saw that.
they trying to get her. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is trying to go get Asada right now.
Yeah, I be telling. Listen, man, that's a wrap, man.
Like, yo, son, leave the girl, leave the lady. These niggas won't stop. The white man is relentless, but we not relentless when it comes to our shit. This nigga ain't stopped trying to get this girl since the 70s. They still trying. Like, yo, we gotta get this girl. We can't let her get away. Crazy, son. I don't know, son. Like, yo, I don't know what to say, yo. I just know that I was young when the Rodney King riot started, so we were kids. So you already know we was just trying to get free clothes, bro. I was with the bullshit, nigga. I was all on Broadway on 140th, nigga. We was up in all them stores, nigga. I got my Dominican friends with me. Javier, yo, get the bag, nigga. We got the top here, figure the boss, the guest farmers, nigga, all that shit. Get the whole fucking store, nigga. We coming out of here. But we were kids, you know what I'm saying? So we not even thinking about why is this even happening? We just looking at it because like, yeah, all right, that happened, nigga, but we fucking up these stores, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But, like, this shit crazy, bro. Like, and I remember, son, I ain't never gonna forget this shit, yo. I was in the university, right? So you know what I'm talking about. So the old timer used to be talking to me. And he was like, yo, man, you keep reading these books and you keep know what I'm saying? What are you, Iman now? I was like, I ain't no fucking Iman, nigga. He's like, yeah, but you be in the Muslim class. I'm not a fucking Muslim, bro. Stop playing with me. And he'd be like, yeah, but you be teaching the class. I was like, yo, the gods made me teach the class. What the fuck you want me to do? They told me to do it, so I'm doing it. So he's like, yeah. Yo, you wasting your fucking time. So I argue with this nigga, son. Every time I go work out, this nigga here, because he's down with the Black Panthers. He been in there since the 70s. So he would talk, and now I ask him a lot of questions, and then he used to try to like see where I'm really at with this shit. And then one day he told me, he said, yo, I'm gonna give you something when I come to the yard tomorrow. So the nigga showed me his paperwork, and he was in the Attica riot. So he said, I want you to look at this shit. Come spin the yard with me. So I was like, look at these niggas in the corner. Yo, my nigga, we almost died. I got my ass beat. I got my teeth knocked out of my mouth so that you niggas can get conjugal visits. You can get books. Your family don't get harassed. And so that you niggas can go to college and get treated by humans and get treated as humans. Now look at you niggas. This nigga mad at me and I ain't even do nothing. He like, yo, look, these niggas, who's over? The Bloods is over there, the Crips is over there, Latin Kings over there, Jamaicans over there. You niggas cut, kill each other, and the police fuck you niggas up and you don't do nothing to them niggas. You niggas make me sick. There ain't no revolution. This shit is dead. Stop talking that black power shit. And the nigga walked off from me, son. You heard?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, what the fuck this nigga talking about? I'm more young and shit. I'm like, nigga, we gonna free the people, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? And then when I'm out here and I see what the fuck is going on, bro, I kind of get what he was telling me. But I couldn't see it because of I'm clouded with this information. I'm more happy. I'm like, yo, son, we can do this, we can do that, we can do this. And then I realized that, yo, my nigga, like, the revolution is dead, son. And I don't want to say it, but like, son, he was right. Like, yo, niggas fought for all of that shit, son. And niggas turn around and just fuck everything up, son.
Yeah, you got that. That's and that's another thing that happened. Things ain't getting passed now. But this is the dude right here, Robert F. Williams. Was
Oh,
an,
you talking about him? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
was an American civil rights leader and author best known for
The
serving as
guns.
president of the Monroe, North Carolina chapter of the NAACP in the 1950s and into 1961. He
Yeah, and the
succeeded in
Republic of New Africa.
Yeah, he succeeded in integrating the local public library and swimming pool in Monroe. At a time of high racial tension and official abuses, Williams promoted armed black self-defense in the United States. In addition, he helped gain support for gubernatorial pardons in 1959 for two young African-American boys who had received lengthy reformatory sentences in what was known as the Kissing Case of 1958. It generated national and international attention and criticism of the state. Williams obtained a charter from the National Rifle Association and set up a rifle club to defend black people in Monroe from the Ku Klux Klan and other attackers. The local chapter of the NAACP supported freedom riders who traveled to Monroe in the summer of 1961 in a test of integrating interstate buses. In August 1961, he and his wife left the United States for several years to avoid kidnapping charges for a white couple who got lost in the black part of town in Monroe. The local police and the FBI allegedly convinced the couple to say Williams had kidnapped them, and the FBI put out a warrant for his arrest, causing him to flee to Cuba and later the People's Republic of China. These charges were dropped by the state when his trial opened in 1975 following his return. Williams' book, Negroes with Guns, 1962, has been reprinted many times, most recently in 2013. It details his experience with violent racism and his disagreement with the nonviolent wing of the civil rights movement. The text was widely influential. Black Panther Party founder Huey Newton and African American Defense League founder Maurice Leigh Millier cited it as a major inspiration. Yeah, he's a. I knew about that. I saw the what's the name on your page. Like I
Yeah,
haven't.
you messed me up when you said. I was like, wait a minute, who you took? Yeah, Robert F. Williams, and he was the they made him the president of the Republic of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we was playing. Actually, we was arguing about him. About me and Danny was going back and forth about the how did black people become to deal with communism, and we was talking about the Little Red Book, and then he started playing. Yeah, you just looking for that Asiatic shit, nigga. I'm like, nah, son. This is what the Black Panthers did. They was selling the Little Red Book. So then we started going through that, but we could do that because we play around with each other like that. But that shit was crazy, bro. Yeah, he was official. Robert F. Williams was official. Niggas with guns official. Here's another one you could get. This is on that site too. I'm gonna put it up here. I think it's called Guns or We Will Shoot Back, right? I'm gonna get it back. This shit crazy right here. This shit deal with the South. Um, we do guns. Yeah, I'm not going. I ain't never gonna forget that, God. You had this dude spinning the cell. I mean, spinning his room, yo, like a cell, son. That's like the nigga was in the box, son, spinning the cell, son. Yo, you crazy, bro. Son, he wasn't even sweating, bro.
So it's saying right here that the Democratic guy, the black guy, Ralph was Warnock or whatever, they saying he won his part of the Senate, his part of the Senate race. Akinelli Umoja.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know that name.
Yeah, that's the name of the book right here. So if you get a chance, you know where to get it. This one right here. This shit crazy. Uh, we will shoot back. Armed resistance in the Mississippi Freedom Movement. So a lot of times when we hear about the South, we think that those brothers wasn't busting their gun. These niggas was busting their gun. They was busting their gun, son. Yeah, this shit crazy right here. This book crazy, son. But this is the history that they don't want you to know. There was something in here that I got. Yeah, this is all in the 50s. I'm here, not backing up. Emergence of grassroots military and armed self-defense. Bad Negroes spoke loudly and defiantly in Mound Bayou at a massive camp meeting April of 1955. The accommodationists Booker T. Washington had dedicated this town 50 years previously, but resistance, not accommodation, was preached at the gathering. 13,000 Black people from the Delta assembled to participate in the mass rally. This massive camp meeting was organized by Dr. T.R.M. Howard and the Regional Council for Negro Leadership, advocating voting, civil, and other human rights. The rally also encouraged Blacks to preserve and overcome fear and intimidation. The spirit exhibited by the RCNL mass meeting was truly a break with the strategy of accommodation. The defiant tone of the rally represented what Ebony Magazine described as the new fighting South. Today in Dixie, there's emerging a new militant Negro. He is fearless, fighting man who openly campaigns for civil rights, who refuses to migrate to the North in search of justice and dignity, and is determined to stay in his own backyard and fight. Yeah, these niggas had guns all. Yo, this shit crazy, bro.
Mm-hmm.
This book crazy, but that's in there. What book is this? What is this book I got? I don't even know about what is this. I'm trying to figure out because I put shoot in there. So I see this. Let's see what this is that's about to pull up. Yeah, so the South was getting busy, bro. So it's not just those deacons of the bench, and ain't just them. It's a whole mob of people. But we don't hear about them. They want to present you. Oh, this is the same book. Is this the same book? Yeah, this is the same book. I figured that. Ready to die, baby. We didn't turn no jaws. Yo, this shit crazy, bro. Yeah, you gotta read that shit. That shit bugged out, son.
Mm-hmm.
People be like, damn, son, they was getting busy in the South. What?
That particular guy right there from Mississippi, I had never heard of him before.
Mm-hmm. They get busy, bro.
But
Yep.
yo, let's get ready to wrap this one up right here. You know what I'm saying? We got any last questions before we make tracks? Elron has said the black male passivity was a myth they created to keep us in check, especially in the South. Whole black families had guns, you know, and they still using it to me. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one of the things that comes up, you know, when you know, this kind of idea that they circulating amongst the black women that the black man don't protect them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
You know, I mean, in fact, you know, look, is you know, we know that that's one of the major reasons that his brother's in the penitentiary right now. It's from protecting them too far. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, it's still, you know, this image out there and just pumping it to me. It's like certain things is just being out there as mantras. You know what I'm saying? And just the spotlight is being put on uh kind of the worst elements of our society. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, right? We know every weekend we know how many brothers get shot in Chicago, right? But in June, do we know how many brothers graduate? Now, look,
Nope.
I understand the news. If it bleeds, it leads. I understand that that's their motto and everything, but I'm just saying in general, as we, uh, you know, speaking and we continue to have these, because that's what I'm saying. I've seen people my age just constantly put this idea in their mind that the young is wilding out. And so now every time you see the young, you know, you kind of like repulsed by them. You know, certain people, nah, I can't, you know, nah, I don't be dealing with. You understand what I'm saying? But it's because you're buying in to the squeaky wheel, like how they say the squeaky wheel gets oiled. You know what I'm saying? They making the negative things that's happening the squeaky wheel. You know, and it is over time, it is having an impact. It's causing something that started out as a small segment of the society that was picking that kind of way of life to where you know, everybody might not be going all in, you know what I'm saying, but they dabbling in that kind of life, and that's not something you could dabble in. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be gangster on the weekends and then go back to your regular life. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, you can try it. It might work for a little, you know, it might work out for a short period of time. You know, you might be able to dance in and dance out, but that's not what's going to happen with the vast majority of people. You know what I'm saying? But you know, yeah, these different levels of propaganda that they put out there, you know, because the first experience that I had with that is was in elementary school where they was talking about slavery, and at that time, I don't know how they teach it now, But at that time, they was teaching that slavery was a necessary evil. You know, in order for manifest destiny to take place, slavery was a necessary evil, you know, but at the end of the day, you know, it wasn't all that bad because, you know, the slaves, you know, they laughed and told jokes and played music and danced. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. You know, I'm pretty sure later on, you know, a couple of days later, they taught us about Nat Turner. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Denmark VC. You know what I'm saying? You know, you learn about uh, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, those type of people, but you know, it's the trials and tribulations of it is diminished. You know what I'm saying? And our reaction to the trials and tribulations is greatly diminished. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, the colored people's knowledge and understanding of what they was doing to people and how those people might want to react if they you know, if they ever was able to have any kind of power.
Mm.
New Spike Lee movie American Skin. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I'm not big on movies. You know, generally speaking, um, you know, I don't want no images from Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? I don't care Black Panther, none of that. Once you defining it as, uh, we're trying to join this world that you're the main power in and all that. I don't want to. I need you to define who my heroes is. Let me pick the people. See, because they wouldn't pick somebody like Robert F. Williams. You see what I'm saying? Like when I saw that on the page, I was like, oh shit, yo, that's that dude right there. You understand what I'm saying? Or they're not gonna pick Huey Newton. You know, the only reason they'll give us Malcolm X is because they show us, the part in the movie. I saw a documentary one day on Malcolm X. And, in the beginning of the movie, they talking about Detroit Red stuff and all that, you know what I mean, being locked up. And they showing different people that was with him in the mosque, they giving their story about their experience with him. And slowly but surely, they start introducing this colored man into the documentary. You know what I'm saying? In the very last thing they said in the documentary was this colored man saying, yeah, ultimately Malcolm X was he was just too great of a mind for him to just be locked into this limited state of mind that was the NOI. Ultimately he saw, that all of us, it's like, nah, get the fuck out of here. You understand what I'm saying? Like now you're gonna rewrite the whole story. See, I only tell you about the end of Malcolm X and the beginning of Martin Luther King. They don't tell you, all that much about the militant Malcolm X, except to say that, he reformed, in their eyes into this, multiculturalist or whatever it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? They don't teach you about the Martin Luther King that realized, yo, I got burned in that deal, yo. I ain't feeling that. So, these is images that I don't, yeah, see Larry Davis, this is not somebody that they're gonna choose for you to be the hero. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, uh is 793rd still in the room? See, we had dudes like Brian Gumble. Remember Brian Gumble, 793rd? this is the type of brother that they showing you that he made. I'm not familiar with Mark Essex. You know what I'm saying? Uh, showing you that, he's made it to be a part of their social equality. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the main thing. As long as you do whatever you have to do in order to be a part of their social equality, these was the dudes that they was making the heroes back then. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't picking Muhammad Ali, not that Muhammad Ali. See, the older Muhammad Ali can't really, you know, can't really articulate himself no more. You know what I'm saying? Because of his illness. See, now we'll parade you all around. But that, the one, when they were still, when I first was seeing Muhammad Ali, there was still people refusing to call him that. It was still people calling him Cassius Clay.
That shit was crazy.
yeah. But this is something that I've been aware of for a long time. You see what I mean? And that's one of the reasons that I don't want to say that, take nothing away from their accomplishment, but this is one of the reasons why we got athletes. We got athletes, and looked at as leaders. We got entertainers. Like, the president, you're gonna speak to somebody and you're gonna bring in Kanye. Like, why not bring in somebody that's educated in political science? You know what I'm saying? Somebody who may have had some experience. Maybe they was an intern in Congress or intern in the Supreme Court or whatever.
You know who I would love to see one of them have that conversation with? Fucking Immortal Technique.
Immortal Technique? Yeah, I know Immortal Technique. I ain't see it in a minute.
I would love to see him. Yeah. Talk to Immortal Technique about that. Let's see how he do.
Yeah, somebody who's actually taking the time to educate themselves on that and have some expertise at that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When they pick somebody to be in the cabinet, they don't pick a basketball player to be the Secretary of Treasury. They don't pick a football player to be the Secretary of State. You pick somebody who actually has some experience in that. You know what I mean? So that
Like
point
what
that
was
you
that?
made,
What's that
L.
clown
Ron,
that they?
I've seen that
What's that girl name? Cardi B. She tried
right.
to talk to fucking Candace Owens and got your ass whooped.
You see
What
what I'm
was you
saying?
thinking?
Yeah, these is the things, they be, so they're picking our representatives. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, they're picking people and elevating these people up, and whatever these people, if these people say, listen, we shouldn't protest this, or this situation right here is not what we think it is, we more inclined to fall for this stuff. You said China just arrested a U.S. lawyer in Hong Kong. Do you foresee war with China or more NBA jerseys sold in China? Um, that's one of them things that I just see as that's a part of the European condition. Waging war is that's just what they do. You know what I mean? Eventually, I think it's gonna have to happen. I don't think it's at risk of happening. I just saw. I was reading something in a paper the other day. I think it said 20. Was it 2025 or 2030? At one of these dates, they were saying that the Chinese economy is set to surpass the American economy. The closer we get to that time, You know what I'm saying? Depending on, the level of struggle that occurs in America, I think the closer we get into a situation where, because at the end of the day, that's the deal right now, is that the people is losing money in terms of the laborers, the workers. You losing these jobs to the outsourcing, but the corporations and the people who really have the impact and the influence to have the military deployed right now, they still doing good. But once it comes to that point where China can kind of, they can block dollars from people's pockets, then you're gonna see a situation. We need representatives who are focused on getting Black people tangible benefits instead of symbolic gains. Yeah, that's a whole other thing. You know, you can't. There's no crying in politics. You know, I say there's no crying in baseball. There's really no emotions in politics. Like you see dudes, they go in there, they argue today, yo, I'm putting embargo, you put an embargo on your stuff, and then the next day they doing business together. We a little bit too much in the mindset of having friends politically. Like somebody was mentioning earlier, Abraham Lincoln being our friend, the Democratic Party being our friend, this person, that person, without understanding that, this is, politics is a different kind of war. Where this is, when you look at it, that's what happens. We go in there and we talk politics, and then if we can't work it out like this, we're gonna have to take it to the guns. That's what politics is, that's what it comes down to. So that's absolutely true. 793 said, it took me this long to finally see Bamboozled 2 decades later. The John Brown streaming series was interesting as I don't check for any of them. Slavery Fix. John Brown, John Brown, I like that color man too. One thing I like about John Brown, just in terms of the mentality, John Brown's idea was that, look, I'm gonna help you out, but the Black people, y'all gotta fight for yourself. Like y'all gotta pick up these weapons, man. And look, I'm gonna be with y'all. We're gonna get busy. But I'm not the white savior, man. The only way this is gonna work is y'all got to fight for yourself. That's how you end up getting killed. Is whenever they raided the fort, he was trying to get the Black people to take up arms for themselves, but they were scared. And over the time of him waiting for them to do what they got to do, some people came to the fort where he had attacked, and they let the people go. And when they let them go, they went back and told the authorities what was going on, and then that's when the army rolled up. You know what I'm saying? Like these kind of people in the Democratic Party right now, these kind of benevolent, these benevolent masters, these individuals who they feel like they're taking up the white man's burden. Everybody knows what the white man's burden is, right? The white man's burden is that all of these indigenous people around the world, wherever we see them, they're savage. And because, we're civilized and Christian, we have this burden of civilizing all of these savages. these uncooperative savages. But at any rate, man, everybody do the each one teach one. Hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe, of course. And we're gonna take this one down. Tomorrow, you see, I got a couple of things I gotta handle. Got a couple of things I gotta handle tomorrow. But if good fortune shines upon thee, I'll be able to come on and I'm not gonna freestyle with y'all no more, y'all. We freestyle for the week, for the month.
All right. Peace.
Peace.